Chapter 11:13. In the lower reaches of the towering river, at the edge of the chaotic ridge, there was an unknown village. There weren't many people in this village, only about 100 or so. However, all of them were quite simple and kind. They didn't forget to clean the roads and didn't close their doors. They worked at sunrise and rested at sunset, giving off a feeling of being aloof from worldly affairs. A young man was lying on a small hill with a blade of grass in his mouth. His eyes were looking at the clouds in the sky, and he felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and ease. This young man had sharp features and a face as sharp as a knife. He was a rarely seen handsome man. Ling Xiao had been in this village for 7 days. In these 7 days he had used the soul-controlling art to repair his divine soul, but the effect was very little, which made him very anxious. After meditating just now, he lay there gloomily, thinking about how to solve the problem in front of him. The ancient emperor divine technique can only repair the body, not the divine soul. I thought the soul-controlling art could repair the divine soul, but it is missing the last scroll, and the chant is not complete, so it can't repair the divine soul that has already become flesh and blood. Ling Xiao thought in his heart. After a pause he thought again, unless there is a 9th-stage divine herb or elixir that can repair the divine soul, I don't know when I can get better. The soul-controlling art was divided into 3 stages, and the healing art was also divided into 3 stages. Ling Xiao had already achieved divine soul, so the chant for the first 2 stages could not be repaired at all, which was what made Ling Xiao helpless. Now that he had lost his cultivation, he was like a cripple, unable to fly and fight. Fortunately, he had a body equivalent to a semi-divine weapon, so he had the ability to protect himself. There were only 2 or 3 9th-stage divine herbs in his medicine cauldron, which were auctioned in the black market. However, these divine herbs were not very useful for the divine soul, and the highest level of his medicine cauldron could only be opened at the God King realm. Otherwise he could exchange for divine herbs that could repair the divine soul. Now he had no other choice. Unless he returned to the blazing flame merchants, he would not be able to get this divine herb. Just as Ling Xiao was lost in his thoughts, a voice that sounded like the cry of a lark was heard from a short distance away. "Brother Ling Xiao, why have you come all the way here? Spirit beasts often appear here and you can't use your martial arts. It's very dangerous." Not far away, a woman in plain clothes ran over. Her face was carved, and there was a childlike innocent smile on her face, giving off a feeling of innocence and flawlessness. This girl was called Xiao Ling. She was the one who had saved Ling Xiao's life. Ling Xiao had heard her mention that she had found Ling Xiao in the towering sky river. Ling Xiao was swept away by the waves. Xiao Ling was curious, so she asked her grandfather to fish up Ling Xiao. According to Xiao Ling, Ling Xiao's body was already festering. If it was an ordinary person they would not be able to survive, but he was still breathing. Because of this, Xiao Ling fed Ling Xiao some healing spring water, which saved his life. Ling Xiao was grateful to Xiao Ling from the bottom of his heart. Through these 2 days of contact, he realized that Xiao Ling was the most pure and kind of woman he had met. She didn't know how to scheme, nor did she know how to hide her thoughts. She was like a child, always so innocent and straightforward. This feeling made Ling Xiao feel very comfortable. He also had a very good impression of her. It was a pure good impression, not the kind of possessive desire to push her down. He had never had the slightest bit of profanity towards her. "Since I have nothing to do, I came out here to get some fresh air." Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Ling and said with a smile, "Well, this is also good. Anyway, your body is recovering fast, and your body is stronger than that of the village's idiots. Grandfather said that you have a tough life. I am just worried that a spirit beast will come out, so I came to take a look. But don't worry, Ling Air can help brother Ling Xiao drive away the spirit beast," Xiao Ling said happily to Ling Xiao. "Hee, Sister Ling Air is really amazing. No wonder the people in the village like you so much." Ling Xiao joked. "Well, brother Ling Xiao, do you like Ling Air?" Xiao Ling stared at Ling Xiao with her big eyes and asked. Ling Xiao would not think in other directions. He immediately touched her head and said, "Of course I like her. Who asked Ling Air to be so beautiful and lovely and also my benefactor?" "Stop touching my head," Xiao Ling tilted her head and said. Then she said, "I also like brother Ling Xiao. You look so good when you smile." "Ahem, don't praise me like that. I will blush." Ling Xiao coughed slightly and said, "Of course not, I have never seen you blush. On the contrary, you look a little pale," Xiao Ling said seriously. Then she said, "But don't worry, brother. Grandfather will go to the mountains to collect herbs these 2 days. He said he has a way to make you better." "Really?" Ling Xiao said softly. "Of course, grandfather has never lied to Ling Air," Xiao Ling said. Well, thank you very much, Ling Er and grandfather. Ling Xiao bounced up from the ground and responded. Ling Xiao could not see grandfather Xiao Ling's face clearly, but she was sure that he was definitely an extraordinary existence. It should be known that Xiao Ling's strength was now at the Saint Realm, and she was only in her 20s. This was definitely an existence more monstrous than Ling Xiao. To be able to cultivate such an outstanding junior, one could imagine the strength of her grandfather. After chatting with Xiao Ling for a long time, Ling Xiao and her returned to the village. The people in the village were not very strong, but they all had the strength of earthly sovereign or heavenly venerable. The village chief was even at the mystic the arch level. These people all knew that Ling Xiao was saved by Xiao Ling, and his appearance was dignified, but his face was a little pale. They knew that his cultivation was crippled, so they sympathized with him and did not look down on him. Ling Xiao smiled and greeted the villagers, then entered a bamboo house. This was the place where Xiao Ling and her grandfather lived. There were all kinds of strange flowers and plants around, and it was surrounded by mountains and rivers. The environment was very beautiful, and it was indeed a good place to hide from the world. However, Ling Xiao did not have the mood to enjoy this peaceful life. He was always thinking about recovering his strength so that Feng Qingyuan and Shen Yao, who were far away in Blazing Flame City, would not worry. Originally, with his current situation, it was not that he did not have a way to go back. There were still 3 spirit beasts in the medicine cauldron, and Yuro Fei and Sha Tian were also there. However, when she heard Xiao Ling say that her grandfather went out to find medicine for him, she could not bear to say goodbye, so she temporarily waited for him to come back before making any plans. However, this wait lasted for a whole month. This made Ling Xiao extremely anxious. 9th level spirit herbs are protected by terrifying holy beasts. Could it be that something has happened to Grandpa Xiao? Ling Xiao thought worriedly. On the other hand, Xiao Ling was not anxious at all, and would come and chat with Ling Xiao every day. She liked to talk to Ling Xiao about the outside world. She had never left her grandfather in her life, and the furthest she had gone was to go on a boat on a river, and she had only been to 2 or 3 cities. Ling Xiao patiently told her many interesting things such as strange flowers and plants, different kinds of spirit beasts, and the customs of different places. He would never talk about those fighting and killing worlds, for fear of polluting Xiao Ling's pure heart. Sometimes, he thought that it would be best if Xiao Ling could only live in this kind of place where she stood aloof from worldly affairs forever. At the same time, Ling Xiao discovered that Xiao Ling's cultivation speed was really fast. It could be said that it was not slower than the speed at which he absorbed the 3 foreign objects at the same time. Under curiosity, Ling Xiao asked Xiao Ling about the doubts in his heart. Ling Er, it's really good for you to cultivate 10 bin. I feel like you're improving every day. Xiao Ling held Xiangxi and said, is it very fast? Why don't I feel that I'm far from Grandpa? She paused for a moment, then said, my martial arts were all taught by Grandpa. He said that I can use it to bully bad people, but brother Ling Xiao, you're not a bad person. Ling Er won't hurt you. Hee, Ling Er is really good, but if there are bad people who want to bully Ling Er, brother Ling Xiao won't let them hurt you even if I have to risk my life. Ling Xiao said seriously. Such an innocent and beautiful girl, anyone would want to protect her. Xiao Ling was moved and said, thank you brother Ling Xiao, you're just as good to me as Grandpa. She paused for a moment then said, right, I think brother Ling Xiao should also be a very powerful person. I heard from Grandpa that you're very dangerous, but I don't think brother Ling Xiao is dangerous at all. Grandpa sometimes also lies to Ling Er, how annoying. As Xiao Ling spoke, her big eyes kept blinking, and her sexy little lips slightly pouted, looking very beautiful and cute. If this girl goes out, I wonder how many people will fight for her. Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Ling and sighed in his heart. Right, didn't brother Ling Xiao just ask me why my cultivation is so fast? I heard Grandpa say that I have an ethereal body or something like that, maybe it has something to do with that. Xiao Ling thought of something and said as she clasped her hands together. Ethereal body? Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Ling, his expression became incomparably shocked. Brother Ling Xiao, what's wrong? Xiao Ling's delicate face moved closer to Ling Xiao's face and lightly shook her hand as she asked. Ling Xiao recovered and said, no, nothing, it's just that brother Ling Xiao is a little surprised. Now I know why Ling Er's cultivation is so fast. Xiao Ling said, oh, it's nothing. Ling Er doesn't fight with people. At most, she just drives away those spirit beasts. Why does she need to be so strong? If Xiao Ling's words were heard by the people outside, they would probably all wail, what do you call it, nothing? Then give me your constitution, I don't mind. The ethereal body was a constitution that was 1 in 10,000. It was not inferior to the chaotic body at all, and it was even better than the pure attribute body. It was a true divine body, and it was destined to reach the God King realm. The most amazing part of this constitution was that it could comprehend martial skills the fastest. Moreover, it had an innate affinity with the world's spiritual energy. Its absorption speed was 10 times or even 100 times faster than others, and its comprehension of Tenbin was also very strong. It was not inferior to the chaotic body in any aspect, but in terms of combat strength, the chaotic body was a level higher. Although Ling Xiao had the help of the divine art, if he didn't have the 3 foreign objects in his sea of knowledge, it would be impossible for him to compare to these monstrous constitutions. That was simply asking for a blow. Not good, the roving bandits have entered the village, everyone run. A voice came from outside. Chapter 11:14. The village was on the outskirts of the chaotic mountain range, and it was close to the towering river. However, the village was located in an inconspicuous location, and there were layers of mountains as a natural barrier. If ordinary people did not look carefully, they would not be able to find it. However, even if they found it, ordinary powerhouses would not come looking for trouble with them. After all, they were just the name of an ordinary hunter's village, and there was nothing valuable worth looting. However, in the past, some ignorant roving bandits wanted to hurt the villagers, but they were all killed by Xiao Ling's grandfather. However, now that Xiao Ling's grandfather had gone out, what should they do? Xiao Ling stood up and ran out of the house. At the same time, he did not forget to say to Ling Xiao, "Brother Ling Xiao, don't come out. Grandpa said that the roving bandits are bad people. Wait until Ling Er chases them away before you come out." "Ling Er, come back." Ling Xiao shouted anxiously and then chased after her. Ling Xiao did not know how strong the roving bandits were, but they were definitely not weak. How could he let Xiao Ling deal with them? Sure enough, the roving bandits had come. There were more than 10 of them, and each of them was riding a ferocious spirit beast. They were looking at something outside the village. However, only Xiao Ling dared to come out and face the roving bandits. It was unknown where the other villagers had hidden themselves. Not a single one of them appeared. Ling Xiao had lost his cultivation, but his physical strength was incomparable to ordinary people. Even if he was empty-handed, he could still challenge anyone below the demigod king level. He could not fly, but his running speed was not slow. When he arrived outside the village, Xiao Ling was already surrounded by more than 10 of them. "Hee, this little girl is so pretty. I've never seen such a cute girl." The leader riding on an iron armor beast sneered. This person was at the peak of the Holy Emperor level, and the others were all at the Holy Emperor level as well. Not a single one was a saint. They might be roving bandits or they might be a mercenary team. However, just by looking at their wild and murderous aura, one could tell that they weren't good people. "That's right. We've been making a living in the chaotic ridge for so long, but we didn't even know that there was such a wild game here. Vice Hall Master, you've really struck it rich this time," said one of the Holy Emperors to the Holy Emperor. "Isn't that right? Such a beautiful woman, I'm afraid you won't be able to find her even with a lantern. She's a genuine Mureo Shengu. Our stronghold is gone. From now on, the leader will be our leader and this girl will be our leader's first wife. Ha. I think that's fine. This girl has the looks and the body and she's also a virgin. You've struck it big this time." These people surrounded Xiao Ling and kept saying obscene things. Their eyes were filled with a strong desire, as if they couldn't wait to push Xiao Ling down to the ground and ravage him. Xiao Ling looked at them and blinked her big eyes. "You're all bad people. Hurry up and leave or else my grandfather will definitely make you guys look good when he comes back." "Haha, your grandfather is also my future grandfather, how could he let us look good? Little beauty, obediently accompany me, or else we'll go in and slaughter the village," the Vice Hall Master said with a carefree laugh. These days, he had been chased by the blazing flame merchants and had been forced to hide. It wasn't easy for him to stumble into this place and see such a beauty. Naturally, he was in a good mood. "Why would I go with you? I don't like bad people like you." Xiao Ling pouted. "But I like a beauty like you." The Vice Hall Master laughed lewdly and formed a claw with his hand. Grabbing towards Xiao Ling, condensing the void into a claw was a move that any powerful warrior could use. This Vice Hall Master was at the peak of the Holy Emperor's strength, so the power of this claw was not ordinary. Xiao Ling's strength was far inferior to his, so it was too late for her to dodge. She was pulled towards his embrace by the void claw. The Vice Hall Master revealed an incomparably lewd smile, as if he could already feel the feeling of a beauty hugging him. However, at this moment, a figure quickly rushed over from a direction. "I like your mother." An explosive sound rang out. It faintly contained a supreme dragon's might, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. At the same time, a golden energy directly shot towards the Vice Hall Master. Its power was quite extraordinary. The Vice Hall Master frowned. He had no choice but to let go of Xiaoling and attack the sudden power. Boom. The collision of the power produced a strong sound of collision. When everything disappeared, Xiaoling had already escaped from the encirclement of the roving bandits. At this moment, she was being carried by Ling Xiao 100 meters away. Ling Er, go back to the village. Leave these people to me. Ling Xiao said sternly as he put Xiaoling down. Ling Xiao held the golden dragon spear in his hand, displaying an awe-inspiring aura. Xiaoling could see it clearly. She did not expect him to seem like a completely different person at this moment. Brother Ling Xiao, Grandpa said that you can't use your power. How can you still do this? Xiaoling asked, puzzled. Of course, Ling Xiao could not recover his power. That attack just now was just the elemental attack power contained in the golden dragon spear. Even if I can't use my power, I can still make them suffer. Ling Xiao said confidently. No, Brother Ling Xiao, it's better if you leave. I'll stop them, Xiaoling said firmly, shaking her head. Don't dawdle. Trust me. Ling Xiao refused. He pushed Xiaoling behind him and shouted at the roving bandits, Are you bloodthirsty or fierce bandits? How dare you act wildly here? Oh, it seems that you have some knowledge. You actually know of our existence. But so what? You're just a piece of trash. Do you want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? The deputy hall leader looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. He could feel that the young man in front of him did not have any elemental power at all. The attack just now was completely caused by the weapon in the young man's hand. Deputy hall leader, that boy might have a demigod weapon in his hand. Otherwise, how could a piece of trash like him make such an attack? Take him down for me. A low-level holy emperor volunteered to please the deputy hall leader. Then he rode his spirit beast and charged towards Ling Xiao. This person was ferocious. He waved his broadsword and went straight for Ling Ji's head. Xiaoling exclaimed, Brother Ling Xiao, be careful. Just when she was about to go and help, Ling Xiao suddenly jumped up from where he was. Although he couldn't fly, he was able to reach a height of several dozen meters with a single leap. His golden dragon spear was aimed directly at the Saint Emperor's face. Ling Xiao's attack was fierce and fast. The Holy Emperor had no chance to retreat. He could only brace himself and block. He did not think that a piece of trash with a little bit of strength could hurt him. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated this time and lost his life because of it. When his broadsword came into contact with the golden dragon's spear, a crisp sound was heard. His broadsword was broken and the golden dragon's spear smashed down. Bang! He did not even have the chance to scream. His head was smashed into pieces and blood splattered everywhere. Ling Xiao did not stop. Without elemental power to attack, his combat power was greatly reduced. The only thing he could rely on was the golden dragon spear in his hand and his physical strength. At the same time, he wanted to kill a few more people while they were careless. Only then would he have a chance of winning. Bastard, kill him. The deputy hall leader shouted angrily. As soon as he shouted, several of his subordinates burst forth with power at the same time. They were ready to lock onto Ling Xiao and kill him on the spot. However, Ling Xiao burst forth with his remaining physical strength and chose to fight them head-on. The Tyrant Dragon Spear technique displayed a mighty momentum that swept in all directions. Although the Golden Dragon Spear was a semi-divine weapon, Ling Xiao did not have the elemental power to fully activate its power. Therefore, in this fight, Ling Xiao was sent flying by the joint attack of his opponents. He lay on the ground motionlessly, making people think that he was dead. Xiaoling, who was not far away, also saw this scene. She covered her delicate lips and burst into tears. Brother Ling Xiao, don't die. Grandpa, quickly come and save Brother Ling Xiao. However, no matter how much she shouted, no one came to help. Just a piece of trash. I thought he could stir up some trouble. One of the Holy Emperors said disdainfully. He wanted to go over and give Ling Xiao another blow so that Ling Xiao would die without a complete corpse. However, Ling Xiao, who was lying on the ground, suddenly shot up. His figure was like a phantom and he instantly appeared in front of the Holy Emperor. He fiercely stabbed his spear into his chest. The Holy Emperor did not expect that Ling Xiao would be unscathed after being hit by their combined attack. Instead, he was assassinated. He really could not die in peace. Ling Xiao did not stop. His body kept changing positions and his physical strength exploded to the extreme. The golden dragon spear turned into a sky full of spear sparks, stabbing towards the throats of several people. In the blink of an eye, another 3 holy emperors' throats were pierced by Ling Xiao and they died. Everything happened too quickly. Out of the 10 roving bandits, only 9 were left. A bunch of trash. Watch me take care of him. The Vice Hall Master roared angrily. He bounced up from his spirit beast and an ancient long sword appeared in his hand. He slashed the sword at Ling Xiao's head. Clang. The collision between the weapons produced intense sparks. The Holy Emperor's weapon was a demigod weapon, but he was unscathed after colliding with the Golden Dragon Spear. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was sent flying due to the difference in strength. The Vice Hall Master did not show mercy. Countless sword chi swept towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao blocked with all his might, but he still suffered from the impact. If it were not for his monstrous physical body, he would have been cut into countless pieces. Golden blood splattered from his body, making him look like a bloody man. He looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. Damn it. Looks like I can only let Ro Fei and Sha Tian come out. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. He knew that he was no match for the other party. If this continued, he would die. However, at that moment, a powerful force rushed towards the Vice Hall Master. You bad guys, go away. I won't let you hurt my brother Ling Xiao. Xiao Ling's delicate voice shouted. Chapter 11:15. Xiao Ling only had the strength of a high-grade saint, but the power that she could unleash when she was enraged was actually not inferior to a low-grade Holy Emperor's peak strength. Waves of extremely pure and boundless energy revolved around her body, making her look like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. She was elegant and beautiful. In her hand was a true divine weapon, and when she unleashed it with her strength, its power was comparable to a high-grade Holy Emperor's. The vice leader did not dare to face her head-on. His figure flashed and he dodged the attack. At the same time, he took the opportunity to send a palm strike at Xiao Ling. Bang. Although Xiao Ling had used her full strength and had the advantage of a divine weapon, the gap between their levels was too great. A casual attack from the vice leader had immediately heavily injured her and sent her flying. This vice leader did not intend to take her life. Otherwise Xiao Ling would have already died. Ling Air. Ling Xiao cried out in alarm. He wanted to go over and check on Xiao Ling's injuries. Unexpectedly, the Vice Hall Master charged over again. Ling Xiao let out a bestial roar. I'll kill you. Ling Xiao was enraged. He swung his golden dragon spear at the vice leader with all his strength. However, without elemental power, his attack power was greatly reduced. His golden dragon spear was sent flying, and his body gained more than 10 wounds. He has no elemental power, yet his fleshly body is comparable to a sacred artifact. This kid is a freak. However, he still has to die. Although the Vice Hall Master was surprised by Ling Xiao's freakish fleshly body, he would not let him go. He slashed out with countless sword rays, each of which was powerful enough to split mountains and split rivers. Ling Xiao used his fists to continuously meet the sword rays. Right now he could only fight with his life on the line. After a series of attacks, Ling Xiao was sent flying. His arms were almost broken and blood flowed continuously. He looked extremely miserable and his aura was at its lowest. Just as Ling Xiao was about to summon Ro Fei and Sha Tian, the Vice Hall Master actually stopped his attack. At this time Xiao Ling ran to Ling Xiao with difficulty and cried, "Brother Ling Xiao, how are you? Let me help you recover from your injuries." Xiao Ling's ethereal body was a dual element of water and wood. She also had an advantage that others couldn't achieve, and that was the ability to quickly heal other people's injuries. Back when Ling Xiao was rescued in the towering Sky River, Xiao Ling had contributed a lot to the recovery of his external injuries. "Little girl, don't forget that you're my captive." The Vice Hall Master laughed lewdly. Then he turned to the others and said, "Today I'll give you a show of my golden spear won't fall. I'll let this little girl know how great I am." As he spoke, Hall Master Qiu hugged Xiao Ling and wanted to press her between his legs to pamper her. Ling Xiao didn't have time to summon Ro Fei and Sha Tian. He struggled to jump up and push Xiao Ling away. His legs exerted a terrifying force. His arms were broken but his legs were not. The moves of Wind God's kick still had unparalleled lethality. Unfortunately, he was facing the Holy Emperor who was at his peak. His efforts were destined to be futile. He was sent flying again. The Vice Hall Master shouted with a murderous look, "I wanted to let you watch a good show before letting you die. Since you don't know what's good for you, you can die first." The Vice Hall Master was determined to kill Ling Xiao first. The sword in his hand went straight for Ling Xiao's vital points. However, Xiao Ling stepped in front of Ling Xiao and said, "If you want to kill him, kill me first." The Vice Hall Master didn't expect Xiao Ling to fight with his life on the line. He wanted to stop, but it was too late. After all, the distance between the two of them was too close. Ling Er. Ling Xiao's mind went blank. His eyes widened in anger, but it was too late to stop. But right at this moment, an indescribable force descended from the sky and sent the Vice Hall Master flying. Bang! The Vice Hall Master fell heavily on the ground in the distance like a dead dog. He couldn't get up anymore. This sudden scene shocked everyone present. A man descended from the sky. He was dressed in plain clothes and looked very ordinary. He didn't exude much aura. However, he made people feel that he was the master of this place. They had an urge to worship him. Grandpa! Xiao Ling cried out in surprise when he saw the man. The other people's faces were ashen. They didn't think about it and immediately wanted to escape. However, before they could run for their lives, a terrifying aura suddenly pressed down on them, causing them to be unable to move. Immediately after, Xiao Ling's grandfather casually waved his arm and said, "All of you die." The terrifying power made it difficult for people to escape. One by one, the Holy Emperor and the spirit beasts were crushed to death. Miserable screams and roars spread in all directions. Puddles of blood were everywhere. It was so disgusting that people wanted to vomit. With just a mask, all the Holy Emperor were immediately suppressed to death by grandfather Xiao Ling. What kind of strength was this? What kind of prestige was this? Grandpa quickly saved brother Ling Xiao. He was seriously injured to save me. Xiao Ling cried. The man descended from the sky. His figure was elegant and dignified. He looked like a man in his 30s. He didn't look old at all. Needless to say, Xiao Ling's grandfather was also a terrifying existence. He used to be a proud son of heaven. Silly girl, didn't Grandpa give you the holy liquid? You don't need to use your own power to help him recover. Just feed him the holy liquid. Grandfather Xiao Ling smiled. Xiao Ling came to his senses. He slapped his forehead and said, "Ling Er is really stupid. I'll treat brother Ling Xiao right now." Ling Xiao drank the holy liquid that Xiao Ling fed him. His body slowly recovered. Because he couldn't use his divine power, his recovery speed was naturally very slow. Grandpa, brother Ling Xiao's recovery is very slow. I have to help him, Xiao Ling said with a pained expression. His palms were full of vitality and energy, which were transferred to Ling Xiao's body. The wounds on Ling Xiao's body gradually began to heal. However, Xiao Ling's face gradually became paler. "That's enough, Ling Er. Leave the rest to Grandpa." Grandfather Xiao Ling stopped her from continuing to transfer energy to Ling Xiao. "No, Grandpa, I can still hold on," Xiao Ling insisted. However, Xiao Ling's grandfather forcefully pulled her away. "Don't worry, Ling Er. Grandpa won't let anything happen to this kid. Step aside," Grandfather Xiao Ling said. Xiao Ling knew her grandfather's ability, so she didn't force him. She just looked at Ling Xiao worriedly and retreated. Grandfather Xiao Ling came in front of Ling Xiao. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Although you have the strength of the Holy Emperor, your godly soul is injured. You can't recover to your original state. However, you're lucky that you can pass my test. This is the godly soul grass. It can help you recover to your original state." Ling Xiao, who was originally weak, became a little more energetic. The godly soul grass was a top-notch spirit grass that could restore the godly soul. Its price was much more precious than the divine grass of the same level. This was because it was very rare. Moreover, there would be a 10th stage spirit beast that attacked the godly soul near it to protect it. It was difficult for ordinary people to approach it. Ling Xiao really didn't expect grandfather Xiao Ling to be able to get his hands on the godly soul grass. With it, he would definitely be able to recover 100% of his strength and condition. Grandfather Xiao Ling forcefully stuffed the spirit grass into Ling Xiao's mouth and said indifferently, "You can recover here. No one or spirit beast will disturb you." Then he turned to Xiao Ling's side and said, "Ling Er, don't disturb his recovery. Let's go back to the village first." Xiao Ling glanced at Ling Xiao, then obediently followed her grandfather back. However, she looked back every 5 steps, her face full of worry. "Don't worry, Ling Er. This kid is not an ordinary person. He will recover soon." Grandfather Xiao Ling comforted her. The two of them quickly disappeared and returned to the village. Ling Xiao closed his eyes on the ground and gradually digested the 2 powers. One was the healing power from the holy liquid, and the other was the healing power that targeted the sea of consciousness and the soul. Just now, with Xiao Ling's power, he had healed a lot of his injuries. Now, Ling Xiao did not care too much about the injuries on his body for the time being. Instead, he wanted to find a way to absorb the energy of the godly soul grass as soon as possible. He silently chanted the soul-controlling arts chant, continuously guiding the power of the godly soul grass towards his soul. His soul, which was already severely injured and difficult to heal, was nourished by the power of the godly soul grass and immediately became spirited. With the power of the godly soul grass, his soul was recovering at an extremely fast speed, and his strength was also constantly rising. Ling Xiao gradually felt that the pressure in his sea of consciousness had been swept away, and a vast power was constantly nourishing his soul. At the same time, he could also feel the existence of the three foreign objects. His strength had already recovered by more than half, and his heart was filled with ecstasy. Immediately, Ling Xiao sank into his thoughts and focused on restoring his soul to its peak state. After about half a day, Ling Xiao's condition was getting better and better. Not only had the power of his soul recovered, but it had also strengthened a lot. Then he took the opportunity to sense the power of his dantian. Under the guidance of the soul power of his soul, the five-colored dantian finally resumed its operation. This made Ling Xiao ecstatic. The power that he had lost for more than a month had finally returned. Ling Xiao suppressed the impulse of joy and hurriedly operated his divine power to quickly absorb the power of the holy liquid. Not only did he want to restore his soul, but he also wanted his body to reach its peak state. As Ling Xiao gradually recovered, he suddenly noticed that a lot of power in his soul had redirected to his dantian. There seemed to be some kind of connection between the two, which gave him an impulse to break through the shackles. Ling Xiao became even more excited. He knew that he was about to break through to the high-level Holy Emperor realm. More than 2 months ago he had used the Source Heart Fruit to break through to this level. Unfortunately, most of the power of the Source Heart Fruit had been absorbed by his soul, so he could not complete the breakthrough and only reach the peak of the intermediate level. Now that his soul had recovered with the help of the soul grass, the power of his soul had greatly increased, and his dantian had resumed its operation. There seemed to be some kind of connection between the power of his soul and his dantian. This was the opportunity for him to break through. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless. After failing to break through the last time, he did not want to fail again. Ling Xiao unleashed the power of his soul, sweeping the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and the power of origin within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Ling Xiao absorbed all the power into his body and focused on breaking through to the advanced level. Ling Xiao's power had reached its peak, and he, who had reached the peak of the intermediate level a long time ago, had the help of these powers. Everything was finally completed. Chapter 11:16. Ling Xiao was no longer in a dispirited state. His entire body was shining brightly as a peerless dragon roared behind him. Roar. Ling Xiao couldn't help but let out a long roar towards the sky to release his pent-up frustrations. Not only was his divine soul repaired, but it was also several times stronger than before. Firstly, it was because the godly soul herb was the best herb for the divine soul. It could repair the divine soul and strengthen the divine soul. It was something that even divine kings needed to cultivate with. Secondly, Ling Xiao had broken through to the advanced Holy Emperor, which would also affect the strengthening of his divine soul. It could be said that the divine soul and the dantian had some kind of connection. Ling Xiao had broken through to the advanced Holy Emperor, so his physical strength would naturally increase as well. His defense would definitely increase by a level 2. It would not be easy for ordinary demigod weapons to hurt him anymore. Now Ling Xiao had the power to challenge a demigod king. His divine soul had even surpassed an ordinary demigod king and was infinitely close to the low-level divine king realm. He had a kind of support and control over the power of heaven and earth. He knew that as long as he was familiar with the use of this power, it would be unparalleled in both battle and cultivation. Ling Xiao opened his arms and looked up at the sky. The powerful power kept circulating in his body. It felt so refreshing. From now on, I should be the strongest person below the divine king realm. Ling Xiao said to himself confidently. Although he could defeat the peak Holy Emperor before, it was mostly because of the help of his divine soul. Now, even if he did not rely on his divine soul, Ling Xiao was confident that he could defeat any opponent within the Holy Emperor realm. Now is not the time to be arrogant. Only when I reach the divine king realm can I truly stand in the heavenly region. Ling Xiao calmed himself down and rushed back to the village. When Xiao Ling saw that Ling Xiao was as good as new, he immediately smiled like a blooming lotus. "Brother Ling Xiao, are you all right?" Ling Xiao habitually stroked Xiao Ling's head and smiled. "Yes, thank you, Ling Heir." "Thank you, Grandpa." Xiao Ling enjoyed the feeling of Ling Xiao caressing her. She looked at Ling Xiao with her big eyes and said, "Brother Ling Xiao, you seem to have become more beautiful." "Is that so?" Was Big Brother not good-looking before? Ling Xiao teased. They're both good-looking. Linger likes to look at brother. Xiao Ling said seriously. Well, I also want to look at Linger, but... Ling Xiao responded and showed a reluctant expression. He didn't want to continue. Although Xiao Ling was naive, she was not stupid. She believed that she could understand Ling Xiao's thoughts. Brother Ling Xiao wants to leave Linger, right? When Ling Xiao wanted to say something, a voice came from the bamboo house. Ling Xiao, come here. Grandpa is calling me, I'll go over for a while. Ling Xiao said as he strode toward the bamboo house. Xiao Ling looked at the dignified figure, and for some reason, an inexplicable feeling arose in his heart. Greetings, Grandpa Xiao. Ling Xiao said respectfully to the figure whose back was facing him. A person who could obtain the God Soul Grass, needless to say, was already in existence of the God King, which was enough to earn his respect. Moreover, this person was his savior. Grandfather Xiao Ling turned around and revealed his resolute face. His wise eyes seemed to be able to see through anyone's mind, so no one dared to look directly at him. Are you a descendant of the Kim people? Grandfather Xiao Ling asked faintly. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and shook his head. I don't know if that counts. I just came to the heaven domain from the Shenling continent not long ago. I'm currently a guest deacon of the Blazing Flame Merchants. A few days ago, I participated in the black market trade to help the Commerce Alliance recover lost items. At the same time, I wanted to find the whereabouts of the Mad Monk. In the end, I was attacked by the roving bandits. If it wasn't for Grandpa Xiao and Linger, Ling Xiao would have been dead. Ling Xiao thanks you for saving my life. If Grandpa Xiao needs any help, just let me know. I, Ling Xiao, am not an ungrateful person. Ling Xiao didn't hide anything about himself because Xiao Ling had saved him. Moreover, he could tell from Xiao Ling's temperament that his grandfather was definitely not a bad person. Otherwise, why would Xiao Ling save him? Grandfather Xiao Ling looked at Ling Xiao calmly and said, Very good, you didn't lie to me. Otherwise I would kill you right now. After a pause he continued, Today you risked your life to protect Linger. You're very good. Otherwise I wouldn't feel at ease letting her follow you. Protecting women is a man's duty. Ling Xiao replied. He felt that Grandfather Xiao Ling's identity was not simple. It was as if he already knew everything about him. You still don't understand what I mean. I'm saying that from now on Linger will be under your care. Can you ensure that she doesn't suffer any harm or grievances? Grandfather Xiao Ling said very seriously. What, you're handing Linger over to me? How can I do that? Ling Xiao exclaimed. He really didn't expect that Grandfather Xiao Ling would say such a thing. He didn't have any improper thoughts towards Xiao Ling. It wasn't because Xiao Ling wasn't beautiful, but because she was too beautiful. Moreover, she was as pure as a piece of white paper. How could he not have any blasphemous thoughts towards her? He felt that he was completely unworthy of Xiao Ling. However, he didn't understand why Grandfather Xiao Ling said such a thing. Could it be that he was just testing him? I said I'll hand her over to you, so I'll hand her over to you. Don't you like Linger? Grandfather Xiao Ling said with a domineering tone. No. Grandpa Xiao, I only treat Linger as my younger sister. I definitely don't have any improper thoughts towards her. Ling Xiao waved his hand hurriedly. Grandfather Xiao Ling glanced at Ling Xiao and suddenly sighed. I have something that I have to do. I may not be around Linger for a while. All these years, I haven't let her go out into the world. She doesn't understand how sinister people are, and she doesn't understand the chaos in the outside world. I don't know if I'm harming her by doing this. However, it's too dangerous for me to do this now. I'm not sure if I can escape unscathed, so I secretly observed your character. For the past month, you've only been polite to Linger and didn't have any other bad thoughts towards her. I think you're a good person. However, I'm not sure if you'll do anything for Linger. So, I brought some ordinary roving bandits into the village and deliberately created this incident. I've seen everything that you've done, so I've decided to hand Linger over to you. I hope you can take good care of her and don't let her suffer any grievances or harm. Ling Xiao was so shocked that he was speechless. He never thought that everything that happened before was just a show that Grandfather Xiao Ling was watching. Even if he did not help Xiao Ling's son, Grandfather Xiao Ling would not let anything happen to Xiao Ling. It was no wonder that Grandpa Xiao Ling could save them in time. Kid, do you agree or not? Just give me a quick answer. Grandfather Xiao Ling said in a serious tone. Grandpa Xiao, it's not that I don't want to agree, but you know my strength. I'm afraid I can't take good care of Linger even if I want to. Ling Xiao said helplessly. Although he had just broken through to the advanced Holy Emperor and had the combat power of a demigod king, If he encountered a real God King, he would not be able to do anything. One had to know that Ling Er had the ethereal physique that was rarely seen in 10,000 years. It was a true divine physique. Any divine king realm expert who saw such a physique would definitely not want to let it go. Grandfather Xiao Ling knew that Ling Xiao was telling the truth. He said, "I know it's hard for you, but I don't have many friends. Even if I let them take care of her, Ling Er will not be happy. It's rare for her to be so close to you and she likes to be with you. I hope that she will always be happy, so I can only be at ease if you take care of Ling Er. As for your strength, it's a little weak, but you're now a guest deacon of the Blazing Flame Merchants, and you have the blood of the Kim people. As long as you return to the clan with the care of the Kim people, I think Ling Er will not be wronged. As long as you agree to this interspatial ring is yours. There are many divine herbs and pills that I've accumulated over the years. There are also many divine crystals that will be enough for you and Ling Er to reach a higher realm. There are also some records of me breaking through to the God King realm. I believe it will be of great help to you." Ling Xiao looked at Grandfather Xiao Ling's slightly pleading eyes and hesitated for a moment before accepting the interspatial ring. He knew that the moment he accepted the interspatial ring, the burden on his shoulders would become a little heavier. "Grandpa Xiao, you can rest assured that as long as I, Ling Xiao, am alive, I will never let Ling Er suffer any harm," Ling Xiao said solemnly. "And that's more like a man. If you can't even protect a woman, can you still be called a man?" Grandfather Xiao Ling said in a regretful tone. There was a complicated look in his eyes, as if these words were not for Ling Xiao, but for himself. It seems that Grandpa Xiao is also a person with a story. Ling Xiao guessed in his heart. "All right, I'm leaving, but if one day I hear that you dare to bully Ling Er, even if I die, I will come back to settle the score with you," Grandfather Xiao Ling said sternly. Then he walked out of the bamboo house. "Grandpa Xiao, you're leaving just like that? Ling Er will be very sad." Ling Xiao chased after him and said, "I know she will be sad, but sadness is also a part of growing up. It's time for her to grow up," Grandfather Xiao Ling said with a sigh. When he disappeared from the bamboo house, a voice sounded in Ling Xiao's ear. "Remember, my surname is not Xiao. My surname is Qiao and my name is Feng. Ling Er is not my granddaughter, but an abandoned baby that was picked up 20 years ago. Her background may be related to the Xiao family of the profound sky domain. If there's a chance, you can let her acknowledge her ancestors." Grandfather Xiao Ling's voice was getting further and further away. He was already tens of thousands of miles away. After listening to Grandfather Xiao Ling's words, Ling Xiao was shocked. He's actually one of the top 10 divine kings of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo, Xiao Feng. Ling Xiao's mouth was wide open as he murmured, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. Chapter 11:17. Xiao Feng was a legendary existence at the peak of King God Realm in the Sky Dragon territory. Besides the old monsters at incipient God Realm, not many people could defeat him. It had been less than 10,000 years since he had started his cultivation, but he had left behind many legends. According to the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo, Xiao Feng was the son of the leader of a small gang. He had been a monstrous tenbin since he was a kid. However, Xiao Feng's gang had been destroyed by his enemies. He was lucky enough to have an old man who didn't show up in this world save him. After that, Xiao Feng had received the divine technique that the old man had imparted to him. Later on, he had gotten a great chance to become famous. His famous subduing dragon palm had become famous everywhere. Since he had started his cultivation, he had experienced so many battles and he had never been defeated. However, several hundred years ago, he had disappeared from people's sight. Some people thought that he had gone to another territory, and some thought that he had secluded himself to cultivate. Some even said that he had been killed because he was fighting for a woman. There were all sorts of legends and theories, but in the end, no one knew the exact answer. Ling Xiao didn't expect that such a powerful character had been in front of him the whole time and he didn't know about it. His heart was filled with hatred. If he had known about such a powerful existence, he would have tried to flatter him. He would have asked him to teach him some techniques and give him some divine weapons to save his life. How good would that have been? As Ling Xiao was thinking about this, he wanted to check if there were any divine treasures in the spatial ring that Xiao Feng had given him. At this moment, Xiao Ling walked in from outside. She had tears on her face, which made people feel sorry for her. "Ling Er, what's wrong with you? Who bullied you? I'm going to take revenge for you," Ling Xiao said with concern. Xiao Ling jumped into Ling Xiao's embrace and cried, "Did Grandpa leave? Does he not want Ling Er anymore?" Ling Xiao didn't expect Xiao Ling to know about it. He immediately patted her on the back and said, Ling Er, don't worry. Grandpa just has something to do. It won't be long before he returns to Ling Er. No. I know there must be a reason why Grandpa left Ling Er, but this time, I feel like Grandpa is really leaving me forever. I feel very sad and sad, Xiaoling said sadly. Ling Xiao didn't know how to comfort her and could only let her cry on his shoulder. It was only when she was tired from crying that he wanted to say a few words. However, he found that the lass had actually fallen asleep on his shoulder. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly, picked her up by the waist, entered her room and put her on the light couch. Just when Ling Xiao wanted to leave, Xiaoling hugged him tightly and said, "Grandpa, don't leave Ling Er. Grandpa, don't leave Ling Er." Ling Xiao felt Xiaoling's dependence on her grandfather. He couldn't bear it. He immediately sat on the soft couch and let her hug him to sleep. Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest impulse in the face of this warm and fragrant soft jade. He only had infinite love for this lass. Who would have the heart to blaspheme and hurt such a pure and beautiful woman like her? Unknowingly, Ling Xiao seemed to feel that he had a strange feeling. His power seemed to be out of control, constantly absorbing the surging power from the outside world. At the same time, his various martial techniques appeared in his mind. Sky Frost Fist, Cloud Expelling Palm, Wind God's Kick, Heavy Fist, Limitless Doppelganger Technique, Tyrant Dragon Spear Technique, 9 Sun Burning Heaven Fist, Illusion Technique. All the martial techniques that he had cultivated in the past were self-practicing with his divine soul in his sea of consciousness. That fist intent, palm intent, leg intent, movement technique, and many other concepts all underwent earth-shaking changes at the same time. Ling Xiao unknowingly fell into an inexplicable epiphany. His eyes gradually closed. Only his divine soul was repeatedly cultivating. His whole person's aura was actually gradually rising. Although this kind of improvement was not fast, but for any holy emperor, it was absolutely very terrifying. If this strange phenomenon were to be seen by others, perhaps they would be so envious that they would drool. Not knowing how long had passed, Xiaoling finally opened her eyes again. Looking at Ling Xiao, who was close at hand, a different kind of emotion surged in her heart. That pure white face was suffused with a bashful blush. However, she saw that Ling Xiao was meditating with his eyes closed. His complexion was quite ethereal and elegant, which made her pain just now lessen a lot. At the same time, she didn't dare to move for fear of disturbing Ling Xiao. So she simply leaned on his chest again and closed her eyes. Lying in brother Ling Xiao's arms is really comfortable. This last thought very innocently. Ling Xiao didn't know how long had passed, but it seemed that the person in his arms had moved slightly, causing him to wake up from that wonderful feeling. When he saw Xiaoling in his arms, his face revealed an incomparable joy. He muttered in his heart, "The ethereal body is indeed extraordinary. I can actually use Ling Er's miraculous power to enter an epiphany, allowing me to perfect all aspects of the concept by a lot." "Brother Ling Xiao, why are you looking at me like that? Is there a flower on my face?" Xiaoling opened her watery eyes and asked Ling Xiao. The beauty's breath was like orchids, making Ling Xiao feel exceptionally warm. He intimately scratched her nose and said with a smile, "Yes, there are a lot of flowers on your face." Whiz. Xiaoling instantly bounced up from Ling Xiao's embrace and exclaimed softly, "Really? Then I must be very ugly right now." No matter how naive and pure Xiaoling was, she was still a girl who loved beauty, and she also cared about her appearance. "Hee hee, silly girl, your face is covered in tears, of course it's ugly," Ling Xiao said jokingly. "So brother Ling Xiao is playing with me, I hate it." Xiaoling pouted in dissatisfaction. Then, she thought of her grandfather, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of sadness. Ling Xiao stood up and patted her shoulder. "Ling Er, your grandfather has something important to do. He will come back to find you after he is done. He is only temporarily entrusting me to take care of you. You are no longer a child, so you must learn to be independent and strong to face all problems." Xiaoling said, "I know brother Ling Xiao is comforting me. This time, when Grandpa came back, I felt that he was going to leave me, but I didn't expect him to leave without saying goodbye. Ling Er grew up with Grandpa and I really can't bear to part with him." As she spoke, tears welled up in her beautiful eyes again. "You can't cry anymore, it'll be ugly if you cry again," Ling Xiao hurriedly said. Then he changed the topic. "Ling Er, don't you like to be with Big Brother? I'll take you outside to play, the outside world is big." "And thank you brother Ling Xiao. In the future you can't suddenly abandon me like Grandpa." Xiaoling showed a look that made people feel infinite pity for her. Ling Xiao gently stroked her head, smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, Big Brother will always be by your side." The shadows of the night swayed and the night breeze blew. Ling Xiao opened the space ring given to him by Qiao Feng and carefully looked at the items. When he saw the many good things inside, he almost jumped up in joy. Not only were there many holy grasses, but there were also many ninth-stage divine grasses and some divine pills, one of which could be used when the Holy Emperor reached his peak, while the others were used for tempering and healing. As for the number of divine crystals, there were already 30 million, which was the richest wealth Ling Xiao had ever had. The space rings of the roving bandits that he had killed before were also thrown here, so there should be many good things inside. In addition, there was a handbook, a divine scroll, and a pair of golden gloves. The handbook recorded some of Qiao Feng's experiences when he broke through to the God King realm, and the divine scroll was actually the dragon subduing palm that Qiao Feng cultivated. This was a top palm technique among all divine arts. Ling Xiao didn't expect that he would even leave such a secret technique for Shaoling. As for the pair of golden gloves, it was a mid-grade divine artifact forged from the armor of a 10th stage golden armored beast. This divine artifact was specially left behind by Qiao Feng for Ling Xiao, and it would serve as a deterrent to Ling Xiao when he used the dragon subduing palm in the future. Ling Xiao did not expect Qiao Feng to be so generous. Was he not afraid that he would just take the items and leave? However, when he remembered that Qiao Feng was the famous divine king of the celestial dragon domain, these items were nothing in his eyes. With these spiritual herbs and divine crystals, Ling Xiao did not have to worry about not being able to reach the pinnacle of the Holy Emperor. With the dagger, he would be able to understand the secrets of the divine king. At that time, breaking through to the divine king realm would no longer be an extravagant hope. On top of that, the dragon subduing palm would definitely increase his battle prowess by another level. Thus, Ling Xiao decided to first comprehend the dragon subduing palm before leaving this place. Before this, Ling Xiao had already sensed the monstrous nature of Shaoling's physique. Thus, he suggested that the two of them cultivate together. Of course, it was not a cultivation session where the two of them would roll on the bed and discuss life. Instead, it was a very pure meditation session. Shaoling's thoughts were not that complicated. She only thought that her brother Ling Xiao liked her. Therefore she immediately agreed. In the same room with the help of Shaoling's qi, Ling Xiao soon entered a state of emptiness. He recited the incantation of the dragon subduing palm and looked at the diagrams, absorbing and digesting the profundity and power of the dragon subduing palm at an extremely fast speed. The more he learned about the dragon subduing palm, the more Ling Xiao felt that its vast power was not inferior to the Nine Suns heaven-burning fist at all. It was countless times more powerful than the cloud-expelling palm. The dragon subduing palm was divided into 18 palms. Each of the palms contained the power of subduing dragons and tigers. Moreover, each palm would carry dragon-shaped battle chi. Its killing power was very shocking. If an ordinary person obtained the dragon subduing palm, it would not be easy to learn. Because to learn the dragon subduing palm, one must absorb dragon's blood in order to display the true power of the dragon subduing palm. However, this condition was met by Ling Xiao. Therefore, it was really a piece of cake for him to cultivate the dragon subduing palm. At the same time, with the help of Shaoling, his ability to comprehend the dragon subduing palm increased by several times. In just a few days he had already mastered the first 9 styles, and had more or less understood the last 9 styles as well. It was just that he lacked actual combat experience. Having stayed in this village for about 2 months, Ling Xiao didn't intend to waste his time like this anymore. He had to go out and find her adoptive father, Mad Monk, for Euro Fei. He didn't know whether Mad Monk was still in the Chaos Ridge. At the same time, he wanted to send the news that he was still alive back to the Blazing Flame merchants in case Xian Yao and his master's wife would worry about him. Chapter 11-18. Qin Zhong was a town elder of a medium-sized faction. Although he wasn't on the same level as the Sinjin of Goguryeo, he was still a peak divine king. His strength was naturally unquestionable. Previously, he had spent heavy crystals to exchange for a divine scroll in the black market. That divine scroll had a restriction that even a peak divine king couldn't open. It wasn't that easy to open. He didn't believe it. He felt that there would definitely be records of a high-level divine art inside. He felt that he had the ability to open the restriction. When the time came, it would give him a powerful divine art. It would also give his Qin family a stronger foundation. However, before he could open the restriction, he was targeted by someone. Ma Ying's roving bandits was a faction that was second only to the bloodthirsty and the fierce bandits in the Chaotic Ridge. Ma Ying was also a high-level divine king. He also had 20 to 30 divine kings of different levels. When Qin Zhong left the black market, Ma Ying and the others immediately chased after Qin Zhong. They asked Qin Zhong for the divine scroll. Others might not know who had auctioned the divine scroll in the black market. However, Ma Ying would definitely know. This was because he was the one who had obtained the divine scroll. He was also the one who had auctioned it in the black market. He had obtained the divine crystals from the auction. However, he didn't want the divine scroll to be lost. Therefore, he planned to steal it back. His plan was really good. However, Qin Zhong wasn't easy to deal with. He also had 3 divine kings with him. Under the encirclement of Ma Ying and the others, Qin Zhong was still able to break through and escape. However, he was also severely injured. He had to find a place to recover as soon as possible. However, the chaotic ridge was the territory of the roving bandits. They didn't give him much time to recover. They chased after him again. After a series of fierce battles, Qin Zhong's divine body was severely injured. If it wasn't for his outstanding strength, he would have been killed long ago. However, misfortune never comes alone. Just when he thought he had gotten rid of Ma Ying's roving bandits, he encountered the 6 silver snakes of the snake righteous sect. Now he was surrounded by the 6 silver snakes. Among the 6 silver snakes, the strongest was Gamma Origi. He was a peak intermediate divine king. 11 and 12 were intermediate divine kings. And the other 3 were low divine kings. Logically, with Qin Zhong's strength, it wouldn't be too difficult to deal with them. However, he had been continuously injured by Ma Ying and had been continuously chased after him for 2 months. His strength couldn't reach its peak. He could only exert 60% of his strength. He couldn't fight against the 6 silver snakes at all. Old man, if you know what's good for you, hand over the divine scroll. We'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll die here. Gamma Origi stared at Qin Zhong. Although he knew that Qin Zhong's injuries weren't light, he didn't dare to snatch it directly. He was afraid that Qin Zhong would be driven to desperate measures. If that happened, they wouldn't be able to get away with it. Now Qin Zhong was in a sorry state. He held a divine sword in his hand. The protective spiritual beast he was riding was also covered in blood. There weren't many intact pieces of flesh. Even a sick tiger still had the prestige of a king. Qin Zhong shook the divine sword, and the sound of the sword rang out. When a tiger falls, a sheep gets bullied by a dog. However, it won't be that easy to get my divine scroll. Ma Ying and the others couldn't stop me. Do you think you're stronger than Ma Ying and the roving bandits? Our snake loyalty sect is naturally much stronger than those roving bandits. Hurry up and hand over the divine scroll. Do you really want to force us to fight? Gamma Origi said in a stern voice. Qin Zhong knew that the other party was certain that his strength had declined greatly. Thus he didn't care about anything else. He shouted angrily, "Come and take it if you dare. Even if I have to risk my life, I won't let you have it easy." Immediately after, Qin Zhong attacked preemptively. He planned to kill 1 or 2 of them first. The heavy sword in Qin Zhong's hand weighed 10,000 jin. Wherever the sword ray passed, a huge spatial crack would appear. Its destructive power was extremely shocking. The 6 silver snakes were already prepared. They had already split into 6 directions. They rode their respective silver corrosion snakes and attacked Qin Zhong at the same time. Not only did they block his sword attack, but they also released a terrifying corrosive poisonous gas. The gas filled the space and enveloped Qin Zhong. Qin Zhong seemed to be prepared. He had already used layers of power to isolate the corrosive poisonous gas. However, his spiritual beast was not spared. This was the poisonous gas of the silver corrosion snakes. Once it came into contact with it, it wouldn't be easy to get rid of it. Moreover, his spiritual beast was already heavily injured. It was in a worse state than him. Soon it was poisoned into a pool of blood and a skeleton. Qin Zhong knew that it wouldn't be easy to please them. He could only clench his teeth and say, "Damn it. In the future, I'll definitely make you pay the price." After saying that, he used a powerful move and rushed out of the encirclement of the 6 people. He shot into the distance. It won't be that easy to escape. Gamma Origi snorted coldly. He took the lead and chased after him. The others also caught up. Moreover, they simultaneously released their fused power. They formed a silver corrosion snake and pounced at Qin Zhong. The power of this condensed silver corrosion snake was not inferior to a high-level God King's attack. The impact caused the space to distort and sway. Qin Zhong was heavily injured. His speed was greatly reduced. He couldn't dodge so quickly. He could only clench his teeth and slash several times. Every sword strike had a divine might that could split the heavens and split the earth. Boom, boom. 2 powerful forces swept away everything in the surroundings. Qin Zhong's figure was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he also wanted to take the opportunity to escape. 3 of the 6 silver snakes couldn't withstand it. However, the other 3 intercepted Qin Zhong in advance. A storm of attacks blasted toward Qin Zhong. The other 3 sneak attacked at any time. They affected Qin Zhong greatly. Qin Zhong's injuries became more and more serious. He felt that if this went on he would really die. Even if I die, I'll drag a few of you down with me. Qin Zhong was determined. He forcefully withstood the attacks of Gamma Orgi, 11 and 12. He raised his speed to the extreme. The heavy sword in his hand was like a sweeping army. He concentrated all his power on his sword. He slashed at the 3 silver snakes, 13, 14 and 15. The heavy sword was like a mountain. It shook the space and caused it to collapse. The surrounding space kept distorting and changing shape. 3 blood-curdling screams rang out at the same time. The 3 silver snakes had no way to defend themselves, and their bodies were directly crushed by the heavy sword's light. Blood splattered everywhere. Although Qin Zhong had destroyed the bodies of the 3 silver snakes, he was also seriously injured by the other 3 silver snakes. One of his arms was forcibly chopped off. Moreover, his body was invaded by the corrosive snake's poison. His skin turned black and his power rapidly decreased. Son of AB***, how dare you kill our brother? Go to hell. Gamma Orgi screamed in shock. He stabbed the silver dagger axes in his hand at Qin Zhong. The silver dagger axes directly penetrated Qin Zhong's body. Blood splattered everywhere. Haha, I said that if you want to kill me you'll have to pay the price. Qin Zhong smiled ferociously. He ignored the pain of being stabbed and waved his heavy sword quickly. Gamma Orgi's head was cut off by Qin Zhong. The headless corpse fell straight down. Damn it. Gamma Orgi did not expect Qin Zhong to disregard everything and fight until both sides were injured. He immediately roared angrily and attacked in the direction of Qin Zhong in a frenzy. Qin Zhong was already facing death calmly. A shield appeared in his hand. He rushed in the direction of Gamma Orgi and Zeta Orgi. His body also self-destructed at this moment. Boom boom boom. How terrifying was the power of a peak divine king's self-destruction. It caused the air in the sky to churn far away, and the mountain ridges on the ground shook non-stop. The spiritual beasts were so frightened that they prostrated themselves and trembled. Gamma Orgi and Zeta Orgi dodged it in a sorry state. They did not receive too much impact. However, there was still lingering fear in their hearts. Bastard, this old man actually self-destructed. My brother's souls have probably been destroyed. They won't even have a chance to resurrect. Gamma Orgi roared gloomily. 10th brother, don't say anything. Let's quickly look for our space rings. Otherwise, when the others rush over, the gains won't make up for the losses, Zeta Orgi reminded. Gamma Orgi also knew this was the truth, so he immediately looked for the space rings with Gamma Orgi. However, when they found their brother's space rings, they did not find Qin Zhong's space ring. Did you find 12th brother? Gamma Orgi asked Zeta Orgi. Zeta Orgi shook his head and said, I didn't find him. He probably exploded too violently. I don't know which corner he flew off to. This is a big loss. When Qin Zhong self-destructed, his space ring was naturally scattered. Even if they had amazing divine senses, space rings were inanimate objects, so it was not easy to find them. However, they still refused to give up and expanded the scope of their search. At that moment, however, many powerful auras rushed over from afar. Both Gamma Orgi and Zeta Orgi sensed the extraordinariness of these auras. 10th brother may be one of Ma Ying's people, Zeta Orgi said with some worry. Damn it, they didn't come earlier or later, they just had to come at this time. Let's go. Gamma Orgi gritted his teeth and could only give up on searching for the space ring, leaving together with Gamma Orgi. Their snake loyalty sect was naturally not afraid of Ma Ying's roving bandits, but they had already lost several of their brothers, and these roving bandits dared to rob them no matter what force they were from. In order to avoid trouble, they had no choice but to retreat first. When Ma Ying and the others arrived, Gamma Orgi and Zeta Orgi had already hidden far away. There were a dozen people on Ma Ying's side, all of whom were God King realm existences. Boss, they've escaped. A mid-level God King reported to Ma Ying. Ma Ying furrowed his brows and said, looking at the remnants of the poisonous gas, it should be those silver snakes from the righteous snake sect. However, I don't know if they were fighting that old man. Saying so, he closed his eyes and sensed the remaining auras in this world. After a while, he coldly snorted and said, Qin Zhong is actually dead. I'm afraid the spirit scroll has fallen into the hands of the snake loyalty sect's silver snakes. Let's quickly chase after them. Once one reached the God King realm, they would have various divine abilities. A battle had just occurred here, but mine could rely on the residual auras to deduce the situation of the battle that had just occurred here. Saying so, their group hurriedly chased after the Gamma Origi and Zeta Origi. Chapter 11:19. The dense forest was lush and lush. A pair of young people were shuttling through the forest. The man was handsome and confident, while the woman was beautiful and graceful. They were like a pair of golden boy and jade girl, a perfect match. Weren't they Ling Xiao and Xiao Linger who came out of the village? Brother Ling Xiao, aren't you going back to the city? Why are you walking through this desolate mountain? It's much faster to walk by water, and there are often spirit beasts roaming around here. Xiao Ling returned to his lively appearance, lightly tapping his feet as he asked Ling Xiao. I also want to go back as soon as possible, but Big Brother still needs to find someone in this area. Ling Xiao replied. No matter where Brother Ling Xiao goes, Linger will follow you. Xiao Ling said obediently. Suddenly at this moment, an earth-shattering explosion came from afar. Even Ling Xiao and Xiao Linger, who were far away, were shocked by this terrifying power. After a long time, the tremors gradually subsided. So scary, is this a natural disaster? Xiao Ling said with a hint of fear. Ling Xiao patted her back and said, Don't be afraid, there are too many experts here. Their battle is indeed earth-shattering, let's go in another direction and not meet them. With that, he pulled Xiao Ling away quickly in another direction. He was afraid of running into those God Kings just in case they got into trouble. However, at this moment, something was thrown in front of them from high up in the sky. They were startled like birds startled by the twang of a bow. Ah! When Xiao Ling saw what it was, she couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Her entire body shrank behind Ling Xiao, and her delicate face became incomparably pale. Don't be afraid, it's just an arm. Ling Xiao hurriedly comforted her. On the ground there was a bloody arm. The arm was still holding onto a heavy sword. It looked extremely savage and terrifying. Clearly the arm had been sent flying here by the battle in the distance. Brother Ling Xiao, let's go. Although Xiao Ling had the strength of a high-level saint, she had never fought with anyone before. Looking at this arm, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. She pulled Ling Xiao and was about to leave. Ling Xiao nodded and said, All right, let's go. Then he pointed at the arm, and a corrosive aura of death wrapped around the arm, completely corroding it. Only the heavy sword and the spatial ring were left on the ground. Without saying a word, Ling Xiao put these two items away and flew in a direction with Xiao Ling, too slow, not fast enough. Ling Xiao faintly sensed that he was being watched, and he became more anxious. He simply carried Xiao Ling and raised his body movement to the extreme, and his body kept moving in the forest. Ling Xiao ran for half a day and finally felt relieved when he was far away from danger. However, as soon as he steadied himself, a figure appeared in front of him. This made Ling Xiao's body and mind go cold. Hand over the things you just obtained. The figure said in a calm tone with his back facing Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling. The figure was extremely tall and strong, wearing a white robe with a white cloth wrapped around his head. Clusters of refined energy surrounded him, and he gave off an otherworldly aura. The fact that he could appear in front of Ling Xiao without a sound showed that his strength was far above Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao was certain that this person was definitely a real divine king, and not an ordinary demigod king. Ling Xiao was depressed in his heart. He thought that his destiny was heaven-defying, and he could casually pick up divine weapons and interspatial rings on the road. Unexpectedly, he still got into trouble. Fortunately, this person in front of him was not unreasonable. If someone else made a move to kill him immediately, it would not be too late to take the interspatial ring. But this person only wanted the things he picked up, and did not show any signs of making a move, which made him feel that it was acceptable. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and took out the interspatial ring and the heavy sword. He did not dare to walk over, so he could only put these two things on the ground and said, Sir, these are the things you want. After Ling Xiao put the things down, he pulled Xiao Ling and hurriedly retreated quite a distance. That person tilted his face and glanced at the things on the ground. With a light wave of his hand, he kept the interspatial ring into his hand and left the heavy sword. You picked up these things, so I won't let you suffer a loss. You and I will each take one. That person said indifferently and immediately left. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao cried out in alarm, Sir, wait. That person stopped and turned to look at Ling Xiao and faintly said, Why, are you not convinced? Ling Xiao waved his hand repeatedly and said, No. You misunderstood, I don't know that Sir is called Sha Yan. That person raised his eyebrows, and his divine eyes burst out with two seemingly solid divine lights, which was quite frightening. How do you know this name? That person's aura rose steadily, and his aura pressured Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling to the point that they could not breathe. Ling Xiao did not speak, but under his will, an additional beauty appeared in front of him. This beauty's delicate face was seductive, and her figure was full of charm. She was covered in multicolored holy light, and was filled with a punishing temptation. Wasn't this beauty Euro Fei, who had always been inside Ling Xiao's medicine cauldron? She looked at the person in front of her, and her beautiful eyes rippled with pleasant surprise. She could not help but shed tears. Foster father. You are Fei? That person showed an expression of shock. Euro Fei arrived in front of that person in 2 steps and knelt down in front of him, saying, "Your child has finally found foster father." "Hi, good, I didn't expect Fei to also come to the heaven domain, and your achievements are not small at all." Not bad. The man laughed maniacally, then took off the white cloth wrapped around his head, revealing a bald head with rings on it. This person was Mad Monk, who was being pursued by the Snake Loyalty sect, an existence ranked 78th on the god slaughtering list. His original name was Sha Yan, and he was the leader of the Holy Yin cult in the Xianling continent Sand region. After he left the Xianling continent and came to the heaven domain, he passed the position to his eldest disciple. Euro Fei was a woman, and at that time her strength was a notch lower than his eldest disciple, so she was only arranged to be a holy maiden, and later became the deputy sect leader. Ling Xiao really did not expect that the mad monk that he had been searching for would appear on his own. This made him heave a sigh of relief, and it could be considered as fulfilling Euro Fei's wish. Sha Yan did not expect that when he left the Xianling continent, Euro Fei was only a low-level saint. Now that thousands of years had passed, she had actually reached the high-level Holy Emperor's strength, which made him feel very gratified. After the two of them sighed for a while, Sha Yan turned his gaze to Ling Xiao and asked, "Is this the kid who brought you here?" Euro Fei's face was flushed, and just when she was about to introduce Ling Xiao smiled and stepped forward to greet Sha Yan. "Greetings, father-in-law. I am Euro Fei's husband, Ling Xiao." Sha Yan came forward and looked Ling Xiao up and down, then laughed. I did not expect my daughter to come, and even my son-in-law. Not bad. On the other hand, Sha Yan admired Ling Xiao a little. After all, he dared to admit his relationship with Euro Fei, and was also very tactful. However, when he saw that there was a delicate woman beside him, he felt a little unhappy in his heart, but he did not bother about it. It did not matter if a man had a few female confidants. "Father-in-law, have you heard of the saying, Blade Tyrant is bloodthirsty, Evil Emperor is romantic, Sword Fanatic is single-minded, and Mad Monk is invincible?" Ling Xiao asked seriously. "What does this mean?" Sha Yan did not answer and asked instead, his eyes revealing a hint of interest. "It doesn't mean anything. I just want to ask, father-in-law, are you that Mad Monk?" Ling Xiao did not beat around the bush and asked directly. "Seems like you know quite a lot of things." "That's right, I am Sha Yan, the leader of the Sacred Yin sect of the Sand region, and also the rumored Mad Monk of the Central region." Sha Jing replied and rubbed his bald head out of habit. Then he sighed and said, "However, this false reputation is useless in the heaven realm." Ling Xiao's expression became a little excited as he said, "Then father-in-law, do you know my master, the Evil Emperor?" "Evil Emperor? He's your master?" Sha Yan asked in surprise. "That's right, Ro Fei and I came to the heaven realm for the same purpose. She is looking for you and I am looking for my master." Ling Xiao nodded. "So that's how it is. No wonder you have a peach face. It seems like you are in the same boat as the Evil Emperor. However, if you let Fei suffer any grievances, I will not forgive you." Sha Yan warned and then said, "This is not a place to talk. Let's leave this place first. I will talk to you about your master later." Ling Xiao and the others naturally didn't have any objection. They followed Sha Yan for a while and opened a cave mansion in an inconspicuous mountain ridge. Then they set up a concealing restriction formation and entered the cave mansion. "Actually, I came to the heaven realm with your master and 2 other fellows, but we were separated at the heaven realm stronghold. However, I received some news from your master later in the heaven realm," Sha Yan said. After a pause, he said, "I heard that he might have encountered some trouble at that time, and I have been looking for him all these years. After all, outsiders like us don't have many friends and it seems too weak to do anything." "Something happened to my master?" Ling Xiao screamed in fear. Sha Yan said in a low voice, "It happened 100 years ago. The heaven realm is too vast. It's not easy to find someone. I heard that he had offended a force, so he was chased into the disorderly burial space, one of the 8 forbidden lands. It's an extremely dangerous place. Any king god realm warrior who enters that place has a slim chance of survival. However, the ones who can come out alive have great achievements. Anyway, the situation isn't very optimistic. What? My master entered the disorderly burial space? He has only the Holy Emperor's power. He will definitely die if he goes there. Ling Xiao was panic-stricken. He fell to the ground, his mind in a mess. When he was in the Zhang family, he had read many books. He knew that the Heaven Realm had 8 forbidden lands, and the disorderly burial space was undoubtedly one of the most dangerous ones. The environment there was extremely harsh. It wasn't a space where humans could survive. The chaotic energy there was enough to kill any King God Realm warrior. Even incipient God Realm experts couldn't guarantee that they could escape unscathed. That was why it was called the disorderly burial space. Chapter 11:20. The chaotic burial space was one of the 8 great forbidden lands. It was extremely dangerous. Even divine kings didn't dare to enter, let alone the Holy Emperor. However, there were many secrets hidden in the records. Those who were lucky enough to come out alive all had extremely high achievements. But so far, the number of people who had entered the chaotic burial space had not exceeded 100. It should be known that the heaven domain had experienced tens of millions of years. The number of people who had entered the chaotic burial space was terrifying. But only a few people could come out. It could be imagined how terrifying it was. Back in the central region, Ling Xiao had heard from the evil emperor that he was only at the peak of the intermediate Holy Emperor's strength. Entering the chaotic burial space with this kind of strength, if it wasn't death, then what was? You said that the evil emperor was only at the Holy Emperor's strength? Xia Yin laughed involuntarily. Isn't that so? That's what my master told me. Ling Xiao replied. Then he told Xia Yin the general situation of the evil emperor, accepting him as a disciple and teaching him for a year in the central region. Xia Yin pondered for a moment and said, So that's how it is. I know why your master dared to enter the chaotic burial space. Ling Xiao looked at Xia Yin nervously, hoping to get a definite answer from him. Your master came to the Heaven Region Fortress with us. At that time we were only half a Holy Emperor. There were already quite a number of Holy Emperors in the fortress, and there were definitely more peerless experts in the Heaven Region. So we planned to become Holy Emperors in the fortress before going to the Heaven Region. However, at that time, none of us were willing to submit to each other, so we all acted on our own. However, I heard from your master that he once obtained an ancient secret technique that could split his attributes into multiple clones, but the conditions were extremely harsh. He didn't know if he could succeed, but if he did, he would be able to have multiple clones and multiple lives. The clone that he took in as a disciple should only be one of his clones, and that clone's strength was at the peak of the mid-level Holy Emperor, which was the strength we had before we went to the Heaven Region. With our Tenbin strength, how could we still be at the same level after being in the Heaven Region for thousands of years? 100 years ago, when I heard news about your master, he was already a divine king like me, but I didn't know which stage he was at. He paused for a moment and continued, maybe he felt that he was in danger at that time, so he sent his clone back to the Xianling continent to take you as his disciple. Upon hearing Xia Yan's words, Ling Xiao was stunned speechless. He didn't expect that to be the case. Was that really master's clone? Ling Xiao mumbled to himself in confusion. As he said that, he took out the jade tube of life that his master had left for him. He said that he could use this jade tube of life to find his location in the Heaven Region. The jade tube of life was still shining brightly, which meant that the evil emperor was still alive. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and said, Master is fine. I can feel that the direction it is pointing to is in that direction, but it's not obvious. Maybe it's too far away. As he said that, Ling Xiao pointed to the northeast. Xia Yan exclaimed, That's the direction of the chaotic burial space. I didn't expect the evil emperor to still be alive. It seems the 4 of us still have a chance to reunite. The battle in the central region hasn't been decided yet, Bloodlust Mad Blade, Demonic Emperor Charming, Sword Fanatic Single-Minded, and Mad Monk Invincible. The 4 of them were once legends of the central region. No one knew who won the battle on the heaven-ceasing peak. In truth, the 4 of them didn't have a clear winner in that battle, but they felt it was a pity that they didn't become the true Holy Emperor. So they went to the Heaven Region stronghold together, hoping to find a way to make a breakthrough before deciding the winner. However, as they all pursued higher realms, the battle was pushed back again and again. Until now, no one knew what had happened in the heaven region. After learning about his master's situation, Ling Xiao also felt relieved. At the very least, he could give an explanation to his master's wife when he returned. However, if his master was in the chaotic burial space, how were they going to find him? This was a problem worth considering. Afterwards, Yuro Fei and Sha Yin chatted about the general situation of the past few years. The father and daughter both sighed with emotion. "Godfather, you've been gone for thousands of years. I thought I would never see you again." The person Yuro Fei respected the most in her life was her godfather. Now that they met again, her heart was filled with excitement and joy. At that time, Godfather wholeheartedly pursued the pinnacle of martial arts and neglected you. But I knew that you would one day surpass Godfather, so I let you continue to stay in the Sand region. Now that you've come to the Heaven region, you and I don't have anything to worry about. Let your eldest senior brother manage the Holy Yin cult. In any case, it's nothing in the Heaven region, Sha Yin said. He paused for a moment, then asked, "Do you have a place to stay now?" "Right now, I'm following my husband. He's temporarily a guest deacon of the Blazing Flame Merchants, so he has a place to stay in Blazing Flame City," Yuro Fei replied. Sha Yin revealed a surprised expression. "Good boy, with your strength, you've actually caught the attention of the Blazing Flame Merchants. Not bad indeed. The evil emperor and my daughter both have good taste. Godfather, why don't you come with us? That way we can all take care of each other," Yuro Fei said impatiently. She had just reunited with her godfather, so she naturally didn't want to be separated like this, so she said this. Ling Xiao also said, "That's right, father-in-law, Ro Fei has been looking for you for a long time. Once you're in Blazing Flame City, you can also cultivate in peace and not be disturbed by others." Sha Yin waved his hand and said, "I won't be going with you to Blazing Flame City for the time being. I'll stay in the Chaotic Ridge for a while, and I'll come find you in the future." He paused for a moment before continuing, "But don't worry, I'll escort you back to Clear River City." Yuro Fei was quite disappointed when she heard Sha Yan's answer. Ling Xiao comforted her. "Didn't father-in-law say that he would find us? You don't have to worry." Ling Xiao also felt that it was a bit of a pity. If they had Sha Yan, the God King of the God Slaughter list, by their side, they would feel much safer. Xiao Ling had been listening to their conversation, and her expression turned a little gloomy. She was thinking about her grandfather again. Next, Sha Yan escorted Ling Xiao and the others out of the Chaotic Ridge. At the same time, he returned the space ring that Ling Xiao had picked up. However, before returning the space ring, Sha Yan took out a portion of the divine crystals from the space ring and the divine scroll. He tried to open it, but he was almost killed by the backlash. Helpless, he no longer had any thoughts of touching the divine scroll and handed it over to Ling Xiao to see if he had the chance to open it. At the same time, Sha Yin gave Yuro Fei quite a few light attribute saint treasures and divine objects so that she could accumulate strength as soon as possible. He also told her many secrets about the God King realm. To Yuro Fei, these were definitely the most valuable experiences, allowing her to avoid many detours in the future. Along the way, Xiao Ling, who was lively, became a little dull. Ling Xiao asked, "Is Ling Heir thinking about grandfather again?" Xiao Ling nodded, then shook her head. She glanced at Yuro Fei but did not say anything. Ling Xiao naturally did not know that this girl was actually a little jealous. After all, a beautiful woman had suddenly appeared, and she was also Brother Ling Zhao's wife. Moreover, Brother Ling Zhao's care for her had decreased slightly, so she naturally felt a little unbalanced. In general, Xiao Ling had not experienced much in the ways of the world, and it was not that Ling Xiao had deliberately neglected her. "Clear River City is just up ahead, so I won't be going in with you. I'm currently wanted, and once I become a high-level God King, I'll definitely make Snake Loyalty Sect pay the price." Sha Yin scratched his head and said with a cold expression, "Foster father, how about I go with you?" Yuro Fei said rather reluctantly, "Don't be silly. If you follow me, I'll have to worry about you." "Don't worry, once I find what I need, I'll go to Raging Flame City to see you," Sha Yin said, and then he said to Ling Xiao, "If you want to find your master, wait for me to come back. I'll accompany you to the chaotic burial space to take a look. Don't be anxious for now, with the evil emperor's ability, nothing should happen to him. Perhaps the next time he appears, his strength will be above mine." With that, he returned to the chaotic ridge by himself. Yuro Fei looked at Sha Yan's departing figure, and tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Father and daughter reunited after so many years, but separated again in just a few days. It really made her feel sad. Xiao Ling looked at the sad Euro Fei and felt that her experience was very similar to hers. He immediately comforted her. Sister Fei, don't be sad. Uncle will definitely come back to see you. Ling Xiao also said, that's right, Ro Fei. Father-in-law has his own ideas. He pursues the highest realm. Do you want to be a burden to him? Euro Fei wiped away her tears and said, I'm fine. I'm already very happy to be able to see foster father again. Let's go back. Once again returning to Clear River City, Ling Xiao's heart was filled with emotions. It should be known that he almost died 3 months ago. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to be saved by Xiao Ling and barely survived. Ling Xiao put Euro Fei and Xiao Ling into the medicine cauldron, and then returned to the Blazing Flame merchant's property shop. He couldn't wait to know whether Lai Ruyu and Raioi had returned safely or not. When the shop manager Duan Liang saw Ling Xiao again, he opened his mouth wide and exclaimed, You are the guest deacon Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao rubbed the bridge of his nose and said, Manager Duan, don't tell me that you don't remember me after not seeing me for a few days? Duan Liang hurriedly waved his hand and said, No, I didn't think that you would still be alive. Bah, I said the wrong thing. I didn't think that you would suddenly come back. This is great. Duan Liang's expression was extremely excited, as if he was very happy to see Ling Xiao. Could it be that Miss Ryu and Elder Yong didn't come back? Ling Xiao asked with an unsightly expression. At that time he still remembered that Lai Ryu had suddenly crushed a jade tube, and then a giant palm had taken them away. He was afraid that they were still being chased by the bloodthirsty roving bandits. They came back long ago. Now that you're back, it's even better. Duan Liang hurriedly replied. Chapter 11:21. Since Ling Xiao had blocked a fatal attack for Lai Ryu had been living in guilt. In the first 2 months, Lai Ryu had urged her father to send a lot of warriors to kill the bloodthirsty roving bandits and the Ox Village gang. The leaders and gang leaders of these 2 groups of bandits had already been killed. The remaining people didn't pose much of a threat at all. Lai Ryu led a large group of experts, mobilized a lot of manpower and resources to find them, and then killed them one by one. When Lai Ryu returned to Clear River City, she looked so haggard. She didn't have her lively personality anymore. Lai Wudi felt so sorry when he saw his daughter like this. He had to ask Raioi to take Lai Ryu back to Blazing Flame City to heal her heart wound. At the same time, he used the secret technique to inform his father that they didn't need to make a big fuss. After all, if they sent an incipient God Realm expert, it would create a big commotion. On a big flower boat on the moat of Blazing Flame City. This was a private boat of the Blazing Flame merchants. It wasn't a boat for the flower and wine business. 2 peerless beauties were sitting in the cabin. One of them was holding a glass of wine and drinking while the other was sitting in front of a table. She was playing a sad melody, which made the woman who was drinking even sadder. It was like the old saying, drown your sorrows with wine. When the song ended, the woman sobbed as if she couldn't finish her grievance and pain. The woman who was playing the melody had a beautiful face like a flower. Her beautiful eyes were like autumn water. She was wearing a light blue silk dress, which outlined her seductive, snake-like body perfectly. This woman was Zhou Zhijing, an inner disciple of the Blazing Flame merchants. She used to find a husband on this moat. The other woman looked like a fairy. Her facial features looked like they were made of exquisite sculptures. She looked so perfect and flawless. However, she had a sad but beautiful smile on her face, which made people feel sad and sad. Little junior sister, don't torture yourself like this. Zhou Zhijing walked over to Lai Ryu's side and pressed down the wine cup in her hand. Seeing her junior sister so sad for the first time, Zhou Zhijing's heart was also very distressed. A vague figure appeared in her mind, and she sighed softly in her heart. What is love in the world? It's called living and dying together. Lai Ryu bitterly smiled and said, Senior sister, I just want to get drunk. Otherwise, I will always think of that guy. Tell me, why did he block that attack for me in the end? Otherwise he wouldn't have died. Thinking of Ling Xiao, Lai Ryu's heart ached. In the beginning she hated this guy to death and wanted to kill him as soon as possible. However, after interacting with him, she found that he was not that hateful. Although he was a little thick-skinned, shameless, and lecherous, he was quite loyal and knew that he would stand in front of women in times of danger. That was what moved her the most. She still remembered the first time he touched her chest, the first time he didn't care about her identity, and even the first time he spanked her. Although they only got to know each other for a short period of time, in her heart, he had become extremely important. Zhou Zhijing gently stroked Lai Ryu's back and said softly, Didn't you say that you would never like those stinky men in your life? Forget about him, you still have me. Lai Ruyu did not say anything. She grabbed the wine pot and drank it alone. Zhou Zhijing did not know how to persuade her. She could only pray in her heart that Lai Ruyu would get through this as soon as possible. In her heart, she was also wondering if she would be so sad for a man one day. Greetings, Vice Club Leader. The servant's respectful voice came from outside. A well-built figure stepped into the flower boat. This figure had a strong waist and a strong back. From afar she looked like a strong man, but she was actually a woman. She was also the Vice Club Leader of the Blazing Flame Merchants. Missy, you're here? When Zhou Zhijing saw Lai Rui, she immediately became well-behaved and greeted her. She was one of the few people who knew Lai Rui's identity. This was also because she was Lai Ruyu's best friend. Lai Rui nodded lightly. She then looked at Lai Ruyu, who was still drinking, and frowned. Sister, you're here. Come and drink with me. Let's not go home until we're drunk. Lai Ruyu called out with a dazed expression. Lai Rui did not say anything. She walked in front of Lai Ruyu and flipped all the dishes on her table. What? How long are you going to drink? You've been drowning your sorrows in alcohol ever since you came back from Heching City. Are you going to keep doing this? Lai Rui questioned. Looking at her dispirited sister, Lai Rui's heart was bleeding. She had once thought of letting something happen between Ling Xiao and her sister. It would be best if they could be in love with each other. In this way they could form a relationship with Kim people. In the future, the Blazing Flame Merchants would definitely be stronger than before. However, there was a misunderstanding at that time. She had originally dismissed the idea, but it still happened. Her sister actually became like this because of Ling Xiao. It was a far cry from her usual self. Although the two of them were half-sisters, the feelings between them were very sincere. As the elder sister, she also felt distressed for her younger sister. Sister, you don't understand. He died because he blocked that fatal blow for me. Otherwise, I would be the one who died. Lai Ruyu cried. He blocked that blow for you. That's what he should do. He's just a guest deacon that we hired. Lai Rui emphasized. That's right. He's just a small guest deacon, but he once taught me to think more about the people around me. If it weren't for my stubbornness, insisting on pestering my father to arrange for me to enter the chaotic ridge, then perhaps he wouldn't have been in trouble. It's all because of me, emotionally said Lai Ruyu. So what? You're a young mistress and he's a deacon. It's his honor to sacrifice his life for you. Don't be so naive, okay? Don't tell me you've fallen for him? Lai Rui said loudly. I'd rather die myself than let him die. Wah. Lai Ruyu responded and cried bitterly on the bridge. Lai Rui sat beside her and patted her shoulder. Silly girl, Ling Xiao is a good man. If he can stand in front of a woman, he's prepared. How can he let a woman stand in front of him? Pull yourself together. I believe he doesn't want to see you so sad. Lai Ruyu didn't say anything. She just kept crying bitterly. Lai Rui could only sigh silently in her heart. She hoped that time could heal her painful injury. At this moment, Zhou Zhijing walked in from outside the boat and said, Young mistress, a deacon said he has something to report to you. Lai Rui hesitated for a moment, but she still let go of Lai Ruyu and walked out. After a while, Lai Rui hurried in with a smile. Sister, let me ask you. If he's not dead, what are you going to do? Lai Ruyu didn't know what her sister meant. She hesitated for a moment and said, I don't have any plans. As long as he's not dead, I don't have to feel guilty. That's it? Don't you want to be with him? Tell me the truth? Lai Rui said slyly. Lai Ruyu showed a bit of shyness. When she thought of that naughty smile, her heart rippled. I don't like that pervert, Lai Ruyu gritted her teeth. If that's the case, then I'll send him to a remote place so that you don't have to worry about him. Lai Rui said. Yes, send him. What, sister, what do you mean? Lai Ruyu first said a few words, then suddenly woke up and exclaimed. Didn't I just say it clearly? You don't like that pervert. If I don't kill him, I'll just punish him. Later, I'll order someone to send him to another place, Lai Rui said and walked out at the same time. Lai Ruyu suddenly jumped up and grabbed Lai Rui. Sister? You mean he's not dead? He deserves to die. Lai Rui replied with a light smile. How could Lai Ruyu not hear her sister's words? She immediately showed an extremely anxious expression and said, Sister, where is he? Tell me quickly. Could there be news of him from Clear River City? I'll go look for him immediately. Lai Rui smiled and stroked Lai Ruyu's face. Didn't you say you don't like him? Why are you so anxious now? Lai Rui lightly punched Lai Rui and said shyly, Sister, even you make fun of me. Lai Rui said seriously, Ling Xiao is indeed still alive, and he has returned to Raging Flame City. Really? That's great. Sister, hurry up and call him over. No. I'll go look for him. Lai Rui said in surprise. Don't rush this matter. Tell me honestly, do you like Ling Xiao? Lai Rui said very seriously. Lai Rui showed a bashful expression and said, Sister, what are you talking about? Why would I like him? Alright, since you've said so, then I won't interfere in the matters between the two of you. This time Ling Xiao didn't come back alone. He also brought 2 stunning women with him. I really didn't expect him to be such a playboy. To think that you would cry your heart out for him. Lai Rui said. What, he actually brought back women? Lai Rui suddenly shouted in shock. Anyway, you're a mistress and he's just a servant. He's not worthy of you. Moreover, his playboy has nothing to do with us. We can't do anything about it. So be it. Lai Rui said indifferently. This won't do. This perverted thief doesn't even put me in his eyes and actually dares to find other women. I'm so angry and I even cried myself to death for him. Lai Rui revealed an angry expression. Then what do you want to do? Kill him? Or kill the women around him? Lai Rui asked. Lai Rui was suddenly speechless. She sat back on the deck and revealed a bitter smile. It's good that he's back. This way I don't have to feel guilty. How many women he brought back has nothing to do with me. Really? You poor girl, don't lie to yourself. If you like him, go ahead and pursue him. With your qualifications, who knows how many people will line up to fight for you. Lai Rui said encouragingly. To be honest, she really approved of her sister and Ling Xiao's relationship. This was a good thing that killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 11:22. Ling Xiao hurriedly returned to Raging Flame City from Clear River City. He didn't want Xin Yao, Feng Qingyuan and Xin Yuyi to worry too much. When he brought Yuro Fei and Xiao Ling back to the manor that Lai Rui had arranged for him, he discovered that the guards here were much tighter, and there was even a demigod king in charge. If he hadn't shown his guest token, he wouldn't have been able to get close. When Ling Xiao appeared in front of Xin Yao, Feng Qingyuan and Xin Yuyi once again, Feng Qingyuan and Xin Yuyi were extremely happy. Only Xin Yao only had a smile on his face and did not look excited at all. This was because he knew that Ling Xiao had the life of an undying cockroach, and would not die so easily. I've made you guys worry? Ling Xiao sighed. This time, it was truly a narrow escape from death. If he hadn't met Xiao Ling, he would have died in some corner long ago. Following that, Ling Xiao introduced Xiao Ling to everyone. The group of people were reunited once again. Ling Xiao even told Feng Qingyuan about his master's news. However, in order to prevent her from worrying, he did not dare say that the evil emperor had entered the chaotic burial space. Instead, he only said that he would wait for Sha Yan to come over before going to look for the evil emperor together. Feng Qingyuan was already overjoyed to be able to hear the news of the evil emperor. Although she really wanted to rush to find the evil emperor immediately, she knew that it was extremely dangerous outside. It was better to increase her strength first. In any case, she had already waited for so many years, so it didn't matter if she waited a little longer. Feng Qingyuan was in a good mood, and after finding out from Ling Xiao that Xiao Ling was Ling Xiao's savior, she immediately pulled the girl and greeted her warmly. Furthermore, this girl was born with a feeling of closeness, and anyone could easily like her. With Feng Qingyuan's concern and guidance, Xiao Ling quickly blended into this small group, and felt a warmth and happiness that was different from before. That's right, when that Commerce Union miss said that something had happened to you, it really gave us a huge fright. If it wasn't for Xian Yao stopping us, we would have gone to look for you. Feng Qingyuan said. After pausing for a moment, she continued, I saw that Miss was rather sad. Did you go around flirting with other girls again? Ling Xiao quickly waved his hand and said, How is that possible? I've always been at odds with that girl. If I hadn't eaten her food, I wouldn't have saved her. No matter what, she treats us pretty well. Not only did she send quite a few people to protect us, she even sent people to deliver all kinds of sacred items for us to cultivate, Feng Qingyuan said. Well, I'll go and say thank you to her when I'm free, Ling Xiao replied softly. In his heart he thought, at least this girl has some conscience. However, at this moment, the voice of the guard came from outside. Guest Deacon, the vice head has urgent matters to discuss with you in the city. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to refuse, so he could only let Yuro Fei and Feng Qingyuan take care of Xiao Ling, while he immediately went into the city. When he arrived at the Merchant Guild Hall, Ling Xiao still went to the towering pavilion where Lai Rui usually received him. However, this time the one in the pavilion was not Lai Rui, but Lai Ruyu. She wore a red satin dress and had a shiny hairstyle on her head, making her look bright and beautiful. However, she stared at Ling Xiao with her almond-shaped eyes, like a prelude to a tigress showing her might. When Ling Xiao saw Lai Ruyu again, he smiled and said, "Greetings, Mississippi, greetings, miss." Lai Ruyu originally wanted to reprimand Ling Xiao, but when she saw Ling Xiao's pretentious look, she could not help but burst into laughter. Lai Ruyu knew that she had lost her composure, so she stopped smiling and asked, Are you all right? Thanks to Miss Ling Xiao is fine. May I know why Miss is looking for me? Ling Xiao said obediently. Lai Ruyu looked at Ling Xiao seriously and said with some guilt in her heart, Thank you for saving me. What are you talking about? I can't possibly let a woman stand in front of me, right? Ling Xiao waved his hand and said indifferently. This time it could be said that he had profited from a disaster. He had already broken through to the advanced Holy Emperor, so he did not care about what happened in the past. After Ling Xiao said this, Lai Ruyu did not know what to say. For a moment there was an awkward silence. Well, if Miss doesn't have anything else to say, Ling Xiao will not disturb you anymore. Ling Xiao said while rubbing his hands. To be honest, at first, Ling Xiao thought that Lai Ruyu was indeed very beautiful. The feeling that she gave him was not inferior to Yun Mingqi at all. However, after coming into contact with her unruly personality, he began to feel repulsed in his heart. If it were not for the fact that this girl had learned to correct her mistakes, Ling Xiao would not have had a good impression of her. But now he did not have any improper thoughts. At most, he only treated her as a normal friend. Don't leave. Lai Ruyu shouted in a hurry. Is there anything else? Ling Xiao asked in return. Lai Ruyu was speechless again. She had only known Ling Xiao for a short time, but he had already left an indelible impression on her. However, it was impossible for her to confess to a man. What if he thought that she was a casual woman? I want to introduce someone to you. Lai Ruyu thought for a moment and replied. Ling Xiao was a little confused and asked, Who is it? You will know when you come to the moat tonight. It is the boat you went to before. Lai Ruyu said, then stood up and walked out of the door. Then she looked back at Ling Xiao and said, Remember to go. Ling Xiao felt a little strange. When he was about to leave the room, Lai Ruyu walked in. Greetings, Deputy Head. Ling Xiao bowed slightly. Ling Xiao knew that the names of Lai Ruyu and Lai Ruyu only differed by one word. He had guessed that Lai Ruyu might be a direct or collateral cousin of Lai Ruyu, but he did not think that they would be half-sisters. After all, their appearances were simply extreme. Lai Ruyu went straight to the point and said, You have met Miss Ruyu, right? This time you have made a great contribution. Not only did you save Miss Ruyu, but you also saved a lot of losses for the Merchant Union. How should I reward you? At the same time, she stared at Ling Xiao with great interest and sized him up. That gaze gave Ling Xiao goosebumps all over his body. He prayed in his heart, Please don't fall for me. Other than being a little handsome, a little tenbin, and a little better character. I don't have many advantages. I'm not worthy of your liking. This is what Ling Xiao should do, Ling Xiao replied hypocritically, then smiled and said, Deputy Head, don't give me too much reward, I'm afraid Ling Xiao can't take it. Just give me a few tens of millions of divine crystals, and give me more stage 9 divine herbs, divine weapons and other divine materials. You know, I'm not a greedy person. As soon as Lai Ruyu heard this, her whole face turned black. She scolded in her heart, This is not greedy? There is no one in the world who is more greedy than you. However, Lai Ruyu did not refuse Ling Xiao's request. She immediately said straightforwardly, Okay, later I will ask someone to give you 100 million divine crystals, 20 divine herbs, 5 divine weapons, and some divine items that can help with cultivation. In addition, I will also make you a guest elder of the Merchant Union, and your salary will be tripled. What do you think? Ling Xiao did not expect that Lai Ruyu would actually agree to his casual words. Could this be a great reward for saving that girl? I think so. She is the daughter of the alliance leader and a dignified lady. It is normal to give her a little more reward. Ling Xiao thought in his heart. In fact, he did not know that his guess was only one of the reasons. The other reason was because his identity was already different. Lai Ruyu also had to curry favor with him and take the opportunity to firmly lock him on the chariot of the Merchant Union. Ling Xiao said a few polite words and was ready to leave. However, Lai Ruyu asked him to make some preparations. There was an important matter that needed him to personally handle in half a month. Ling Xiao did not know what Lai Ruyu had arranged for him, but since he had received benefits from her, he had no choice but to agree. When Ling Xiao left the merchant union hall, Lai Rui sighed softly and said, I did not expect that he would not die after taking a blow from a high-level god king. Moreover, his strength has increased by a level. Kim people's ancient emperor divine technique is really abnormal. If Ryu can really get together with him, our merchant union's position will be unshakable. At night, Ling Xiao came to the moat again. This place was still bustling with noise and excitement. Many cultivators were traveling together, and there were even many noble young masters and young masters looking for women. From time to time, there were bursts of happy laughter coming from the flower boats. Ling Xiao came to the side of the private flower boat that was not open to the public. He showed his token and no one dared to stop him, so he boarded the flower boat. The guqin music was like the flowing spring in the mountains, and also like the low chirping of the larks in the forest. This natural and beautiful music could wash away the fickleness of ordinary people, and people could not help but be intoxicated by this music and be unable to extricate themselves. Ling Xiao could not help but think of his people far away in his hometown. He sighed softly, and his heart was even more determined to strive to reach a higher realm as soon as possible, return to reunite with them and bring them to the heaven domain. The guqin music stopped, but the lingering sound did not dissipate. A graceful and beautiful woman walked out with lotus steps, exuding a holy light that competed with the bright moon. I am Zhou Zhijing. Greetings, guest elder. The woman greeted Ling Xiao with a bow. Ling Xiao was slightly absent-minded and immediately replied, No need to be so polite, I am only a guest elder. The guest elder did not have any real power, and was at most a customer of the Blazing Flame merchants. Guest elder is too polite. In the merchant union, your status is not inferior to any true disciple. Zhou Zhijing gazed at Ling Xiao and smiled lightly. It was undeniable that Ling Xiao was indeed a popular lover in the eyes of women. In addition to his current status, among the younger generation of the merchant union, there were probably very few people who could match up to him. Let's not talk about this. May I know where Miss is? Ling Xiao changed the topic. He was afraid that if he stayed a little longer, he would lose his soul to the woman in front of him. After all, this woman looked elegant and graceful, and had a rare elegant temperament. It was indeed easy for people to fall in love. As Ling Xiao's voice fell, another woman as beautiful as a flower gracefully walked out from the cabin. She was dressed in brightly colored satin, and her body was slightly twisted like a snake. Compared to Zhou Zhijing, she was even more sexy, and her delicate face was even more exquisite and perfect. Wasn't she Lai Ryu? She looked at Ling Xiao with a bit of infatuation and said, Ling Xiao, do you still remember when you took the golden branch? Chapter 11:23. Ling Xiao had thought of all kinds of possibilities before this, but he didn't expect Lai Ryu to suddenly mention that matter. Thinking back to the time when he accidentally used an invincible move, he wanted to Lai Ryu to back off. Unexpectedly, she fell for it. Now that she suddenly mentioned this matter, could it be that she wanted to use this matter to make trouble for him? I have a little impression. No, I don't think I have any impression. Ling Xiao showed some fear. With his current strength, he wasn't afraid of Lai Ryu, but this was her territory. He couldn't make her unhappy. If he admitted that he had an impression, wouldn't it mean that he still remembered the chest attack incident? Lai Ryu curled his lips and said, You don't mean what you say. I called you here to introduce Senior Sister Zhou to you. Back then, you were the one who took Senior Sister Zhou's golden branch, so Senior Sister Zhou is yours. Miss, some things can't be said casually, it will damage Miss Zhou's reputation. Ling Xiao waved his hand. What I said is the truth. Do you want to renege? Lai Ryu pressed. The reason why she did this was to shorten the distance between Ling Xiao. However, she didn't know that this made Ling Xiao feel very disgusted. Ling Xiao frowned, looked at Zhou Zhijing and said, Miss Zhou, I didn't mean to take the golden branch, but the vice headmaster ordered me to come. If there is any misunderstanding, please forgive me. Although Zhou Zhijing was beautiful, Ling Xiao was no longer the love-struck youth he used to be, liking everyone he saw. These days the taste he pursued was different. Zhou Zhijing felt a little uncomfortable. First she was used by Lai Ryu as a shield, and now she was pierced by thousands of arrows. How could she put her face? One had to know that she was the target of many outstanding people in the merchant union. She said to Ling Xiao, regardless of whether Elder did it intentionally or unintentionally, the golden fork was indeed taken by you. Could it be that you despise me for not being able to enter Elder's eyes? As she said that, she threw a resentful look at Ling Xiao, making Ling Xiao look like a person who abandoned her after using her. Ling Xiao couldn't take it anymore. What exactly do you want? Tell me clearly or I won't serve you. Ling Xiao shouted at the two women with a cold face. He thought to himself, I've given you some face and you want to open a dye house? Do you really think that I'm easy to bully? If you dare to continue, I might as well eat all of you. With that, Ling Xiao turned around and was about to leave the flower boat. It was true that Lai Ruyu was a young lady of the merchant union, but Ling Xiao had also spanked her butt. He lowered his status to talk to her because he knew his limits, but if this continued he wouldn't be in the mood to play. Zhou Zhijing really didn't think that Ling Xiao would fall out with her just like that. She felt a little apologetic in her heart, but she also didn't understand why Ling Xiao was so bold as to not even listen to her junior sister's words. Lai Ruyu wasn't afraid of anything, but she was afraid of Ling Xiao's anger. When she thought of how Ling Xiao disregarded her status and beat her up in the chaotic ridge, and how he hit her in that sensitive area, she was embarrassed. Don't go first, I was only joking with you. Lai Ruyu called out in a soft voice. She wanted to thank Ling Xiao, not make Ling Xiao angry. But when she thought of how Ling Xiao wasn't tempted by her senior sister's beauty, she felt a little happy in her heart. I don't have time to joke with you. Say it, what's the matter? Make it clear, I still need to go back to sleep. Ling Xiao said with a cold face. Lai Ruyu became incoherent for a moment. She just wanted to spend more time with Ling Xiao, and it would be best if she could express her feelings. But when the words were at the tip of her mouth, she couldn't say it. Junior sister, where's your usual boldness? If you have something to say, say it. Zhou Zhijing came to Lai Ruyu's side and patted the back of her hand to encourage her. Lai Ruyu hesitated for a moment, and her beautiful eyes flashed with some struggle. She gritted her teeth and said, Nothing, I just wanted to invite you over for a drink to thank you for saving my life. Zhou Zhijing also didn't know what to say. She clapped her hands and asked the servants to serve the wine and dishes. Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony, and after drinking 3 big cups with her, he said, You're a mistress, it's my duty to save you. Moreover, the deputy master increased my treatment, and I can't thank you enough. Let's call it a night, thank you for your hospitality. After saying that, Ling Xiao didn't care about the 2 girls anymore, and turned to leave the flower boat. Lai Ruyu wanted to persuade him to stay, but in the end she couldn't open her mouth. After Ling Xiao left, Lai Ruyu finally grabbed the wine cup and drank it in one go. Zhou Zhijing just accompanied by the side and didn't say anything, but in her heart she was a little interested in Ling Xiao. He was probably the first person who dared to treat her junior sister like this, and he was just a guest elder in the merchant union. Lai Ruyu felt wronged in her heart. Since she was young, who dared to give her a bad attitude? Even some divine kings had to be respectful in front of her. Moreover, with her looks, although she didn't dare to call herself the #1 beauty in the heaven domain, she was still a woman who was ranked in the top, and was pursued by many rich and famous people. However, Ling Xiao never took her seriously. Why is it like this? What? Lai Ruyu frantically scratched her head, and her beautiful eyes rippled with tears. She couldn't understand what was wrong with her. When she thought that Ling Xiao died, she felt sad for him. Now that he came back alive, she didn't know how to face it. Moreover, she felt that Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest interest in her, and this was what made her feel the most terrible. Zhou Zhijing lightly patted Lai Ruyu's fragrant shoulder and said, Little junior sister, actually you don't have to be sad, everything is as expected. Senior sister, are you also laughing at me? Lai Ruyu said with some dissatisfaction. Zhou Zhijing said, No, what I said is true. She paused for a moment and then said, Ling Xiao is only a guest of the Merchant Union, and you are the Merchant Union's Mississippi. He must be aware of his reputation and he doesn't dare to be with you, so he is acting like this. Moreover, you have only known him for a short time. If you come into contact with him in the future, I believe that with little junior sister's outstanding beauty, he will definitely not be able to escape from the palm of your hand. Lai Ruyu thought about Zhou Zhijing's words, and a look of understanding appeared in her beautiful eyes. She said, That's right, maybe it's really as senior sister said. He might not dare to have any improper thoughts about me. That's right, so if you like him, you should first understand him and let him understand you're good, so that the 2 of you can be together as cultivation partners, husband and wife. Otherwise, if it is your wishful thinking, he won't cherish it. Zhou Zhijing said very insightfully. Lai Ruyu relaxed and said with a smile, Whose wishful thinking? I don't like that pervert. Although she said so, in her heart she was thinking about how to create more opportunities with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao returned to his own courtyard. He had just broken through to the high-level Holy Emperor, and it was not suitable for him to go into seclusion, so he took Xiaoling to Raging Flame City. Xiaoling had always lived in the village with her grandfather, and at most had been to Huqing City once or twice, so she was very curious about everything in Raging Flame City. She always looked around from time to time, and looked at all kinds of pedestrians and shops, her delicate face rippling with a few traces of red. "Brother Ling Xiao, it's so lively here," Xiaoling said happily, holding Ling Xiao's hand. "Of course, this is one of the most prosperous cities in the Sky Dragon territory," Ling Xiao replied, then pulled Xiaoling into a shop that specialized in female accessories. The accessories here were not ordinary, and were at least spiritual or holy artifacts, such as gold and silver hair branches, bracelets, chains. They all contained defensive or other functions. Ling Xiao picked a few different accessories, and prepared to take them back as small gifts for his woman. At the same time he took a green butterfly accessory and put it on Xiaoling's beautiful hair, adding a touch of charm to her. "It's beautiful," Ling Xiao praised and did not take it off. They went to pay the glazed crystal. Xiaoling's big eyes flashed with joy, and her jade-like hand caressed the butterfly on her hair, as if she loved it very much. Just as Ling Xiao was about to take Xiaoling out of the trading shop, a coquettish voice rang out, "Young master, I want that hair accessory." A young man and woman suddenly appeared beside Ling Xiao and Xiaoling. The man was dressed extravagantly and had a 10,000-year-old cold jade hanging from his waist. It was obvious that he had an extraordinary family background. His eyes always had a lecherous glint in them as he constantly scanned the women in the shop. The woman's looks were not bad. In addition to her revealing clothes, she appeared sexy and seductive. Her breasts that were about to drop down almost burst the short shirt that she was wrapped in. Her face was covered with heavy makeup and she looked very worldly. The woman was pointing at Xiaoling's hair accessory with a look of jealousy. When the man saw Xiaoling's beautiful appearance, he was immediately shocked, and a strong desire to possess her arose in his heart. His lecherous appearance made Ling Xiao feel very uncomfortable. However, Ling Xiao could not be bothered to lower himself to the same level as these two. He pulled Xiaoling out of the shop. Who knew that before the two of them walked out of the shop, two people would block in front of Ling Xiao and Xiaoling. The man in the luxurious clothing chased after them from the shop and smiled, "Please wait. I am Lai Yinchun from the Lai family. I would like to be friends with the two of you. What do you think?" Within the Celestial Dragon territory, everyone only knew about the Blazing Flame merchants, and very few people mentioned the Lai family. In fact, the founder of the Blazing Flame merchants came from the Lai family. This relationship was a bit similar to the relationship between the Kim people and Dragon Gate. However, between the Kim people and Dragon Gate, it was the Kim people's people who stood above Dragon Gate. On the other hand, between the Blazing Flame merchants and the Lai family, it was the Blazing Flame merchants who stood above the Lai family. They were completely different in nature. The reason was that the founder of the Blazing Flame merchants was only a collateral descendant in the Lai family. He was not valued by the family at all. When he succeeded one day and established the Blazing Flame merchants, he did not have much affection for his original family. If it were not for the pleading of his elders, he would never have allowed the Lai family to enter his merchant union. After countless years of development, the Lai family now held many important positions in the merchant union. This Lai Yinchun was a member of the Lai family. However, his position was different from that of the original Blazing Flame merchants, which was led by Lai Rui. Chapter 11:24. In the Blazing Flame City, everyone would give the Lai family some face. Even the Blazing Flame merchants, knowing that the Lai family had gone overboard, would occasionally turn a blind eye to it, unless the Lai family made a big fuss. That was why Lai Yinchun dared to stop Ling Xiao and Xiaoling. Although his woman was hot and sexy, she didn't have a strong sense of discipline. As long as he had Shen crystals, he could easily find 100 of such coquettish women to serve him. On the other hand, Xiaoling, who was standing beside Ling Xiao, was not only as beautiful as a flower, but also had an otherworldly aura. She was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Indeed, she was the favorite flower in any man's eyes. Lai Yinchun was a good woman. A beauty like Xiaoling was naturally more than he could ask for. Xiaoling could sense that Lai Yinchun was up to no good. She leaned towards Ling Xiao and said, "Brother Ling Xiao, he's not a good person. Let's go." Ling Xiao patted the back of Xiaoling's hand and said, "Don't rush." Then he looked at Lai Yinchun and said, "So it's Brother Lustful Spring. I've heard a lot about you. It's my honor to be able to make friends with a lustful talent like Brother Lustful Spring." "Ah, well said, well said. How should I address this fairy-like girl? Seeing that Ling Xiao was tactful, Lai Yinchun laughed out loud. He looked lustfully at Xiao Ling, almost drooling. The woman next to him said angrily, "Young master, I want that butterfly ornament." "Get inside. You can choose whatever you want." Lai Yinchun shook off the woman and shouted. The woman didn't dare to retort. She glared at Xiao Ling and went back into the shop. "You and I hit it off at first sight today, so I won't beat around the bush with you. I've taken a liking to this girl. Brother, name a price and let me have her. No matter what elixirs or mysterious crystals you want, I'll try my best to satisfy you." Lai Yinchun didn't waste his breath with Ling Xiao and went straight to the point. "Brother Ling Xiao, this person is so annoying. Let's go." Xiao Ling was furious when he heard Lai Yinchun's words. Ling Xiao gave her a reassuring look before asking Lai Yinchun, "Brother Lustful Spring, are you serious?" "Really? Who doesn't know the name of seventh young master Lai in Raging Flame City? Would I lie to you?" Lai Yinchun patted his chest and said forthrightly when he saw that Ling Xiao was tempted. "Okay, then just give me 180 divine elixirs and 180 divine artifacts. Also, prepare 3 to 5 billion divine gems." "I'm not a greedy person," Ling Xiao said casually. When Lai Yinchun heard this, his entire face darkened. At this time, one of the 2 high-level holy emperors who were blocking in front of Ling Xiao and the others said, "Impudent! Don't you know that this is our Lai clan's 7th young master? How dare you speak so arrogantly here?" The other person said, "That's right, it's her fortune that our 7th young master has taken a fancy to her. I'll give you 10 million top-grade mysterious crystals and you'll leave immediately. Otherwise, there will be no place for you in Raging Flame City." "Aha, 10 million sounds like a lot." Ling Xiao laughed wildly, then he glared at the 2 of them and said, "You 2 dogs, scram immediately or don't blame me for being impolite." "Impudent?" The 2 of them shouted at the same time. They really wanted to make a move, but Lai Yinchun hadn't said anything yet, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Lai Yinchun finally said impatiently, "Take him to the wilderness and feed him to the wild wolves. We'll even save this 10 million. Lai Yinchun was used to being a tyrant in Raging Flame City. As long as he didn't cause too much of a commotion, the guards in the city wouldn't care. After all, he was a member of the Lai clan. As soon as his voice fell, the 2 high-level holy emperors revealed a sinister smile and grabbed towards Ling Xiao. Before their hands could land on Ling Xiao's arms, Ling Xiao had already grabbed their wrists. "Good dogs don't block the way. Get out of my way," Ling Xiao said lazily. He exerted force with both of his hands and directly broke their wrists. Kacha. A warrior of the Holy Emperor realm, whether it was in terms of skin, flesh, or bones, they were all quite tough. But just like that, they were broken by Ling Xiao. The 2 of them simultaneously let out miserable screams like pigs being slaughtered. Ling Xiao didn't hold back and kicked them twice, sending them flying far away. The 2 of them screamed again and spat out blood. They lay on the ground, unable to stand up again. Lai Yinchun didn't expect Ling Xiao to actually dare to make a move and be so merciless. "Brother Yinchun, these 2 dogs of yours are barking. Do you mind if I cripple them?" Ling Xiao asked as he looked at Lai Yinchun. Lai Yinchun's face twitched slightly. He forced himself to remain calm and said, "All right, don't you know that this is our Lai clan's territory? You dare to cause trouble here, you must be tired of living." "Is that so? I'm just tired of living." Ling Xiao sneered and took 2 steps towards Lai Yinchun. Lai Yinchun was so scared that he retreated. "What are you trying to do? Don't tell me you still dare to touch me? Don't you know?" Before he could finish his sentence, Ling Xiao had already grabbed him by the collar, his palm mercilessly wrapping around Lai Yinchun's face. Slap. The resounding slap caused Lai Yinchun to let out a miserable scream. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and 5 bright red handprints appeared on his face. However, Ling Xiao didn't stop there. He continued to slap Lai Yinchun's face until it looked like a pig's head. A few of his front teeth even fell out, causing Lai Yinchun to scream in pain. At this time, the city guards finally arrived. There were a dozen of them, led by a peak holy emperor. When he saw Ling Xiao's attack, he immediately shouted, "Stop!" Ling Xiao stopped and let go of Lai Yinchun. As if he had found a life-saving herb, Lai Yinchun ran towards the leader of the guards and shouted, "Commander Tai, hurry, hurry and capture this bastard. He actually dared to hurt me." Tai glanced at Lai Yinchun with a look of disdain and disgust, but he still bowed slightly and said, "So it's the 7th young master. Don't worry, I will handle this matter impartially." Lai Yinchun angrily said, "This bastard is rebelling. He clearly knows that this is the Lai family's territory, but he still dared to hit me. I will definitely make him die a horrible death. Ling Xiao picked his ear and said, I only know that this is the territory of the Blazing Flame merchants. When did it become the Lai family's territory? The Blazing Flame merchants also belong to the Lai family, so of course this place is also ours. Lai Yinchun said bluntly. So the Blazing Flame merchants belong to the Lai family. I wonder if this commander agrees with this? Ling Xiao asked Tai Yi. Tai Yi frowned and said, now is not the time to discuss these matters. Private fights are strictly prohibited in the city. You attacked first, so you must accept our punishment. I don't know who Tai Ren is to you? Ling Xiao ignored him and asked a question that didn't match the horse's mouth. Tai Yi was stunned for a moment and said, he's my brother. Then he said, even if you know my brother, I won't cover for you. Lai Yinchun urged, why are you talking so much nonsense? I want to break his arms and tear his mouth. Since Tai Ren is your brother, then it's easy. I won't make things difficult for you. Take a look at this. Ling Xiao said as a token appeared in his hand. Tai Yi saw the token in Ling Xiao's hand and his expression changed. He immediately knelt on one knee and said, Elder Chang Ren. The other guards also knelt on one knee and saluted. Lai Yinchun was dumbfounded. He didn't understand how this kid could be an elder. He cried out involuntarily, impossible, how can he be an elder? How come I've never seen him before? Tai Yi, don't mistake him for someone else, he must be an impostor. Whether it was an outer or inner sect elder, those who could be called an elder in the Blazing Flame merchants had to at least reach the God King realm. Even a demigod king didn't have the qualifications. And Ling Xiao looked so young, how could he be an elder? So Lai Yinchun didn't believe it at all. If he really was an elder, then he would have suffered today for nothing. Tai Yi, who was at the side, was unmoved. He had already guessed who this person was. A young elder who could recognize his brother must be the guest elder that his brother was currently protecting. It could be said that he had already been promoted to an elder a few days ago. Whether he's an impostor or not, I can testify for him. He is indeed a guest elder of our Blazing Flame merchants, not a guest elder of your Lai family. A clear voice came from not far away. Two beautiful women came together, and behind them were many guards. It was as if a princess was going on a trip, attracting people's attention. Weren't these two women Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing? And the one who spoke was Lai Ruyu. When Tai Yi and the others saw who it was, they immediately greeted respectfully, "Greetings, miss." Lai Yinchun's lustful eyes started to shine again, but this time it wasn't a perverted expression, but a hint of fear. So it's little sister. Lai Yinchun greeted. Tui, who's your little sister? If you dare to speak nonsense again, believe it or not, I will get someone to cut off your tongue. Lai Ruyu glared at Lai Yinchun. Lai Ruyu knew that although her ancestor was related to the Lai family by blood, her ancestor had been bullied by his own family. If it wasn't for her ancestor's nostalgia, the Lai family wouldn't have merged with the Blazing Flame merchants. Lai Yinchun was of the same generation as her. Logically speaking, they were cousins. However, the two families were separated by many generations. Moreover, the Lai family had always considered themselves to be the orthodox family and wanted to replace the dominant position of the Blazing Flame merchants. This made Lai Ruyu even more disgusted with these so-called clansmen. Yes, Miss Ruyu, I won't disturb you anymore. I'll leave now. Lai Yinchun knew that he wouldn't be able to get away with this, so he quickly responded and left as fast as he could. He knew that if he angered this young lady, even his clan leader wouldn't be able to protect him. It was obvious that Lai Ruyu didn't want to lower herself to his level. She said disdainfully, "Who do you think you are? Always causing trouble in the city. When I get back, I will definitely teach those people a lesson for my sister." Tai Yi and the others knew that they had nothing to do, so they bowed to them and left. Zhou Zhijing looked at Ling Xiao, who was hiding behind Xiao Ling, and said with a smile, "This little sister is really beautiful. No wonder Elder Ling Xiao fell in love with you." Chapter 11:25. Lai Ruyu had also seen Xiao Ling long ago. Although Xiao Ling's face was not as perfect as hers, it was not much inferior to hers. Most importantly, Xiao Ling's pure temperament gave people a good feeling that was easy to get close to. At first glance, it gave people an unforgettable feeling. This caused Lai Ruyu to feel defeated for the first time in terms of appearance. The two sisters are beautiful. Xiao Ling glanced at Zhou Zhijing and Lai Ruyu and praised in a low voice. When the two women heard Xiao Ling's direct praise, they felt very comfortable in their hearts. Thank you for helping me out, Mississippi. Ling Xiao cupped his hands at Lai Ruyu, then pulled Xiao Ling and said, Ling Air, let's go somewhere else. Ling Xiao really didn't want to be entangled with them too much in case something unpleasant happened. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Do you hate seeing me, us so much? Lai Ruyu said aggrievedly. Ling Xiao said with a smile, why would I? I just want to take Ling Air around. I won't disturb you too. That's good. Raging Flame City is my territory. I'll accompany you. That way those arrogant guys won't cause trouble for you, Lai Ruyu suggested. Ling Xiao was about to refuse, but Xiao Ling said, Brother Ling Xiao, then let's go with the two sisters. The more people, the livelier. Since Xiao Ling said so, what else could Ling Xiao do? If he said anything else, it would seem that he was too petty. Ling Xiao nodded and said, okay, it's up to you. Seeing that Ling Xiao was so obedient to Xiao Ling, Lai Ruyu was somewhat jealous. Zhou Zhijing said to her, get familiar with him first. With your beauty he will soon be fascinated by you. Lai Ruyu listened to Zhou Zhijing's words and secretly encouraged her in her heart. I don't believe that I can't take you down. Lai Ruyu did not usually come into contact with many men, but it was not a small number either. However, most of them were people who were respectful or fawning over her, which made her feel that it was not fresh at all. Instead, she felt that they were annoying, but Ling Xiao was different. He dared to talk back to her, dared to hit her, and dared to disrespect her. It was as if he did not care about her identity at all. Moreover, he had saved her before, so she had an inexplicable feeling towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't know what Lai Ruyu was thinking. He didn't want to think about these things for the time being. It was said that 3 women were like a play. When Ling Xiao was shopping with them, he deeply understood the meaning of these words. Xiao Ling was naive and likable. Although Lai Ruyu was a little unruly, she was forthright and kind. Zhou Zhijing, on the other hand, was calm and good at socializing. The 3 women quickly became one and they chatted happily. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was left out by them. He just became a flower protector and accompanied them around. In the space base of the Blazing Flame Merchants, Lai Ruyu had already returned. Ruyu, you're back. Why didn't you bring Ruyu back? Lai Wudi said with a forced smile. Since returning from the Chaotic Ridge, Lai Wudi hadn't been happy for a single day. First, Kim people had left behind harsh words. The business of the Blazing Flame Merchants in Dragon Gate would be greatly reduced. Second, his youngest daughter washed her face with tears every day, which made him feel distressed. Third, there were a few traitors in the Merchant Union. They had betrayed the Merchant Union's secrets, which allowed the bloodthirsty roving bandits to steal the goods. They had also lost a lot of experts. One thing after another didn't go his way, which made him depressed. Dad, Ling Xiao is back. Sister is in a good mood. We've also explained to Kim people. Lai Ruyu immediately told him the news of Ling Xiao's return. Lai Wudi was shocked. Really? That kid was hit by Bloodthirsty's attack. Even Ling Fei thought that he would die. We've been looking for him for days, but we couldn't find him. Back then, they and Kim people had searched the place for days. They had searched hundreds of thousands of miles, but they hadn't found Ling Xiao's body. Therefore, they concluded that Ling Xiao had probably died. Now that he heard that Ling Xiao had returned, how could Lai Wudi not be surprised? As long as Ling Xiao was fine, it could solve a lot of trouble for him. It's true. I've promoted him to the Merchant Union's guest elder and rewarded him with many divine items. I believe it's enough to make up for our mistakes, Lai Ruyu said. Then she said, Dad, aren't you going to go to Dragon Gate? Now that Ling Xiao is back, we can bring him there. This time we won't break our promise to Kim people. Then everything can be redeemed. Yes, I have the same idea. Kim people are very concerned about this kid. We have to do this as soon as possible. Tomorrow, bring him to see me tomorrow. Then we can go to Dragon Gate directly. Lai Wudi said eagerly. Dad, there's no hurry. I've already made arrangements. Listen to me, Lai Ruyu said. Then she said, my sister is heartbroken because of Ling Xiao. You saw it. I'm afraid that she has fallen in love with Ling Xiao. So, I asked Ling Xiao to stay here for a few more days so that he can get to know her more. You mean that you want to marry my sister and Ling Xiao? Lai Wudi asked. Lai Ruyu nodded and said, if they choose a marriage, Kim people is undoubtedly the best choice. What do you think? But, your grandfather said that he has already arranged a marriage for her. If we make a change now, I'm afraid it won't be easy. You know your grandfather's temperament. Lai Wudi said with concern. Where there's a will, there's a way. Grandpa loves my sister so much, he definitely won't force her. Besides, my sister is not stubborn. She likes Ling Xiao. If Grandpa forces her to marry someone else, I'm afraid she will fight with Grandpa, Lai Rui said with a smile. Lai Wudi replied, that's true, then let's do as you wish. However, we can't just let your sister go to waste. If he's valued by the Jin clan, then it's not impossible to arrange a marriage. If he's not valued, then we can't treat that brat well. My daughter can't be easily married off to anyone. Dad, don't worry. Ling Xiao has already formed a flesh and soul. Moreover, he survived a disaster this time, and his strength has gone up another level. This kind of advancement speed is not inferior to any divine body. His future achievements will only be high, Lai Rui said with certainty. Well, then arrange for him to come in as soon as possible. Every day we are late, our merchant union will lose one more day of business at Dragon Gate, Lai Wudi said. For the next few days, Lai Rui and Zhou Zhijing dragged Xiao Ling around and told her all kinds of things they had seen. Ling Xiao didn't stop him. This would allow Xiao Ling to adapt to this world faster and adapt to life in the outside world. This way he wouldn't be deceived by others in the future. Lai Rui also took the opportunity to chat with Ling Xiao, intentionally or otherwise. Ling Xiao no longer had any prejudice against Lai Rui, so he didn't mind treating her as a friend. Because of this, the relationship between the four of them became closer. When Ling Xiao brought Xiao Ling back to the manor, Lai Rui and Zhou Zhijing often came to visit. Feng Qingyuan was an experienced person. He knew that these two beautiful women were probably provoked by Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was outstanding, even a blind person could see it. As an elder, she welcomed them warmly. On the other hand, Euro Fei appeared a little colder. After all, no woman would like their man to be seduced by another woman. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with these women. He went to find Xin Yuyi, who was in seclusion. Ever since Xian Yuye obtained a large amount of soil of 10,000 earth from the earth spike dragon's nest, he had been constantly absorbing this energy, striving to reach the peak as soon as possible so that he could step into the God King realm. Xin Yuyi was already a late-stage holy emperor, and after a period of hard work, Xin Yuyi had finally reached the peak. It was only a matter of time before he became a God King. However, many people were ultimately stuck at this step. Whether or not they could reach the heavens in a single bound depended on their own perception and luck. Old Yi, your strength has improved greatly, congratulations. Ling Xiao smiled at Xin Yuyi. Xin Yuyi wanted to say something modest, but he immediately opened his eyes wide and looked at Ling Xiao. He exclaimed in surprise, you reached high level? Ling Xiao nodded and smiled, yeah, I was lucky enough to break through. Xin Yuyi walked in front of Ling Xiao and punched him. Good fella, you're too abnormal. When I was in the clan's territory, people said that I was the most outstanding genius warrior, but compared to you, I'm really ashamed. Don't say that, you're only one step away. As long as you become a God King, the gap between you and me will be obvious. Ling Xiao said modestly, which was rare for him. Xin Yuyi shook his head and sighed, I'm afraid it won't be easy to become a God King. God, to be called like this? It was already an existence that surpassed the scope of ordinary people's imagination. If a saint was a peerless expert and the holy emperor was a peerless expert, then a God King was a supreme existence, and an incipient God realm was a true supreme existence. To become a supreme expert, besides accumulating power, one also needed to have a thorough understanding of heaven and earth, and a more thorough understanding of one's own body. Their ability to use elemental power had to reach an unfathomable level, completely fusing with their own elemental power. When they could use elemental power, they could also create things with their own elemental power. Xin Yuye's cultivation of Tenbin wasn't weak, but he knew nothing about the God King realm. If he wanted to cultivate further, he didn't know where to start. That's why he sighed. Old Yi, don't worry, since you've chosen to follow me, I won't mistreat you. When the time is right, I'll ask the Merchant Union to send a God King mentor to guide you. I believe that you'll be able to reach the God King realm easily, Ling Xiao encouraged him. Then Ling Xiao took out the yellow evil bamboo from the black market and gave it to Xin Yuyi. This is good stuff. Xin Yuyi licked his lips in excitement. Xin Yuyi knew how valuable any kind of divine item was. Since Ling Xiao was willing to give him a divine grass, of course he was very grateful. Of course, if I have something good, of course I won't forget you, brother. Break through to the God King realm as soon as possible, I'll catch up. Ling Xiao said. Chapter 11:26. Half a month quickly passed, and Ling Xiao was summoned by Lai Rui to the Blazing Flame Merchant Space Base. To be able to enter the space base of the Blazing Flame Merchants was a great honor. After all, many people had joined the Blazing Flame Merchants, and it was also rare for them to enter this space base. It had to be known that only the disciples of the Blazing Flame merchants and the status of an inner sect deacon or above had the qualifications to enter. Ordinary outer sect deacons or guards did not have the qualifications. Ling Xiao didn't know what kind of mission Lai Rui had arranged for him to make it so grand. However, he had always had the mentality of taking things as they came, and did not have a headache over this matter, because he would soon know the answer. Ling Xiao entered the space base of the Blazing Flame merchants and discovered that the environment here was completely different from the outside. All kinds of luxurious buildings were even more extravagant than the Blazing Flame city, and the spaciousness of this place was beyond his expectations. He felt that this was like an independent small world, and was definitely not something that the space base he had created in the central region could compare to. That was simply a comparison between heaven and earth. They were not on the same level at all. An elder brought Ling Xiao to the most majestic building in front of the main hall. 2 stage 9 holy beasts were standing at the entrance. It was extremely shocking. Ling Xiao entered the main hall and saw that Lai Wudi, Lai Rui and Lai Ruyu were all here. Ling Xiao stepped forward and greeted the few of them, then stood there with some restraint. Lai Wudi looked at Ling Xiao with a faint smile. Basically, he was satisfied with this prospective son-in-law, but he thought that Ling Xiao was a little too handsome. This kind of man was very easy to seduce women. The reason I summoned you here today is actually to prepare for you to make a trip to the Dragon Gate with me. Lai Wudi went straight to the point. Ling Xiao will listen to Alliance leaders' instructions. Ling Xiao replied. Since he had become their elder, there were still some things he had to do for them. It was just that he didn't understand there were so many experts in the Merchant Union. Why was he chosen to go? Don't you want to know why you're going to the Dragon Gate with me this time? Lai Wudi asked. Ling Xiao replied, Ling Xiao receives the Merchant Union salary, so naturally I have the obligation to share any tasks with the Merchant Union. Yes, that's a good idea, praised Lai Wudi. Actually, I wanted you to come with me to the Heavenly Dragon sect to send you back to the Jin clan. The Jin clan's people have already confirmed that you are their descendant. When you entered the chaotic mountain ridge, they sent people to bring you back. Unexpectedly, something unexpected happened to you? If we don't send you back, I'm afraid our Merchant Union will cut off all relations with the Heavenly Dragon sect. That would be a great loss for our Merchant Union. Ling Xiao immediately understood. Back then, when he wanted to join the Blazing Flame merchants, Lai Rui had already told him clearly that the ancient emperor's divine arts he cultivated was precisely the divine arts of the Kim people, and that he was a descendant of the Kim people, so he could not accept Ling Xiao as his disciple. Now was the time to send him back to the Kim people. Ling Xiao did not resist this matter. If he could join the Blazing Flame merchants, he could naturally join the Kim people as well. The premise was that the Kim people valued him and provided him with all kinds of cultivation resources. Moreover, the Kim people were the strongest ancient race in the Sky Dragon region. If he successfully obtained the approval of the Kim people, then it would be much easier for him to do other things. Seeing that Ling Xiao did not have much emotion, Lai Wudi couldn't help but look at Ling Xiao even more highly. Anyone who could join the Dragon Gate or the Kim people would definitely be a very pleasant surprise and honor. Ling Xiao, regardless of whether you can join the Kim people or not, you are still a guest elder of our Merchant Union. This will not change, and the resources within the Merchant Union will also be open to you. I hope you can always remember this. Lai Wudi said sincerely. His intention was very obvious. He wanted Ling Xiao to remember this favor. Once Ling Xiao became a disciple that Kim people focused on nurturing, his future achievements would definitely be limitless. As long as Ling Xiao still remembered their favor, he would definitely have a great impact on their Merchant Union. Alliance leader, you can rest assured that Ling Xiao is not that kind of person who forgets kindness. Ling Xiao replied. That's good. Then let's set off for Heavenly Dragon City now, Lai Wudi said. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then said, Sure, but I'll have to trouble Vice Head to go back and inform my people so that they won't worry. Don't worry, I won't treat them unfairly. I'll get someone to arrange an identity for them later so that they can freely enter and exit the city. Lai Rui replied. Ling Xiao was relieved. He didn't know what would happen on this trip to Heavenly Dragon City, so it was not suitable for him to bring them along. It would be safest for them to temporarily stay in Raging Flame City to cultivate. Moreover, Sha Yin might come looking for him in the near future, and at that time he would be able to summon them. When he was in the Kim people, he would think of a way to bring them along. Afterwards, Lai Wudi brought Lai Ruyu, Ling Xiao, Raioi, and a few dozen god kings and hurriedly left the Merchant Union for Heavenly Dragon City. In order to save time, Lai Wudi displayed the general situation of the merchant union along the way, shuttling between the various spatial formations without stopping. It only took them a few short days to arrive at Heavenly Dragon City. Heavenly Dragon City was not as well managed as Raging Flame City, but it was still a bit larger than Raging Flame City. There were also many majestic buildings, and there were even more martial artists moving about. Inadvertently, one could always see God Kings walking on the road. The guards of Heavenly Dragon City were even more strict, all of them wearing exquisite armor, causing people to be fearful. Outsiders only knew of the existence of Dragon Gate, but only those who were knowledgeable knew of the Kim people's prestige. If one wanted to enter the sphere of influence of the Kim people, they had to go through Dragon Gate. This was because Dragon Gate was equivalent to the superficial power of the Kim people, representing the face of the Kim people. Many things were also managed by Dragon Gate. The current leader of Dragon Gate was also one of the people of Kim people, and he was ranked 8th in the Sinjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. As for the top 7 who could suppress this leader, 4 of them were people of Kim people, and they rarely showed their faces. It was easy to imagine how terrifying the Kim people were in the Heavenly Dragon territory. Lai Wudi brought Lai Ryu, Ling Xiao, and the others to Heavenly Dragon City. They did not look for the people of Dragon Gate directly, but went to their stronghold first. The business of the Blazing Flame merchants could be found in all the major cities in the Heavenly Dragon territory, so they naturally had their own business in Heavenly Dragon City. However, when Lai Wudi and the others arrived at the shop, they found that the door was closed, and it was not open for business at all. Ryoi went forward and knocked on the door, and soon someone opened it. Ryoi showed the token and said coldly, "Hurry up and ask Manager Su to come out and greet the leader." The person shivered and quickly bowed to the group of people and went back to call Manager Su. Soon, an old man appeared at the door with many people and said respectfully to Lai Wudi, "Greetings, Alliance Leader." Lai Wudi waved his hand impatiently, "Let's go in first." When they arrived at the shop, Lai Wudi immediately asked with a cold face, "What's going on? Why are you closed in broad daylight and not doing business?" Manager Su said, "Alliance Leader, you may not know, but not long ago, Dragon Gate ordered that none of the businesses of the Merchant Alliance are allowed to open for business in their territory. If they are discovered, they will immediately destroy it, so I was just about to report this matter to the headquarters, but I didn't expect Alliance Leader to come in person." Lai Wudi already understood that the Kim people had already made their move. It turned out that Ling Fei had already made a threat. Ling Xiao had met with an accident because of the Merchant Alliance, so the Merchant Alliance had to pay the price. However, not allowing their businesses to open within the territory of Dragon Gate was not a small blow. "Alright, I understand. I'm sure we'll be able to resume business soon," replied Lai Wudi. Immediately afterward, he had Ryoi go to Dragon Gate to send Ling Xiao over to Dragon Gate. "Ling Xiao, let's take a stroll around Heavenly Dragon City. This place is even bigger than Raging Flame City." Lai Ryu tugged at the corner of Ling Xiao's clothes and whispered. After a few days of getting along, Lai Ryu's mind had relaxed. She hoped that she and Ling Xiao would be able to work together and facilitate a good thing. She only knew that as long as she didn't throw a tantrum, Ling Xiao treated her quite well, which made her very happy. "You're not allowed to go anywhere right now. We have to wait for the people from Dragon Gate to come," Lai Wudi reprimanded. Although they had arrived at Heavenly Dragon City, Lai Wudi didn't want Ling Xiao to have any more accidents. Otherwise, the Blazing Flame merchants' losses would be irreparable. Dragon Gate's base was built in the Dragon's Gazing Mountain Range. It was said that the Dragon's Gazing Mountain Range was the habitat of true dragons, and it was the true dragon vein of the Heavenly Dragon region. However, the large area that Dragon Gate had encircled was only a small part of the Dragon's Gazing Mountain Range. Deep within the Dragon's Gazing Mountain Range was the true habitat of the Kim people. They had lived with the Golden Dragon clan for generations and lived there. It was a forbidden area that ordinary people simply couldn't get close to. The Kim people had the smallest population among the many ancient clans. Only a few tens of thousands of them could activate the power of their bloodline and cultivate the ancient emperor's divine technique. As for the other Kim people who couldn't activate their bloodline, they would be arranged to cultivate in Dragon Gate. Activating the power of their bloodline was also divided into different levels. Those who could activate more than 70% of their bloodline were not just a mere 1,000 people. Such a ratio was already very rare in comparison. Ling Fei was the 5th commander of Dragon Gate's dragon team. At the same time, he was also an outstanding member of the younger generation of the Kim people. He was a member of the Sinjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. After he received Ryuai's visiting card and his intentions from the Dragon Gate's outer sect elder, he hurriedly returned to the clan's land and informed the clan leader and the various elders of this matter. What? That child didn't die, and now he's in Heavenly Dragon City? A doddering old man shook the dragon-shaped walking stick in his hand and shouted. Yes, clan leader. Lai Wudi of the Blazing Flame Merchants personally sent him here. He has already sent a visiting card to the outer sect, Ling Fei replied respectfully. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and welcome that child back. Oh right, tell your brother not to scare that child, the old man replied excitedly. Yes, clan leader. Ling Fei responded and quietly left. Chapter 11:27. Ling Fei left the clan's land and entered the Dragon Gate through the short-distance space formation. The space base where the Dragon Gate was located was much more luxurious than the Kim people's. There were all kinds of large buildings as well as all kinds of closed-door cultivation rooms, as many as the hairs on an ox. Moreover, there were many disciples diligently cultivating on the various mountain peaks. The cultivation atmosphere was very strong, giving off an invisible sense of oppression. From time to time, flood dragons could be seen flying in the sky, making this space like a luxurious place where humans and dragons coexisted. Ling Fei rode on a level 10 flood dragon and headed directly for the Dragon Gate's main hall. Wherever he went, everyone had to retreat for a while. They all knew that Ling Fei's position in the sect was quite high, and the sect master was his biological big brother. Ling Fei landed in front of the main hall and patted the flood dragon's body, letting it move freely here, while he himself entered the main hall. After entering the main hall, there was no one at all. Ling Fei directly turned into the back door and headed towards the sect master's residence. At this time, a charming lady walked over, followed by two maids. When Ling Fei saw this lady, he immediately bowed and said, Greetings, sister-in-law. May I know if the sect master is here? The lady smiled and said, Fifth brother, you're here. Your big brother is in the room. If you come any later, I'm afraid he'll go into closed-door cultivation again. You should go find him first. And sister-in-law, where are you going? Ling Fei asked casually. I'm just bored, so I'm going to take a walk in the city, the lady replied. Then she said, Fifth brother, when are you going to bring a girl back for sister-in-law to see? You've been single for so many years. If you don't get married soon, the elders in the clan will have an opinion. Ling Fei said with some guilt, This matter is not urgent. I'll go find big brother first. Watching Ling Fei hurriedly leave, the noble woman revealed a look of worry and said, The clan's ability to reproduce is poor. If fifth brother doesn't hurry up, who knows who will be the first to blossom and bear fruit in our line. Ling Fei arrived in front of a door which automatically opened. Ling Fei unceremoniously entered the private bedroom of the Sky Dragon sect master, which was hard for ordinary people to enter. A tall man stood in front of the bookshelf, holding a scroll in his hand and reading it carefully. He seemed to be unaware that Ling Fei had already entered the room. But in fact he already knew that Ling Fei had come here. He just couldn't control his reckless little brother. Big brother, I have something to tell you. Ling Fei sat down on a chair and poured himself a cup of spirit tea. He spoke as he sipped. Dragon Gate sect master Ling Chen slowly turned around, revealing his resolute middle-aged face. His eyes revealed a domineering aura that looked down on the world. Say it. Did something happen again? You can't solve it yourself, so you want to ask me for him? Ling Chen said solemnly. He was in a high position and every word he said gave people a great deal of pressure. But Ling Fei didn't feel anything. Big brother, you look down on me too much. With my ability, what can't I solve? Ling Fei said with some dissatisfaction. He then said, The kid that the Blazing Flame Merchants found last time is still alive. Now Lai Wudi brought him to Celestial Dragon City. The old guys in the clan asked me to personally bring him back, so I came to tell you. A rare smile appeared on Ling Chen's face as he said, Previously you said that he was only a mid-stage holy emperor. After eating the full blow of the roving bandits leader, he didn't even have a corpse left. Why did he appear again now? Ling Fei showed some embarrassment and said, I thought so. I've been looking for that kid for a few days, but I didn't find anything except a pool of golden blood. I didn't expect that kid to be able to be reborn. It must be because he formed a flesh body and soul. A mid-stage holy emperor formed a flesh body and soul. This Tenbin isn't any worse than the brats in the clan. No wonder those old guys are so anxious. Well, since Lai Wudi is here, I'll go with you. Ling Qin sighed. What big? Big brother, you're also going to see that kid? Ling Fei was a little surprised. Ling Qin said, you came to tell me about this just to give the blazing flame merchants a way out of this embarrassing situation. Since they're willing to send him here, we can't be rude. Although our Dragon Gate is strong, we can't monopolize the Sky Dragon territory. We still need the support of other allies in many areas. As the master of a sect, Ling Qin naturally had extraordinary insights in all aspects. Dragon Gate was second to none in the Sky Dragon territory, but the blazing flame merchants weren't far behind. Ling Qin and Lai Wudi were both sect masters. Although Ling Qin going to see Lai Wudi was a little condescending, it also proved Ling Qin's hospitality. It also showed Dragon Gate's attitude towards the lifting of the ban on the blazing flame merchants' businesses. But in this way, wouldn't it cause too much of a commotion? Ling Fei asked weakly. When the sect master of Dragon Gate went out, the entire Dragon Gate would pay great attention to it. Cut the crap. We're just going to the city, not going anywhere. Let's go now. I'm a little interested in that kid. He's so young, but he's already activated the power of his bloodline to the peak. I don't know how he did it. Could it be that his bloodline has already recovered to its peak? Ling Qin said. Then the two of them teleported from Dragon Gate to the city. No one would dare to cause trouble in Sky Dragon City. Only a few people followed them out, including Ling Chen's wife, Xiao Jinsai. Faced with Ling Chen's sudden visit, Lai Wudi was a little anxious and excited. On the surface, Lai Wudi and Ling Chen had the same status, but everyone knew who was the boss in reality. Sect Master Ling Chen has arrived. Wudi is sorry for not going out to meet you. Lai Wudi stepped forward and cupped his hands at Ling Chen. Haha, brother Wudi, you're too courteous. Since you've come to my territory, of course I'm here to welcome you. Otherwise it would be a mess. Ling Chen laughed heartily. He then said, I heard that brother Wudi helped us find a junior. I wonder if it's him? Ling Chen's gaze fell on Ling Xiao, who was behind Lai Wudi. His eyes were sharp, as if he wanted to see through everything about Ling Xiao. Lai Wudi hurriedly pulled Ling Xiao forward and said, Honored guest Ling Xiao, come and greet Dragon Gate Sect Master Ling, and this is Madam Ling and Commander Ling. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that the Dragon Gate Sect Master would have the same surname as him, but he could definitely feel a sense of familiarity from Ling Chen and Ling Fei. It was as if he was born with them. Greetings, Sect Master Ling, Madam Ling, and Commander Ling. Ling Xiao bowed slightly, neither servile nor overbearing. These were the top experts of the Sinjin of Goguryeo in the Celestial Dragon territory, and they were also the big shots in charge of a superpower. It was indeed a blessing for Ling Xiao to be able to meet them. This was something that others could only be envious of. Good kid, you're not bad looking. You have my clan's outstanding bloodline. Let me see how much you've awakened. Ling Fei, who had been observing Ling Xiao all this time, suddenly spoke up and directly grabbed towards Ling Xiao. No one had expected that Ling Fei would make a move just like that. He was a peak divine king, and Ling Xiao didn't even have a chance to react before his arm was grabbed by Ling Fei. Suddenly, a golden light filled the sky, and a flood dragon that had almost transformed into a peerless true dragon appeared behind Ling Fei. The mighty dragon roared continuously. The terrifying aura frightened the weak Lai Ryu so much that her face turned pale. If it wasn't for Lai Wudi grabbing her hand and helping her resist the aura, she would have fallen to the ground. Ling Xiao felt like he was being oppressed by a power that came from the same source as him, and his own power actually started to resist uncontrollably. His ancient emperor mystic art circulated to the extreme, and golden light burst forth as an even more mighty and extraordinary dragon shadow appeared. This dragon shadow was truly a peerless true dragon, and it was truly shocking. There were dragon horns and dragon whiskers on its head, and its body was covered in dragon scales. It had 9 claws and looked extremely ferocious. There was also a small claw that had already grown halfway out, and it seemed like it wouldn't be long before it became a 10-clawed true dragon. The majestic draconic might it exuded was vast and mighty. Ling Xiao's body also underwent a sudden transformation. Scales began to appear all over his body, and 2 dragon horns grew out from his forehead. He had become a half-dragon, and his strength had increased by more than 10 times. Everyone's expression changed, and they all looked at this scene in astonishment. Originally, Ling Fei's flood dragon aura was quite terrifying, and it was no different from a 10th grade flood dragon. However, they felt that Ling Xiao's true dragon was even more mighty. Although it was weaker in terms of aura, the imperial might it emitted was even more powerful. They all had an illusion that the true dragon was the most powerful. At the same time, they were also surprised by Ling Xiao's transformation. He had actually become a dragon man, and this was too unbelievable. Even the Dragon Gate sect master Ling Qin had his mouth wide open as he stared at Ling Xiao. He said with an excited expression, almost turning into a dragon, this kid's bloodline power has been activated to the extreme. Ling Fei, who was originally pressing on Ling Xiao's shoulder, seemed to have been shaken off by a power of the same source. Then he laughed heartily and said, "Big brother, the old fellows in the clan are really happy this time. There's actually someone who can activate the bloodline power to such an extent. I'm afraid even the old ancestor is no better than this. Good, this kid is indeed a descendant of my clan. Brother Woody, it's all thanks to you this time. From now on, your merchant alliance will be our Dragon Gate's best ally. You can open a shop anywhere in our Dragon Gate, and we'll even give you half the tax," Ling Qin said rather excitedly. Lai Wudy was overjoyed and immediately responded, "Then thank you, brother Ling Qin. I, as an ally, am also happy that guest elder Ling Xiao can return to his clan." After a pause he emphasized, "Ling Xiao is our merchant alliance's guest elder, and he's also good friends with my daughter Ruyu." Ling Qin and Ling Fei only felt that Lai Wudi's words were meant to rope Ling Xiao in, hoping that their Dragon Gate and the Blazing Flame merchants would always be on friendly terms. However, Xiao Jinsai did not think so. Her gaze had already landed on the somewhat bashful and delicate Lai Ruyu. This little girl is quite pretty, and she and Ling Xiao are both handsome and beautiful. Perhaps this is a happy occasion, Xiao Jinsai pursed her lips and thought. Chapter 11:28. Ling Xiao never thought that he was a descendant of the Kim people. He only felt that he had coincidentally obtained the secret cultivation technique of the ancient emperor's divine technique and was stimulated by the dragon's blood, which was why he was able to successfully cultivate it. He had always thought that if he wanted to cultivate the ancient emperor's divine technique, he would have to refine the dragon's blood. However, back then he had tried to cultivate the ancient emperor's divine technique with his woman Kai Shiyue and his brother Yi Yunfeng. He had also let them absorb some of the dragon girl's blood essence, but to no avail. Until now, when he suddenly faced the leader of the Dragon Gate, Ling Chen and Ling Fei, they actually had the same surname as him. He wondered if their Ling family really had some relationship with the Kim people. Ling Xiao was a little confused, but he did not continue to pursue the matter. Today, Ling Xiao, Lai Wudi, Lai Ruyu and the others were invited to the Dragon Gate space base. When Ling Xiao arrived at the Dragon Gate space base, he was shocked once again. He was not shocked by the vastness of this place, but by the many terrifying auras here, which made him unable to have the slightest impulse to think that he was in the right. Occasionally he would see flood dragons, lions, tigers, leopards, and other spirit beasts flying around here, which made people feel that this Dragon Gate was different from the others. This is a complete enclosure. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. When they arrived at the Dragon Gate's VIP reception area, Ling Chen had someone set up a banquet to entertain Lai Wudi and the others. Xiao Jinsai even took the opportunity to ask Lai Ruyu to stay in the Dragon Gate for a while. The two families could be considered to have reached an initial alliance agreement, and the Dragon Gate would not let Lai Ruyu suffer here. They would definitely treat her well. Lai Wudi had already planned to let Lai Ruyu and Ling Xiao make it happen. That way they would be inseparable from Dragon Gate, so he agreed without hesitation. After the banquet was over, Ling Fei impatiently pulled Ling Xiao and said, "Ling Xiao, follow me back to the clan." Clan grounds? Ling Xiao felt a little flustered. He didn't know if his identity would be confirmed by Kim people. Who cares? Since it's come to this, let's go and see the territory of the #1 ancient clan in the Sky Dragon region. Ling Xiao encouraged himself in his heart. Subsequently, Ling Fei and Ling Xiao moved from the Dragon Gate space array to another place. This was the hinterland of the Dragon Gazing Mountain Range, the place where Kim people lived. However, this place was not as luxurious as he had imagined. Instead, it was as if he had returned to those primitive villages. There were simple houses and occasionally 2 or 3 people would pass by. There were even children playing by the stream, while women were washing clothes and chatting. This scene caused Ling Xiao to be unable to wrap his head around it. This was too different from what he had imagined. "Don't you think it's strange?" Ling Fei asked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "It's a little strange." Ling Fei explained, "Although our Jin clan is the #1 ancient clan in the Heavenly Dragon domain, with the passage of time, our clansmen have become fewer and fewer. The reason why our ancestors established the Heavenly Dragon sect was to absorb more geniuses from outside the clan and train them to become our clan's helpers. At the same time, they would help us earn all sorts of cultivation resources. The reason why we maintain this primitive lifestyle is to train each generation of clansmen to work hard and cultivate, not to enjoy that kind of luxurious cultivation. Furthermore, we need to let our clansmen know the state of our clan, that we absolutely cannot lower our guard. After all, we also have powerful enemies that we need to deal with, otherwise our clan's destruction will be imminent. There are still powerful enemies? Ling Xiao was a little puzzled. One had to know that the Kim people and the Dragon Gate were the strongest existences in the Sky Dragon region. At the very least, even a super faction like the Blazing Flame Merchants didn't dare to provoke them. What kind of opponent was worthy of being called an enemy? We'll talk about this later. Right now, I'll take you to see the chief. You'll understand everything in the future. Ling Fei patted Ling Xiao's shoulder. When Ling Fei and Ling Xiao arrived at the village, there were more and more people. When they saw Ling Fei, some people called him Fifth Uncle, while others called him Fifth Master. It could be seen that Ling Fei's status here wasn't low, and his relationship with people was quite good. Ling Fei brought Ling Xiao to one of the houses. There were two old men playing chess under the shade of a tree, looking quite relaxed. One of the old men was slightly skinny, and his skin and flesh seemed a little dry. However, he seemed very spirited, like a grandpa next door. His eyes were squinted, and there was even a hint of a smile on his face. The other old man was slightly plump and a bit taller. He had a head full of golden hair and a long beard. His expression was anxious, as if he was about to lose the game. These two were the two big shots of the Kim people. The former was the chief, Ling Bo, and the latter was the grand elder, Ling Qiu. They were in charge of all matters within the clan, and the sect master of the Dragon Gate, Ling Qin, was also subject to their control and restrictions. Chief, Grand Elder Ling Xiao has been brought back, Ling Fei said respectfully in front of the two old men. As his voice fell, the two old men's gazes fell on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao only felt that his whole body and mind had been seen through, and it seemed that no thoughts could be hidden from the two old men. He felt that the feeling these two old men gave him was even more vast and unpredictable than that of Ling Chen and Ling Fei. The dragon chi contained in their eyes resonated with Ling Xiao. Greetings, seniors. Ling Xiao bowed to the two old men. This kid is not bad, Ling Bo praised. Ling Qiu then said, he is indeed not bad. After a pause, he added, he looks very similar to an ancestor. You don't say he really looks the same as the ancestor when he was young, Ling Bo said with a look of joy. Then he added, but this identity still needs to be verified. Ling Fei and Ling Xiao were confused, but from their tone, they could tell that Ling Xiao should be a descendant of the Kim people. Just in time, call the others over and verify his identity first. Ling Qiu stood up and said. Unexpectedly, Ling Bo said, don't worry, you lost this game. Ling Qiu stared at the chessboard and said, you're shameless, aren't you? It was clearly a live chess piece just now. Did you secretly move it? This game doesn't count. Good for you, old Xiu. Ling Bo smiled helplessly. Ling Fei laughed and said, First Elder, I didn't see the chief change the chess piece just now. It's obvious that you lost, but you still won't admit it. Are you asking for a beating? Hurry up and call the others over, Ling Qiu shouted at Ling Fei with a cold face. Ling Fei smiled and walked away as if he was not afraid. Ling Xiao felt that these two old men were quite nice. At least the way they interacted with each other made him feel comfortable and natural. It seemed that the Jin clan, the most powerful ancient clan, wasn't as scary as the outside world thought. Little guy, are you from the Xianling continent? Ling Bo looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Ling Xiao nodded and said, yes, senior. Then tell me about your family and the situation of your ancestors. Ling Bo asked casually. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and roughly told him about his family and some of the situation of his ancestors. He clearly remembered that the Ling family in Meteorite City had only developed for 1 or 2,000 years, so it should not have anything to do with the Kim people. However, Ling Xiao didn't know if there were any secrets that were unknown to others. After listening to Ling Xiao's words, the two old men also fell into deep thought. Obviously, they also did not know what was going on. Old Bo, what do you think? Ling Qiu asked Ling Bo. Ling Bo said, what can I think? Our Kim people originally came from the Xianling continent, and there were also some people there. He must be the descendant of the ancestor who refused to leave the clan's land. Otherwise, how could he cultivate the divine skill of our clan? Then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, haven't you heard about the other people before you came to the Xianling continent? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still told him all the information he knew. including the secrets of the dynasty ruled by the Kim people more than 100,000 years ago. After all, it was too easy for them to extract information about the Shenling continent from his memory. Ling Xiao did not dare to take the risk of hiding anything. As for whether they believed him or not, it was another matter. Well, at least you are honest. I think this matter should be clear now. Ling Bo looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of meaning. This made Ling Xiao feel a little unnatural. He suspected that he had drunk the blood left behind by the Battle Lord in the Chaos Abyss secret realm, which was why he had the bloodline of the Kim people. If he was exposed, he would be dead. After a while, more than 10 people of the Kim people gathered here. Most of these people were old and there were a few middle-aged people. All of them stared at Ling Xiao with bright eyes. Okay, everyone is here. Invite the clan altar here. Ling Bo glanced at everyone and said. Then 2 middle-aged people came forward, carrying a 2-meter-wide dragon-shaped altar. The jar was simple and extraordinary, with tiny shadows of golden dragons swimming around it. There were dense patterns on the surface of the jar, and there were nodes connecting them, making it look like a coiled dragon. There was a pure-colored bead at the head of the dragon in the middle of the jar. It looked like a golden dragon spitting out a bead, and it gave off a faint aura of Baian. This ancient altar did not look too eye-catching, but it was indeed an ancient divine artifact. It was the clan treasure of the Kim people. They would not use this ancient altar unless it was a matter of clan annihilation. Of course, this ancient altar also had another use, which was to test the identity of their descendants and the level of their bloodline. Ling Xiao, this is my clan's altar. Drip your essence blood on the altar pearl, and we will be able to confirm your identity, Ling Bo said. Ling Xiao sucked in a breath and thought to himself, the surname of the Kim people is Ling and so is mine. Besides, they all say that I look like a certain ancestor. Maybe I really am a member of the Kim people. I'll fight. A dagger appeared in Ling Xiao's hand, and he slid it heavily on his arm. The rotten golden blood immediately flowed down from his arm towards the altar of pearls. When everyone saw Ling Xiao's golden blood, their faces lit up with joy. It was as if they could determine Ling Xiao's identity just by the color of the blood. Whoosh. Chapter 1129. The Kim people's clan altar was called the Golden Dragon Altar. It was an ancient artifact created by several ancestors of the Kim people. It also contained their blood essence. They were the true ancestors of the Kim people. All the descendants of the Kim people were their descendants. Their blood would resonate with the altar. As Ling Xiao's blood dripped onto the altar bead, a golden light suddenly appeared. A peerless dragon roared out from the altar bead. This dragon had 11 dragon claws and a body that was thousands of meters long. The dragon's entire body looked extraordinary. The dragon's roar echoed for thousands of miles, causing all the people of the Kim people to worship this divine dragon. In the depths of the Dragon's Gaze mountain range, there were even a few real dragon roars resonating with it. Then, after Ling Xiao's blood was filtered by the altar bead, it slowly flowed toward one of the densely packed formation patterns in the altar. Finally, it condensed in one of the nodes and flashed for a while. Then the blood disappeared as if it had been sucked. Everyone was watching this scene, even Ling Xiao. He did not understand what was going on at all. Ling Xiao did not know if this was the end. Just as he was about to retract his arm, the clan altar suddenly changed. A strong suction force suddenly strengthened, directly sucking a large amount of blood from Ling Xiao's arm. The blood on Ling Xiao's arm kept spurting out like a blood column. It was too late for Ling Xiao to stop it. In just a few blinks of an eye, he actually felt dizzy. 1/3 of his blood essence was sucked away. He wanted to struggle but found that he could not move at all. The people of the Kim people around were all shocked. Obviously, they did not understand what was going on. Only a few old elders, Ling Bo and Ling Qiu, knew what was going on. How is this possible? Is the ancestor still alive? Ling Bo murmured with his mouth wide open. It should be right. After that battle, no one saw the body of the ancestor. He must have returned to the old land through the space boundary, Ling Qiu replied. Not good. Stop that kid first. Otherwise his blood essence will be sucked dry. An old man exclaimed and took the lead to attack Ling Xiao. He grabbed Ling Xiao's shoulder and pulled him back. Ling Xiao's body and mind shook, and his whole body became dispirited. More than half of his rich blood essence had been sucked away. This time he was going to die. One had to know that the loss of blood essence was even more serious than physical injuries. Physical injuries could be repaired, but the loss of blood essence wasn't something that could be immediately replenished by consuming some blood-replenishing spirit pills. it would take a long time to accumulate and condense. Ling Xiao had lost more than half of his blood essence. This would have a huge impact on his future cultivation speed. Another old man complained, "Fourth brother, you shouldn't have stopped him. This brat's blood essence is surging. Since he can awaken the ancestor, then let the ancestor absorb his blood essence. Maybe he can return soon. At that time, our clan will no longer be afraid of the other clans." This person seemed to want to sacrifice Ling Xiao in exchange for the resurrection of another person. The old man who had just saved Ling Xiao glared at the other old man and said, "What do you know? Since this brat's blood essence has already awakened the ancestor, then it won't be difficult for the ancestor to recover. Why should we let this outstanding junior be ruined? Maybe in the future this brat will surpass us old fellows." The old man said softly, "That's right. With the ancestor's ability, if he can come back to life, then other things won't be a problem." I was a little anxious. Ling Xiao didn't know what was going on, so he activated his divine art to repair it. Unfortunately, the ancient emperor's god could repair his body, but he couldn't repair his blood essence. Just as he was about to take out the blood-replenishing spirit grass, Ling Bo took out a fresh blood divine grass and handed it over to Ling Xiao. "Little fellow, quickly eat it. Not only are you a member of our Kim people, you are also a descendant of that ancestor. Now that you have saved him, you should be remembered as the first merit." Ling Bo revealed a benevolent expression. Ling Xiao didn't even have the strength to speak. However, when he saw the stage 10 blood sunflower, his eyes flashed with greed. Without saying a word, he forcefully snatched it over and swallowed it. The blood sunflower was a true blood-replenishing divine medicine. This was a blood-replenishing divine medicine that was targeted at the God King level. Those below the God King level definitely couldn't use it easily, or else their bodies would explode and they would die. However, Ling Xiao was different. He had achieved divine soul, so he wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to withstand the blood sunflower. He was still worried that the blood sunflower wouldn't be able to replenish his lost blood essence. Ling Xiao couldn't care less about the people present. He activated his divine art and immediately absorbed the blood sunflower's energy. Anything that could be called a divine grass was a top-notch existence. Ling Xiao's originally extremely weak body instantly felt comfortable and full of vitality. Waves of vigorous vitality constantly filled his body, and the blood essence he had lost was rapidly being replenished. However, his flesh and soul were actually fighting over this blood-replenishing energy. The two fought over food, and the enormous energy was quickly absorbed cleanly. His soul was becoming more and more refined, but Ling Xiao had only replenished half of the blood essence he had lost. There was still half that he couldn't replenish, but his situation was already much better. "Little fellow, are you all right?" The elder called forth bro stepped forward and asked with a concerned expression. Ling Xiao nodded lightly. "I'm much better. All right, let's not stand here. Let's go to the conference hall and talk," Ling Bo said. He then turned to the elders and said, "Great uncles, please invite the clan altar back. At the same time, we can try and see if we can find the whereabouts of that ancestor. If we can find him, we must invite him back no matter the price." The few elders nodded and carried the clan altar back to where they came from. After that, the group of people arrived at a relatively clean and grand house. This was the Kim People's Conference Hall. Ling Bo had just sat down on the main seat when he said, "Let's invite the ancestors to take their seats." Just as he finished speaking, rays of golden light appeared in the middle of the conference hall, and a series of virtual tablets appeared above everyone's heads. Everyone bowed slightly, and their expressions became serious. Ling Xiao, a descendant of ancestor Ling Hongyu's bloodline, kneels and pays his respects to the ancestors. He is allowed to return to the clan and acknowledge his ancestors. Ling Qiu announced from the side. Ling Xiao knelt down unknowingly as he felt an urge to worship the man in front of him. It was as if the blood connection between them resonated with him. It was as if he had seen his most important family member, and he naturally knelt down. After Ling Xiao kowtowed, he could be considered to have truly returned to the Kim people. The group of elders then held a simple ceremony and gathered the important clansmen to celebrate, so that everyone knew of Ling Xiao's existence. Ling Xiao's seniority here was frighteningly high. He was actually only 1 or 2 generations younger than the clan leader and these elders, and he was ranked above Ling Fei. This was because the ancestor of Ling Xiao's bloodline was originally of high seniority, and Ling Xiao was his descendant in recent times, so his seniority naturally could not be low. Moreover, the power of Ling Xiao's bloodline had already been activated to the peak, and it had become the true dragon Qi. This meant that Ling Xiao had already completed the perfect bloodline of the Qin people. This was not something that any current Qin people could achieve. Even an outstanding descendant like Ling Fei had only achieved the flood dragon Qi, which could not be compared to Ling Xiao's true dragon Qi. Ling Xiao had been in a daze for the past few days. He did not even know how he had managed to survive. Other than getting to know some elders who were at the level of his great-uncles, he was only considered a few brothers of the same generation. However, he was at a loss when facing those nephews who were much more powerful than him. He had always been wondering if he was really a descendant of the Qin people. On this day, his answer was finally revealed. Old Ling Wei, who was ranked 4th in the clan, summoned Ling Xiao. Ling Wei warmly invited Ling Xiao to sit down, and looked at Ling Xiao with a gratified expression. "Do you still not understand what is going on?" Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, although I cultivate the ancient emperor divine art and am also surnamed Ling, there does not seem to be much connection between the Xianling continent and the heaven realm." "No, the connection is huge." Ling Wei denied flatly, and then he said, "The Xianling continent is an ancient continent. It has existed for millions of years, and there have been several ancient clans that have appeared there. Even now they are still famous in the heaven realm." Ling Wei sighed and then explained to Ling Xiao, "The ancestral land of the Qin people is also in the Xianling continent. However, with the appearance of so many experts, they have absorbed a lot of spiritual energy and the power of the world, which has led to the exhaustion of the Xianling continent's energy, and the land has shrunk greatly. Therefore we have to move to the heaven realm to survive. However, there are still some people who are unwilling to leave the ancestral land, and still live on the Xianling continent. I think it is the dynasty of the Qin people that you mentioned. At first, we and the clan leader agreed that you might be a descendant of that bloodline, but according to the clan altar, you are not. You are the descendant of ancestor Ling Hongyu, which belongs to the same bloodline as me. According to seniority, you can call me great-grandfather, and ancestor Ling Hongyu is my great-great-grandfather." Ling Wei took a sip of spirit tea to moisten his throat, and then said, "As for why ancestor Ling Hongyu wanted to give birth to people of your bloodline, it might have something to do with the battle between him and the ancestor of the demonic tiger clan 2,000 years ago." Demonic tiger clan? This was the first time that Ling Xiao had heard of such a clan. Yes, the demonic tiger clan is an ancient clan in the heaven tiger domain, and their strength is not weaker than the Qin people. Ancestor Ling Hongyu and the ancestor of the demonic tiger clan fought over the divine obsidian cauldron that appeared, and in the end, the two of them directly broke through the barrier of the heaven realm, and fought to the outer space. No one knows the result of that battle, and ancestor Ling Hongyu disappeared after that. According to your description, the Ling family that you belong to is a family that gradually developed about 2,000 years ago, which is very close to the time when ancestor Ling Hongyu disappeared, and according to your description, the Ling family that you belong to is a family that gradually developed about 2,000 years ago, which is very close to the time when ancestor Ling Hongyu disappeared. Chapter 1130. After listening to Ling Wei's explanation, Ling Xiao was finally enlightened. According to what Ling Wei said, the old ancestor might have fallen and returned to the ancestral land of the Xianling continent after the battle with the ancestor of the devil tiger race, and thus left behind the inheritance of Ling Xiao's bloodline. The reason why Ling Xiao was so sure was because he had the obsidian cauldron in his hands. All of this made sense. No wonder I was able to cultivate the ancient emperor's divine arts back then, and the people of the Gu family only managed to cultivate it. It turns out that I really have the bloodline of the Qin people. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. He really didn't expect that he was also from a wealthy family. Ling Xiao realized that Ling Wei was close to him and struck while the iron was hot. "Great-grandfather, there are some things I don't understand. Is there any connection between the bloodline of our Qin people and the bloodline of the dragons? Back then, when I was cultivating the ancient emperor's divine arts, I accidentally refined the dragon's blood, and was able to gradually cultivate it." This question was targeted, because this was the key to the mystery of the Qin people's bloodline. Is the bloodline of the Qin people the dragon's blood? This question had been lingering in Ling Xiao's mind for a long time. Haha, this is a good question. Everyone wants to cultivate our ancient emperor's divine arts. They once thought that our bloodline is the same as the dragon's blood. As long as we refine the dragon's blood, we can cultivate it, but in fact, our Qin people's bloodline is indeed related to the dragon's blood, but the dragon's blood is only the key to activating the power of our bloodline. If they are not from our Qin people, no matter how much dragon's blood they refine, they will not be able to Cultivate the ancient emperor's divine arts. Ling Wei explained with a smile. So that's how it is. At first, I thought that refining the dragon's blood was the guarantee for me to cultivate the ancient emperor's divine arts. It turns out that it was just a primer to activate the power of my bloodline, which allowed me to cultivate the divine arts to great success. Ling Xiao came to a sudden realization. This time he finally understood the existence of the ancient emperor's divine technique. It still required the Kim people to cultivate it. Even if others obtained the chant, it would be useless. All the worries in his heart had been swept away. He had always wondered if he had consumed the essence blood left behind by Zhan Wangye, which made him a descendant of the Kim people. Now that he thought about it, all of this had nothing to do with each other. He had absorbed Zhan Wangye's remnant soul to obtain the secret of the ancient emperor mystic art, and the essence blood had only purified the power of his bloodline. It seemed that the Ling family was also a member of the Kim people's bloodline. It was just that the Ling family had many marriages with ordinary people, and they didn't have dragon blood to refine, so they didn't know how much bloodline power they could activate. Since you are from the Shenling continent, the old ancestor must have stayed there. I have to discuss it with the patriarch. Maybe the old ancestor is in the Shenling continent. Ling Wei seemed to think of something. After saying that, he hurried to find the patriarch Ling Bo. Just like that, Ling Xiao temporarily stayed in the territory of the Kim people. The house that the clan arranged for him was quite simple, but the patriarch sent people to give him a lot of good things. The divine gems that he was given had already reached 100 million, including the complete version of the ancient emperor's divine technique and some cultivation experiences. In addition, there were many historical facts and genealogies about the Kim people. Now that Ling Xiao had returned to the clan, his name was also listed in the genealogy. The loss of essence blood is a little worth it, Ling Xiao thought to himself. In the following days, Ling Xiao familiarized himself with the environment and the people here. Although the Kim people were known as the oldest and most powerful race in the Sky Dragon territory, they were not as scary as the outside world said. Instead, they were like ordinary villagers, living a peaceful life. They also got along very well with each other. However, these people seemed to have a competitive nature. Every day there would be people fighting in the open space of the martial arts arena. And Ling Xiao always watched them fight with interest, to see how the power of the ancient emperor's divine technique that they cultivated was different from his. After some observation, Ling Xiao found that very few people could form true dragon battle chi when they raised their battle strength with all their strength. At most, it was flood dragon battle chi. Moreover, their strength increased only between 10 to 20 times. This was a lot worse than his strength, which was dozens of times. Even so, if these people were placed outside, they would definitely be first-class experts who could fight against 3 people of the same level. At this time, Ling Fei appeared beside Ling Xiao and said, "Do you want to go up and practice? Let these rabbit bastards know that there is always someone better out there." Ling Xiao had a good impression of Ling Fei, his brother Ping Yi. This reminded him of his third uncle Ling Tao, who was also forthright. "Forget it, with my strength I won't go up and embarrass myself," Ling Xiao said modestly. "What's wrong with that? Everyone will stop at the right time. Besides, with a divine technique to protect your body and heal your injuries, a little pain is nothing," Ling Fei said stubbornly. Then he shouted towards the direction of the martial arts arena, "Who wants to compete with Granduncle Ling Xiao? Whoever wins will receive a personal reward from me." The men and women at the side all cheered. They were all in their teens and hundreds of years old, but their seniority was not as high as Ling Xiao and Ling Fei. However, their overall strength was not weak. They were the future pillars of the Kim people. "I am willing to fight with Granduncle Ling Xiao." A young man in his 40s stood up and cupped his hands. This young man was not weak. He had actually reached the strength of a mid-level saint. If he fought with all his strength, it would not be a problem for him to fight against a high-level saint. Ling Fei waved his hand and said, "Ling Qinghua, you are not a match for Granduncle Ling Xiao. Only those who have reached the strength of the Holy Emperor can do so. Your granduncle has condensed true dragon battle chi. Not just anyone can challenge him." As soon as these words came out, these people looked at Ling Xiao with a scorching gaze filled with worship and admiration. Those who could condense true dragon battle chi were existences who had stimulated the power of their bloodline to the peak. They would also be very powerful when they grew up. Only 1/10 of the people in the clan could reach this level. These people were the true treasures of the clan. Normally, they were provided with the best resources so that they could grow and become stronger. "I, Ling Qingxin, invite Granduncle to give me some pointers." A figure jumped onto the training ground and made a gesture of invitation. This person looked to be only 100 years old, but he had already reached the strength of a mid-level holy emperor. As expected of a descendant of a large clan. This Tenbin was definitely not something that ordinary people could compare to. However, Ling Qingxin was only at an average level among the many descendants of the Kim people. Ling Xiao, go ahead. You are one level higher than him. Don't lose face for our generation. Ling Fei joked. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. His body moved slightly and like a floating leaf, he landed elegantly in the middle of the training ground. Ling Xiao was handsome and elegant to begin with. When he revealed such a nimble movement technique, everyone's eyes immediately lit up. In particular, the young girls in the clan could not help but exclaim. Granduncle Ling Xiao is so handsome. I wonder how strong he is. Granduncle Ling Xiao is not as old as me, but he is already a holy emperor. Moreover, he has true dragon battle chi. There is no need to talk about his strength. Brother Qingxin's strength is not weak either. An ordinary high-level holy emperor would not be his opponent. If he can increase his strength by 15 times, there will definitely be a fierce battle. Let's wait and see. If Granduncle Ling Xiao has the ability, I will force myself to catch up to him. Granduncle Ling Xiao, please. Ling Qingxin gave the initiative to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled. I am an elder, so how can I make the first move? I will let you make 3 moves. Come. Ling Qingxin was somewhat hesitant, but Ling Fei shouted from below, Qingxin, just do as Granduncle Ling Xiao says. Ling Qingxin nodded and immediately became serious. Immediately after, his strength increased by quite a bit. His entire body was like an arrow released from a bow as he charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Qingxin did not use any weapons because his body was his most powerful weapon. His fist transformed into the shape of a flood dragon as he punched out with an earth-shattering punch. The flood dragon was ferocious and directly pounced towards Ling Xiao to bite him. Ling Xiao faced this powerful attack with his hands behind his back. His figure was like a floating leaf as he nimbly dodged Ling Qingxin's attack. Ling Qingxin did not expect Ling Xiao to react so quickly. It was as if Ling Xiao had completely ignored his attack. Ah! Ling Qingxin shouted as his aura reached its peak. He punched out with both fists, and the power of twin dragons emerged from the sea was more than twice as powerful as before. The surrounding space trembled from the impact. Interesting, but you're still too weak. Give me a bit more improvement. Ling Xiao said as his figure moved again, directly dodging Ling Qingxin's attack. At the same time, his figure appeared behind Ling Qingxin and lightly patted his shoulder. Ling Qingxin was quite depressed. He discovered that Ling Xiao's speed was truly astonishing. He could not catch him. Granduncle Ling Xiao, pay attention. I'm going to use my holy artifact. A high-grade holy spear appeared in Ling Qingxin's hand. He brandished it, creating bursts of spear wind as he locked onto Ling Xiao and thrusted it towards Ling Xiao. The numerous dense spear images were impossible to defend against. The power was even more unstoppable, enough to destroy mountains and split the earth. Ling Qingxin did not hold back in this attack. The power had already reached the level of a high-grade holy emperor, and its destructive power was extremely shocking. Moreover, Ling Xiao did not dodge or evade this time. He smiled faintly and raised one of his arms, casually blocking the spear attacks. Clang, clang, clang. The spear images were deflected by Ling Xiao's arm, unable to harm him at all. The surrounding spectators all cried out in surprise. Granduncle Ling Xiao is so powerful. His body has already been tempered to the point of being impervious to swords and spears. Is he already a god king? He can't be a god king. Otherwise, why would Granduncle Ling Fei let us challenge him? It should be because Granduncle Ling Xiao's defense is too powerful. He's already cultivated his divine art to the greater mastery realm. That's right. I heard that Granduncle Ling Xiao already has a half-dragon body. How can a mere holy artifact hurt him? At the very least, only a demigod artifact can harm him. No wonder Granduncle Ling Xiao dared to let Brother Qingxin have 3 moves. The two of them are not on the same level. It seems that our clan has gained another monstrous genius. Only those monstrous geniuses in the outer sect and those brothers and sisters that the elders have hidden away can compete with him. Chapter 1131. Ling Qingxin didn't expect Ling Xiao's physical body to be so monstrous. After he finished this wave of attacks, he put away his spear and didn't make any further attacks. Qingxin isn't a match for Great Uncle. Ling Qingxin was quite open-minded. He looked at Ling Xiao with respect and retreated. Ling Fei looked at Ling Xiao with admiration and said, "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me?" As soon as he finished speaking, another person stood up and shouted, "I want to challenge Uncle Ling Xiao." Ling Ong was one of the more senior members of the younger generation. He was only one generation younger than Ling Xiao and had the strength of a peak holy emperor. He was the instructor of the younger generation here and was about 200 years old. He was the one who had the highest chance of breaking through to the Divine King realm. Ling Xiao had easily defeated Ling Qingxin, which had already proved his strength. Moreover, Ling Xiao had the strength of a high-stage holy emperor and the power of his bloodline had been activated to the peak. The increase in his combat strength was definitely not weak. Therefore, Ling Ong was itching to show off his skills and snatch the opportunity of others to fight. After all, there were still many high-stage and peak holy emperor here. However, among so many people, Ling Ong was the most powerful instructor. Only by doing so could he witness the true strength of Ling Xiao's great uncle. "Alright Ling Ong, you go. Use your full strength to deal with Uncle Ling Xiao. If you can force him to use all his trump cards, I will reward you with a divine herb." Ling Fei encouraged him from the side. Ling Xiao was a little helpless. He felt that Ling Fei was just trying to watch the show. "Uncle Ling Xiao, I am their instructor. Ling Ong, sorry for offending you," Ling Ong said politely. Then he actually took the initiative to attack Ling Xiao. His aura was like a rainbow as he attacked with lightning speed. With the momentum of thunder, a flood dragon that was infinitely close to a real dragon pounced towards Ling Xiao. An instructor was indeed an instructor. Even in a duel, he did not give in at all. He directly attacked with lightning speed, and his strength exploded in an instant. He completely wanted to defeat his opponent in the shortest time possible, not giving his opponent any chance to catch his breath. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows and his fighting spirit rose. He shouted in surprise, "Good move." Ling Xiao didn't avoid it. Instead, he met Ling Ang's fist energy head-on. Bang! The two of them directly punched each other. The speed of their exchange was so fast that it was dazzling. Moreover, every punch carried the force of a thunderbolt, causing the surrounding space to tremble and collapse. Ling Ang could already increase his combat power by 20 times. He was definitely not an ordinary pinnacle holy emperor. Moreover, he was using Kim People's golden dragon fist. The power was terrifying and it was comparable to a demigod king. If Ling Xiao had not reached the high-level holy emperor, it would not be easy for him to fight with him. However, his ability had greatly improved. Although there was still a long way to go before he could reach the pinnacle holy emperor, his combat power had far surpassed a normal pinnacle holy emperor. It was a piece of cake for him to fight a real demigod king. Moreover, as his ability improved, the toughness of his body became even more insane. Ling Ang clashed with him head-on, which was exactly what he wanted. However, Ling Xiao controlled his strength well. He did not take Ling Ang down immediately. Instead, he controlled his strength to be on par with Ling Ang, so they were evenly matched. However, Ling Xiao had the help of his movement technique. He poked at Ling Ang's weak points without hurting him. Ling Ang was getting more and more shocked as the fight went on. He had already overestimated Ling Xiao's ability. However, he still felt that he had underestimated Ling Xiao when they were fighting. His fists were numb from the impact. Every time the fight was intense, Ling Xiao would poke at his weak points. If Ling Xiao had used more strength, he would have been defeated. Ling Xiao was doing this for the sake of his instructor's face. Moreover, Ling Xiao felt that as an uncle, how could he teach his nephew a lesson? So, he gracefully went easy on Ling Ang. Beams of golden light shot out, and the shadows of dragons roared. It was quite a spectacular scene. The spectators who were watching the fierce battle from the outside exclaimed one by one. The people of the Jin clan were belligerent by nature, so they naturally enjoyed watching such an intense battle. They did not know that their instructor, Ling Ang, would have been defeated if they were to fight. Only a few people could see the secret behind it. This kid knows his limits. Looks like Ling Ang can't force him to use his full strength, Ling Fei praised in his heart. Ling Ang was not satisfied. He was able to become an instructor because of his rich combat ability. Among the younger generation he was considered the best. Naturally, he did not want to be defeated. He shouted at Ling Xiao, "Uncle, take my last move." Golden Dragon Fist, dragon soaring across the 4 seas. The golden fist transformed into the shape of a dragon. It was as if hundreds of dragons were overturning the sea in the sea. Its power was terrifying. These flood dragons surrounded Ling Xiao in layers, leaving him no place to escape. All of their power was concentrated and blasted towards him. This attack was infinitely close to the power of a demigod king. It forced the people around to retreat far away. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and did not dodge. His power rose again and a terrifying aura shot into the sky. A peerless dragon roared for thousands of miles. Just this aura alone was enough to weaken Ling Ang's strength by quite a bit. Boom boom boom. All the power landed on Ling Xiao's body, and an earth-shattering explosion was heard. Everyone looked at this scene and felt that it was a little hard to wrap their heads around it. They all thought, why doesn't Granduncle Ling Xiao fight back? They all thought that Ling Xiao was done for. Even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. They all felt how terrifying the instructor's attack was. However, when everything disappeared, a figure stood there unscathed. He still had a faint smile on his face and he said, "Your power is not bad, but it's still not enough." Everyone was flabbergasted. Ling Xiao was completely fine, which meant that Ling Ang's full power attack could not hurt him at all. The reason why he did not fight back was to tell them that he had not used his true power. Ling Ang took a deep breath. He knew that this uncle in front of him was extremely abnormal, so he could only admit defeat. Everyone cheered, and they looked at Ling Xiao with even more respect and kindness. After these two battles, Ling Xiao had gained a certain amount of popularity among the younger generation like Kim people. "Haha, Ling Xiao, you're not bad. These kids can't force you to use your full power," Ling Fei praised, then said to Ling Xiao, "Come with me, there's something I need to talk to you about." Ling Xiao followed Ling Fei to a quiet place and sat down. "You've cultivated the divine art to the 6th form, right?" Ling Fei asked. Ling Xiao said, "The 6th form has been perfected, and the 7th form has not been completed yet." Ling Fei sighed softly, "No wonder your body is so abnormal. So it has reached this stage. It seems like you must become a divine king." After pausing for a moment he continued, "I called you here mainly to tell you some of the key points of cultivating to the divine king realm, so that you can step into that step as soon as possible." Ling Xiao listened attentively. Although he had Xiaofeng's hand, it was still beneficial to listen to the experiences of other divine kings. After all, everyone's way of breaking through was different, and he and Ling Fei both had the same blood flowing in their veins, cultivating the same divine arts. He believed that Ling Fei's experience would be even more beneficial to him. In order to refine the spirit, one must first refine the spirit bridge, forming a bridge of energy between the Sea of Consciousness and the Dantian, fusing the spiritual energy in the Sea of Consciousness and the spiritual energy in the Dantian together, forming a new kind of power. This kind of power was called God power, or origin energy. The bridge between the Sea of Consciousness and the Dantian was called the Divine Bridge. It was the combination of the two powers, and was the key to accumulating new power. Once anyone formed the Divine Bridge, they would have taken the first step to becoming a god, which was the demigod king realm, and would have a few strands of God power. Some people could form the Divine Bridge, but they were unable to fuse the power between the Sea of Consciousness and the Dantian, so they would never be able to become a divine king. Once they formed the Divine Bridge, they would be able to form a new God power, and they would be considered to have truly stepped into the ranks of the Divine King. These were all common knowledge about reaching the Divine King realm, but if no one said it, Ling Xiao wouldn't even know. After listening to it, he felt enlightened. At the same time, Ling Fei talked about the key points of the last realm of the ancient Emperor Divine Technique, refine the spirit. This realm happened to be closely related to cultivating to become a divine king, and the Kim people often relied on stepping into this realm to become a divine king. In other words, if one cultivated to this realm, he could first form the divine soul, and as long as his divine soul was formed, he could form the divine bridge and finally reach the divine king realm. However, many people first became a divine king before forming their divine soul, and people like the Kim people who cultivated in the opposite direction were indeed different from others. "Brother, you said that after forming the divine soul, it's easy to form the divine bridge?" Ling Xiao asked in surprise. He vaguely caught on to something, which was why he asked this question. "That's right, that's the theory. Back then, I also refined my divine soul before I could sense the existence of the divine bridge," Ling Fei replied. Suddenly he thought of something and slapped his thigh. "That's right, you've already formed your flesh and soul. You should be able to sense the existence of the divine bridge. Brother, even if you want to occupy Pingyi, you shouldn't be like this. You're slapping my thigh," Ling Xiao said gloomily. A divine king's palm strike was also very painful. "Okay." Ling Fei laughed dryly. "Hee hee, it's a mistake. Quickly sense it and see if you can capture the existence of the divine bridge. Ling Xiao nodded and began to circulate the ancient emperor's divine technique. At this time, the divine soul in his sea of consciousness and the Dantian had indeed formed a connection. It was as if a passageway had been opened between the two, and traces of power were being transmitted between them. In fact, this feeling had already been felt when Ling Xiao broke through to the high-level Holy Emperor. However, he didn't know that this was the existence of the divine bridge. The divine soul had long since been formed, and the divine bridge had also felt it. Was Ling Xiao still far from becoming a god? Chapter 1132. Ling Fei then told Ling Xiao about the conversion and fusion of the power between the divine soul and the Dantian, which allowed Ling Xiao to understand more about how to break through to the God-King realm. Once all the power in his body transformed into divine power, whether it was the spiritual qi of heaven and earth or the power of space, he would be able to use and control them at will. He could even use the power of his own attribute to create things, and he could use all the attributes around him at any time. For example, the Metal God King could directly condense a real Metal God weapon, the Water God King could use all the surrounding water to attack, the Earth God King could directly escape. I've told you so much, do you understand now? Ling Fei asked. Ling Xiao nodded and said, it's not difficult. As long as I reach the peak of the realm, it shouldn't be too difficult to become a God King. Thank you, brother. Ling Fei knew that Ling Zhao's Tenbin was outstanding, and he had already refined his flesh and divine soul, so it shouldn't be too difficult for him to digest him. Ling Fei said again, well, that's good. Now come with me to the outer sect to see your female partner. Your sister-in-law likes her very much, but there are some things I still have to remind you. In the future you must not use the Dragon Ball to transform into a dragon, understand? Why is that? Do I have to look like a half-human half-dragon for the rest of my life? That's not very good. Ling Xiao asked in confusion. He had indeed thought that if he had a Dragon Ball one day he could directly transform into a real dragon. When he increased his strength, transforming into a real dragon would be better than the original Dragon Man mold. Unexpectedly, Ling Fei gave him a warning in advance. The reason why you became like this is because you received a large amount of dragon blood to cleanse your body, otherwise you wouldn't have shown signs of transforming into a dragon. The bloodline of our Kim people is indeed closely related to dragons. Every clansman needs dragon blood to activate their strength, but it is also because of this that our clansmen are much fewer than other clansmen, Ling Fei said. Ling Xiao was confused. What did the number of people have to do with the dragons? That's because the dragon clan is a race with the worst reproductive abilities. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been forced to step down from the stage of history by the other mythological beast clans. It's the same for our gold clan. Because we've been stained with dragon blood, our fertility is relatively poor. Once you transform into a dragon, it'll be even more difficult for you to reproduce with humans. Thus, for the sake of the future you must never transform into a dragon. This is the experience of our ancestors. Ling Fei solemnly reminded. After a pause he continued, you don't have to worry about that half-dragon body. Once you break through to the Divine King realm, this transformation will be assimilated by the divine power and will no longer exist. After hearing this, Ling Xiao suddenly came to a realization. He immediately smiled and said, so that's how it is. I was worried that every time I fight with all my strength, it will be like that for the rest of my life. Alright, you go talk to your little girlfriend from the Blazing Flame Merchants first, lest she says that our Kim people are too inhumane. However, remember not to be sentimental for the time being. Your mission is to become a God King as soon as possible, the faster the better. Ling Fei said very seriously. Ling Xiao nodded and immediately followed Ling Fei to the Dragon Gate. On the way Ling Fei said, when we reach the outer sect, let Big Brother arrange an identity for you. In the future you will not only be a member of our Kim people, but also a member of the Dragon Gate. With an outer sect identity, it will be much more convenient for you to travel in the Sky Dragon region. Thank you, brother. Ling Xiao said gratefully. The Jin clan's name was indeed astonishing. However, in the Heavenly Dragon domain, more people knew about the Heavenly Dragon sect. Having the identity of a member of the Heavenly Dragon sect, Ling Xiao had indeed gained a lot of glory. It had to be known that this was a giant-level existence in the Sky Dragon region. He was even more useful than the Blazing Flame Merchants. Whoever wanted to offend him would have to think carefully. Although the Dragon Gate is an outer sect, there are still many outstanding people there, and there are even a few divine bodies. They can compare to the most outstanding children of our clan, and some are even stronger. You have to be careful. In the future, if possible, reduce their prestige, lest they don't know the power of our clan and think that they can become the leader of the Dragon Gate. Ling Fei's eyes flashed with a complicated light as he said, "Looks like the internal structure of the Dragon Gate isn't that simple." Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. However, he was also someone who had experienced many things. He knew that wherever there were people, there would be Jianghu and there would be all kinds of schemes. After arriving at the spatial formation, they were directly transported into the Dragon Gate. Ling Fei had special privileges within the Dragon Gate. He was in charge of the Dragon Team and was the commander of one of the teams. Furthermore, the sect master was Ling Fei's big brother Ling Qin. He didn't receive any restrictions here, and his actions were also quite ostentatious. Ling Xiao followed Ling Fei to meet the sect master Ling Qin. In terms of seniority within the clan, Ling Qin was Ling Xiao's second brother, and Ling Xiao was ranked 198. There were still many brothers between them. However, within the Dragon Gate, Ling Xiao still had to obediently call Ling Qin the sect master. This kind of facade still needed to be done. Ling Qin smiled and exchanged a few words with Ling Xiao. He knew that Ling Xiao had already obtained the approval of the clan's elders, and he also knew that an ancestor might still be alive. Thus, he was quite respectful towards Ling Xiao and didn't put on the airs of a sect master. "Alright, little brother Xiao, go and see that girl. She's with your sister-in-law. If you don't come, I'm afraid she'll be abducted by those little guys." Ling Qin rarely let go of his status and joked. Ling Xiao smiled and explained, "There's nothing between me and her." Ling Xiao went to the Kim people to acknowledge his ancestors, but Lai Ruyu didn't leave. She still stayed within the Dragon Gate. Ling Chen's wife, Xiao Jinsai, had a good impression of Lai Ruyu. She also learned that Lai Wudi seemed to want his daughter to be together with Ling Xiao. At the same time, it also showed that the Blazing Flame merchants wanted to solidify their relationship with the Dragon Gate. Therefore, Xiao Jinsai was happy to facilitate this matter and got along well with Lai Ruyu. Lai Ruyu couldn't help but reveal the joy on her face when she saw Ling Xiao again. However, after hearing Ling Xiao's first sentence, her expression became gloomy. "Miss hasn't gone back yet?" Ling Xiao first greeted Xiao Jinsai, then heartlessly asked Lai Ruyu, "Do you want me to leave immediately?" Lai Ruyu said in a very displeased manner. "Of course not," Ling Xiao replied, then said, "I still haven't thanked you and the Alliance Master for your care. Otherwise, I wouldn't have returned to the clan. If you need any help from Ling Xiao in the future, just send me a message. I, Ling Xiao, am not the kind of person who would be ungrateful." Ling Xiao's words were a solemn promise, and it was also a kind of explanation for him being a guest elder of the Merchant Union. Lai Ruyu was a little dissatisfied. She muttered, "Is this guy really a blockhead?" Xiao Jinsai saw that the two of them didn't seem to get along well, so she quickly said, "Little brother Xiao, Miss Ruyu has been waiting for you until now. Don't you know how to feel sorry for her? How about this, you two young people go to the city and see the scenery of Tianlong City." Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't refuse Xiao Jinsai's request, so he immediately replied, "Yes, I haven't seen the city yet, why don't you come with us? I won't get involved. You guys go, I'll arrange a few guards for you to prevent a beauty like Lady Ruyu from stirring up any trouble. If that happens, it would be hard to explain to Union Master Lai," Xiao Jinsai said with a smile. Lai Ruyu showed a bit of shyness and said, "Madam, you also want to see me make a fool of myself?" Xiao Jinsai smiled and cast an encouraging look at Lai Ruyu. Only then did she gracefully walk away. Ling Xiao finally understood Lai Ruyu's thoughts. He could be considered a veteran in the field of love. If he couldn't even understand this, then he wouldn't be called Ling Xiao. Then let's get along. Ling Xiao thought indifferently in his heart. Lai Ruyu was indeed very beautiful, even more beautiful than the women he had met before. Only Yun Mingqi and Xiao Ling could be compared, but her personality was a bit unruly. If she couldn't change it, Ling Xiao wouldn't have a good impression of her. As for Ling Xiao's attitude, it was because he had his eyes on the Blazing Flame Merchants' big financial group. If he could take Lai Ruyu in, it would indeed be considered as getting both wealth and beauty. It was just that he hadn't truly made up his mind yet. The most important thing right now was to speed up his breakthrough and bring his people to the Heaven Realm as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's state of mind relaxed. He simply didn't care about Lai Ruyu's past and treated her as a good friend, chatting with her as they strolled around Heavenly Dragon City. Lai Ruyu could sense the change in Ling Xiao's attitude towards her, and was extremely happy in her heart. "Ruyu, can I trouble you with something?" Ling Xiao had already changed the way he addressed Lai Ruyu, and very naturally called her by her name. Lai Ruyu lightly pursed her red lips and said, "Tell me, as long as I can do it, I'll do anything. When we get back, tell my people to bring them to Dragon Gate. I plan to settle them here," Ling Xiao said with a pleading tone. Lai Ruyu readily agreed, "Don't worry, I'll arrange this for you, but what?" Ling Xiao asked. "If that's the case, do you plan to never return to Raging Flame City in the future?" Lai Ruyu said with a somewhat dejected expression. "What, are you afraid that I won't go to see you?" Ling Xiao said with a somewhat flirtatious expression. His words were originally a bit of a joke, but unexpectedly, Lai Ruyu nodded seriously. A drunken red color appeared on her delicate face, making her look extremely beautiful. "Ryu, actually, I should make some things clear to you." Ling Xiao took a light breath and said. After pausing for a moment, he said very seriously, "I am a very fickle person. I already have many wives in the Shenling continent, and one of them in Raging Flame City is also my wife. I love them very much and they also love me very much. One day I will return and bring them to live in the heaven realm. Do you understand what I mean?" Since Ling Xiao had made his decision, he had to be honest with her. He couldn't waste her youth. If she could still persist, then everything would be fine. If she was unwilling, then he didn't care. Lai Ruyu's expression was a bit stiff, and she fell into deep thought. Chapter 1133. If it was someone else, if they met a girl as beautiful as Lai Ruyu and had a high status, they would have long wanted to get their hands on her. It was really the best of both worlds, getting both the money and the woman. However, Ling Zhao's mind was already mature, and he had already passed the age where he would fall in love at the first sight of beauty. What he pursued more was the feeling of a river flowing into a river. He didn't really love Lai Ruyu, but as a person he wasn't good at breaking a girl's heart. So he confessed to her, hoping that she would back off and be friends. However, all men had their own selfish motives. If a beautiful girl like Lai Ruyu were to throw herself into the arms of another man, he would probably not feel very good about it. This was probably a common problem for men. They all wanted to have beautiful women for themselves. Lai Ruyu's heart was also in a dilemma. In this world, it wasn't a big deal for a man to have multiple wives and concubines. However, with her status as the most favored princess of the Blazing Flame merchants, becoming someone else's concubine would be too degrading. Don't be troubled, let nature take its course. Don't be troubled. Let nature take its course. Right now, I need to break through to God King as quickly as possible. You're also a Peak Saint King now, so I'm sure you'll break through soon as well. Once we're both God Kings and have an unlimited lifespan, we can slowly nurture these feelings. Plus, there are so many geniuses in the heaven region. There'll definitely be someone you like, comforted Ling Xiao as he patted Lai Ruyu's shoulders. Lai Ruyu's beautiful eyes flickered a few times as she said, "You're right, let's break through to the Divine King realm first. However, I only like you, I won't like any other man." After Lai Ruyu finished speaking, her delicate face was flushed red. Her words were undoubtedly the most direct confession. "Hee, as long as you're no longer so unruly and willful, you're also a beautiful fairy in my eyes." Ling Xiao praised her in a good mood. When Lai Ruyu heard Ling Zhao's rare praise, a sweet feeling rose in her heart that she had never felt before. In the past, no matter how many times other men flattered her, they couldn't compare to this sentence. As the saying goes, women dress up for those who love them. Ling Xiao sent Lai Ruyu back to the Blazing Flame merchant's shop. He had wanted to return to the Dragon Gate, but Lai Wudi had unexpectedly stayed behind and called him over to discuss something. Ling Xiao couldn't refuse, so he followed Lai Ruyu to see Lai Wudi. "Greetings, Alliance Master." Ling Xiao respectfully greeted Lai Wudi. He was one of the top figures in the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo and was on the same level as Ling Qin. Ling Xiao could not be arrogant just because he had become one of the Kim people. Lai Wudi was very satisfied with Ling Zhao's attitude. He immediately waved his hand and asked Lai Ruyu to leave. Lai Ruyu looked at Ling Xiao reluctantly but still left. "Elder Ling, congratulations on returning to the Kim people," Lai Wudi said to Ling Xiao with incomparable enthusiasm. Ling Xiao had become one of the Kim people, so his status was definitely not low. Otherwise, Ling Qin, the sect master of the Dragon Gate, would not have condescended to welcome him. Lai Wudi was the alliance master, but he still had to be more pleasant to Ling Xiao. This was related to the relationship between the Blazing Flame merchants and the Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao replied politely, "This is all thanks to the alliance master's help." Ling Xiao still doesn't know how to repay the alliance master. Ah, it's good that you have the heart. You've allowed our merchant union's businesses to reopen within the Heavenly Dragon Sect's jurisdiction. That's our reward, Lai Wudi said with a laugh. Then he asked, do you think Ryu Piao is pretty? Ling Xiao did not expect Lai Wudi to change the topic so quickly, so he could not react for a moment. Lai Wudi smiled faintly. To be honest, Ryu is the apple of my eye. I can see that she has quite a good impression of you. Ling Xiao thought to himself, this is too direct. He could not directly reject Lai Wudi's kind intentions, so he immediately replied, I have already talked to Ryu, and I believe that she will make her own decision. However, as long as the Alliance Master does not despise me as a guest elder, then I will always be a part of the Merchant Alliance. Ling Xiao's words were also a promise to Lai Wudi. Regardless of whether there was a result between him and Lai Ryu, he was willing to be the middleman between the Blazing Flame Merchants and the Dragon Gate. Lai Wudi thought that Ling Xiao would immediately express his love for his daughter or something, but unexpectedly he said such words, which made him feel both surprised and comfortable. After all, this marriage was not something that could be casually decided, as it was related to the future of the Blazing Flame Merchants. Moreover, he had to go through his father first. Lai Wudi looked at Ling Xiao with admiration and thought to himself, it's so easy to talk to smart people. I'm relieved to hear that. If you need any help from the Merchant Alliance in the future, just say it. I will do my best to help you. Lai Wudi also said very generously. And then I will thank the Alliance Master in advance. Ling Xiao replied. After the two chatted for a while, Ling Xiao said his goodbyes. Lai Wudi then asked Lai Ryu to send Ling Xiao off, but Lai Ryu had an extra Ryoi by her side. As they were about to part, Lai Ryu finally couldn't help but reach out and hug Ling Xiao from the side. She kissed Ling Xiao's face heavily, then turned around and ran as fast as she could. Ling Xiao touched his face and smiled bitterly. Are women these days so open? You make me feel shy. When Ling Xiao returned to Dragon Gate, Ling Chen had already given him a token. This token was not a normal token of Dragon Gate. It was a special token for high-level inner elders, and it could be used by Divine King-level elders. This was a token that only the outstanding disciples of Kim people could have. Ling Xiao was also given a place to stay so he could come to Dragon Gate to cultivate in the future if he wanted. The cultivation environment in Dragon Gate was not bad, but it was still inferior to the simple and crude clan land of Kim people. In comparison, Ling Xiao naturally chose to cultivate in the clan land. Brother Xiao, you are one of the few geniuses in our clan who can activate true dragon battle chi. You can arrange for 2 divine kings to follow you as guardian elders, Ling Chen said. Is there such a good thing? Ling Xiao exclaimed. After coming to the heaven region, he had always lacked a sense of security because he was too weak, and there were too many divine kings here. If he was not careful, he would bring a fatal disaster upon himself. Moreover, he had already experienced this feeling, so when he heard that he could choose 2 divine kings to be his guardian elders, he was naturally very happy. Of course. Elders Kong, come in. Ling Chen clapped his hands and called out. Following that, 2 middle-aged men walked in at the same time. These 2 were twins and they looked almost the same. They were both mid-level peak divine kings. Greetings, Sect Master. The 2 bowed at the same time. This is young Master Ling Xiao. In the future he will be the person you need to protect. As long as it doesn't harm the clan's interests, you can listen to his instructions. Ling Chen revealed a dignified expression. The 2 glanced at Ling Chen and Ling Xiao and responded, Yes, Sect Master. We will do our best to protect young Master Ling Xiao. Ling Chen responded softly, then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, These 2 are elders Kong Wen and Kong Wu. Although they are mid-level divine kings, they know a set of joint attack secret techniques. When they join forces, they won't fear even high-level divine kings. You must treat them well. With your current conditions, it won't be a problem for you to become a divine king within 100 years. Only when you become a divine king will you receive more cultivation resources. If, one day you can no longer progress, then the clan will also reduce the cultivation resources provided to you. You must remember this. Furthermore, no matter what, you must not harm the clan and the clan's interests. Otherwise, you will be seen as a traitor, and if the punishment is light, your cultivation will be crippled, and if the punishment is heavy, you will be killed. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Yes, Sect Master. Ling Xiao will bear this in mind. All right, let Kong Wen and Kong Wu tell you about the clan's resources and rules. Also, feel free to read the Classics Pavilion and the Martial Skill Pavilion. In addition, this is a gift for you. I hope you won't disappoint the clan's elders and me, and break through to the Divine King realm as soon as possible. Ling Qin said seriously. Ling Xiao received another handsome reward. He was overjoyed and said, "Many thanks, Sect Master. Alright, you can go now. In the future, don't come looking for me unless there's something important. I will summon you if I need anything. Of course, you must let us know if you have something to do outside," Ling Qin reminded him. Ling Xiao responded and left the hall with Kong Wen and Kong Wu. Ling Xiao wanted to wait for Xian Yao and Euro Fei, so he didn't rush back to the clan. Instead, he stayed in the Dragon Gate's residence. His residence was similar to that of an inner disciple's direct disciple. He had his own courtyard as well as guards and attendants. Ling Xiao spent some time to understand the general situation and rules of the Dragon Gate from Kong Wen and Kong Wu, so that he wouldn't make any mistakes in the future. After understanding the general situation, Ling Xiao temporarily settled down and cultivated. Once he reached the Divine King realm, he would go to the chaotic burial space to find his master. Before that, Ling Xiao took out the divine scroll he had picked up. This divine scroll had a powerful restriction. Even a peaked Divine King couldn't open it. This made Ling Xiao very curious. At the same time, he was looking forward to see if this was the thing he had been looking for. This divine scroll looked the same as the previous two scrolls of the soul-controlling art. They were all made of the same beast skin. However, he didn't dare to have too much hope. After all, many of the ancient scrolls were made of beast skin. It might just be a coincidence. When I first opened the soul-controlling art, I used my soul power to open it. I'll try to see if it doesn't work. If it doesn't work, I'll go back to the clan and ask the clan elders to help me. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. He was prepared for the worst. After all, he wasn't even a divine king. Other than using this kind of lucky method, there was no other way. Ling Xiao calmed his mind and circulated his soul. Strands of soul power spread towards the divine scroll. However, as soon as his soul power came into contact with the divine scroll, it was isolated by layers of restriction power. Moreover, there was a tyrannical rebounding force which gave him a fright. Ling Xiao was a little unwilling. He immediately activated the spirit runes and attacked the divine scroll. Xiao. Chapter 1134. The reason why Ling Xiao had used high-grade runes on the divine scroll was because he wanted to make a final attempt. He wanted to see if he could resonate with the divine scroll and open it on its own. If it didn't work, then forget it. Who knew that this attempt of his would really cause a commotion? The high-grade runes actually directly entered the divine scroll, causing a flawless light to appear. Ling Xiao's eyes were so pierced that he couldn't open them. The soul power in his sea of consciousness was actually being sucked in by the divine scroll like a tide. Ling Xiao wanted to control himself, but it was already too late. Ling Xiao only felt his vision darken. His entire body became incomparably weak, and he fell limply to the ground. The moment Ling Xiao fell to the ground, the divine scroll finally unraveled. Rays of light burst forth from it. If not for the restrictions that Ling Xiao had already set up, these rays of light would have caused unnecessary trouble when they passed through the room. These rays of light eventually formed ancient characters, and they carried a strange power that charged into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. When Ling Xiao woke up, he felt that he had had a very, very long dream. An indescribable memory actually appeared in his mind. This memory seemed to come from another person, but it also seemed like a scene from that dream. The memory fragments continuously flashed, and he saw a race being surrounded and killed by a large number of people. Finally, they were chased into a space and exiled. However, there was a person from that race who was fighting alone, resisting an army of millions. He was like a fiend god with boundless divine power. With a single thought, he could cause people to explode and die. His killing power was extremely terrifying, and it was extremely strange. It was impossible to guard against him. It was unknown how many people he had killed, but he only fell heavily into a pool of blood when the last drop of blood flowed out. What is this? Why do I feel sad? Ling Xiao felt a deep sense of empathy. He seemed to understand the persistence of that man who fought to the end, and the unwillingness to give up everything to protect his own people. This memory gave Ling Xiao an additional responsibility. It seemed like he had to rescue those people who had been exiled. Whether to rescue them or not was up to Ling Xiao. After hesitating for a long time, Ling Xiao sighed softly and muttered to himself, "If I know the space where they were exiled to, perhaps I can go and take a look." As his voice faded, a strange change occurred in his sea of knowledge once again. The memory fragments seemed to disintegrate at the same time, forming a ball of soul power that began to nourish Ling Xiao's divine soul. This power was very surging, and Ling Xiao's mind swelled uncomfortably. At the same time, his divine soul grew at an extremely fast speed. Ling Xiao knew that the mysterious power of the divine scroll was starting to take effect. Moreover, he felt a familiar feeling. Bearing the swelling pain, Ling Xiao began to circulate the soul-controlling art and began to absorb the soul power. This power was so powerful that Ling Xiao found it hard to believe. Moreover, this soul power seemed to be innately compatible with the power of his divine soul, gradually alleviating his pain and giving him a feeling of harmony. He didn't know how much time had passed. It felt like a day, but it also felt like a year. Ling Xiao couldn't describe the feeling. When he finished digesting the soul power, his divine soul had become so strong that it was hard to believe. At the same time, there was some kind of reaction between his divine soul and his dantian. A bridge-like channel extended from his back down to his dantian. Various kinds of power were transmitted from his divine soul and blended with the power in his dantian. Ling Xiao's aura actually grew stronger at this moment. He directly soared from the early stage of the High Holy Emperor to the middle stage of the High Holy Emperor before stopping. Don't underestimate such a small leap, but it saved the Holy Emperor many years of hard work. When Ling Xiao woke up, he felt that his spiritual will had expanded greatly. He really wanted to release it completely and see how far he could go. However, he forcefully suppressed this impulse. After all, this was the cultivation place of the Dragon Gate's successor disciples. Doing so would disturb them. Just as Ling Xiao wanted to observe the level of his divine soul's power, a simple and unadorned text appeared in his mind, flashing non-stop in his sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao hurriedly seized this moment and engraved all those words in his mind, unable to be erased. It's the controlling spirit art. The third stage. Ling Xiao let out a joyful, trembling voice. He had never thought that this really was the controlling spirit art. It actually allowed him to complete the last stage. What a great opportunity this was. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that this divine scroll that he had accidentally picked up, that even a peak divine king could not open, was actually the final stage of the divine art that he had always dreamed of. All along, he did not have much hope of obtaining the third volume of the mnemonic chant. After all, the world was so big. Wanting to find something like this was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Now it seemed that this controlling spirit art and his luck were really not shallow. Controlling spirit art was divided into 3 stages: controlling skill, controlling soul, and controlling spirit. Ling Xiao couldn't be more familiar with the first 2 parts, and he had just obtained the mnemonic chant for the last part, mind controlling. Although the mnemonic chant was difficult to understand, Ling Xiao still managed to understand it with his extraordinary comprehension ability. Mastering the stage of controlling spirit would allow one to possess unparalleled divine might, which included all the effects of the first 2 parts. It could use soul power to hurt people, which was even scarier than soul power attacks. It could ignore the obstruction of space and could kill any saint with a single thought, not even the Holy Emperor. When it was strong enough, even a God King would find it hard to resist. It was like the upgraded version of controlling skill. Originally, controlling soul could only control people below the level of the Holy Emperor, but it was useless against people above the level of Demigod King because they already had divine power and could break all soul curses without being harmed by the mark. However, after mastering the last part, even those above the level of God King could be controlled. It was just that this control method was different. Originally, controlling soul was controlled by soul power, but now, it was directly bound by soul power, which was also known as soul lock. It could lock the God King's soul and control it so that it could not escape from his divine sense. Apart from these 2 things, it also had 2 other amazing powers. One was soul cultivation. Apart from being able to recover one's own soul power, it could also help any God King who had been injured in the past to heal their wounds. There was no need for any elixirs, only their own soul power was needed. The other was soul concealment, which was called soul concealment. It was called soul concealment, where one could use one's soul to travel around without being discovered by anyone. It was not as simple as having one's soul out of one's body. The most important thing was to achieve the power of invisibility. When one's soul power was completely concealed, even a God King would not be able to sense it. When the time comes, no one would be able to defend against it. However, he needed a lot of soul energy to cultivate this soul concealment technique. At least he had to reach the high-level king god realm. Of course, besides these, when he reached the incipient god realm, his power would be absolutely terrifying. Just like the man in the memory, he could kill anybody instantly. Even if he wanted to, he could kill millions of king god realm experts with just one thought. After understanding the power of the last scroll, Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He couldn't wait to enter his cultivating state. He wanted to comprehend this chant first. Half a month later, Ling Xiao was a little distressed. He found that this last scroll was strangely hard to cultivate. Although his god soul had been strengthened by the power of the divine scroll, reaching the peak of king god realm, this realm didn't have much to do with his cultivation. It would be great if Ling Er was here. Her ethereal body could help me enter the enlightenment state faster. It would increase my cultivating speed. Ling Xiao sighed. Half a month had passed. Lai Ryu must have arranged for Xian Yao and Euro Fei to come here. Ling Xiao went out of his room and called Kong Wen to ask if anyone had come to see him. Kong Wen said that no one had come yet. Ling Xiao was a little disappointed. However, he still had something he had to do, which was to reforge the two weapons he had been using. He wanted them to reach the divine level. Elder Wen, I want to go to the forging pavilion to see. Is that okay? Ling Xiao asked Kong Wen. Young master, do you want to forge weapons? Asked Kong Wen. I want to reforge my weapons. Their grades are a little low, replied Ling Xiao. Oh, young master, you don't have to do this. You only need to tell the gate master what kind of divine weapon you want. You can choose one you like. Kong Wen suggested. Ling Xiao waved his hand. No, I've always been using these two weapons. I don't want to change them. Kong Wen didn't continue asking. He brought Ling Xiao to the forging pavilion. There were divine tool masters here. They were all respected existences in Dragon Gate. There were a total of 8 people, and there were many divine tool masters below them. Ling Xiao's status was also respected. The fact that he had a divine king as his protector was enough to prove it. Zhang Ming was a high-grade divine tool master second only to the pavilion master. After learning of Ling Xiao's purpose in coming, he immediately came out to meet him. Those with the surname Ling in Dragon Gate all knew that Ling Xiao's status was not low. Ling Xiao placed the ice and fire sword and the golden dragon spear in front of Zhang Ming and said, Elder Zhang, do you have any way to reforge these two weapons? Zhang Ming picked up the two weapons in a professional manner and sized them up. He immediately revealed a surprised expression and said, although these two weapons are not of high grade, they have a kind of spiritual feeling. Could it be that they have already developed intelligence and are not far from the soul of the weapon? Ling Xiao nodded and said, Elder Zhang is indeed a professional. Not bad, they have a feeling of flesh and blood connection with me, so I don't want to give them up. Young Master Xiao, this is truly a cause for celebration. To be able to reach the realm of being one with the weapon requires a lot of perseverance. In the future they can advance to a higher grade. Zhang Ming said enviously. After a pause he said, please leave some of your blood essence, young Master Xiao. In half a month I will return you 2 perfect divine tools. Chapter 1135. Ling Xiao left the forging pavilion and walked around the Dragon Gate with Kong Wen and Kong Wu to familiarize themselves with the environment. A few days later, news from the Blazing Flame merchants finally came. Xian Yao, Euro Fei, Feng Qingyuan, Xin Yuyi, and Xiao Ling had been sent to Heavenly Dragon City. Ling Xiao immediately went out to meet them. The group of people were naturally very happy to see each other again. This was because Xiao Ling was the person she was most attached to other than her grandfather to Ling Xiao, and no one else could replace her. In the future you can all go to the Dragon Gate to cultivate. I'll get you a Dragon Gate identity, Ling Xiao told them his decision. No one had any objections. They were all led by Ling Xiao. Moreover, they had all learned that the Dragon Gate was a giant force in the Heavenly Dragon region. It was a good thing for them to be able to join this place. Xian Yao exclaimed in his heart, Palace Master already has the momentum of a dragon in the sky. It seems that he doesn't need my assistance anymore. It's time for me to leave and search for my own opportunities. Ling Xiao didn't expect Xian Yao to suggest leaving at this time. What's wrong with you, fraud? You have to leave at this time. You're still too weak. Ling Xiao said worriedly to Xian Yao. Even though Xian Yao didn't have anything to worry about these days, and his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had already reached the cultivation of a high-level saint, this kind of strength was really nothing in the heaven region. Xian Yao was a little embarrassed. In the past, when he was in the central region, reaching the saint level was already the limit. Now that he was a high-level saint, it wouldn't be a problem for him to reach the Holy Emperor level after a period of time. Now that Ling Xiao said that he was too weak, it was a big blow to him. I'm a little weak, but that's why I can travel alone and avoid trouble. Xian Yao laughed. No. Within the heaven domain, anyone who hasn't become a god can't even withstand a single blow. Even if you don't provoke them, they might still do something to you. It's best if you stay here and increase your strength. Ling Xiao firmly disagreed. The heaven realm was a dog-eat-dog place and robbers could appear at any time. Ling Xiao couldn't help but worry. Feng Qingyuan said from the side, Xiao Yao, you should listen to Xiao Er. It would be more convenient for you to raise your strength here. Yuro Fei and Xiao Ling also tried to persuade him to stay. However, Xian Yao had already made up his mind. Mistress, no, I should still call you boss. All these years, it's all thanks to your care that I'm here today. Now that we're in the heaven region, you still need to keep fighting to strengthen yourself, and it's not that easy to rebuild the Smiling Palace here, and I also need to find my own opportunities. I can't always grow up under your halo or else. I'm afraid I can only be your little follower for the rest of my life, but don't misunderstand, I don't mean to despise boss, but I also have my own goals and ideals. One day I will become the #1 fraud in the heaven region so that I can help boss rebuild the Smiling Palace. I believe that the next time we meet I will give boss a big surprise. But Ling Xiao still wanted to say something. Xian Yao interrupted him and said, no more buts, I don't want you to be the palace master now, I just want you to be my brother. You have to respect my brother's choice and you have to think for me. It's very stressful to be with you, all the beauties have been captured by you, and you don't even leave me any leftovers. Do you know how much of a blow this is to me? So, you have to think about it for me. Although I don't have your undying cockroach's fate, I'm not destined to die young either. Don't worry. What else could Ling Xiao say? Xian Yao had already steeled his heart to leave. Perhaps he had really obstructed his opportunity. Ling Xiao punched Xian Yao and gave him a bear hug. We're brothers in this world. Remember, don't push yourself too hard. If you can't find a wife, I'll introduce a few to you later. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. All these years, Xian Yao had already helped him a lot, so he couldn't hinder him anymore. Xian Yao left. He had only come to Dragon Gate to bid farewell to Ling Xiao, otherwise he would have left when he was in Raging Flame City. When he left, Ling Xiao gave him many good things including light attribute holy grass, holy elixir, many top-grade mysterious crystals, and 100 million divine crystals. In addition, he also gave the damaged heaven-suppressing drum to Xian Yao, which could save his life at a critical moment. In addition, Ling Xiao also gave him an identity in Dragon Gate. It was only an outer sect deacon, but this identity could protect him from many unnecessary dangers in the Sky Dragon region. Ling Xiao's eyes were a little hazy. Although it wasn't a life-and-death separation, he knew that he didn't know when they would meet again. He understood Xian Yao's arrogance and knew that he wasn't someone who was willing to submit to others. One day his name would shake the heaven region. Ling Xiao brought the others back to Dragon Gate. Yuro Fei, Feng Qingyuan, Xiao Ling and Xin Yuyi temporarily became his followers. These were people that the elders of Dragon Gate were allowed to recruit. However, they wouldn't have any power in Dragon Gate, but to be able to hang on to the identity of Dragon Gate was already very good. Has foster father Ro Fei's matter been arranged? Ling Xiao took advantage of the time when he was alone with Yuro Fei and pulled her into his embrace, gently caressing her hair as he asked. Yuro Fei was the kind of woman that made people want to subdue her. That bewitching beauty of hers always made him feel that he could never get tired of looking at her. Yes, the manor in Blazing Flame City hasn't been taken back by the Blazing Flame merchants. Miss Ryu said that we can stay there when we come back. I had Chai Guan guard it, and when foster father comes, he'll tell him that we're here, Yuro Fei said. However, when she said Miss Ryu, her beautiful eyes rippled with a different expression. How could Ling Xiao not know that she was jealous? He immediately explained, I saved Miss Ryu's life, so you don't need to explain to me. I'm your woman and I won't blame you. Outstanding men will always attract many women. It's fine as long as you have a small place for me in your heart, Yuro Fei said softly as she leaned against Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao tightly hugged the woman in his embrace. Her magnanimity was the same as Yunner's, making him feel guilty. In the following days, Ling Xiao had Xiao Ling cultivate in the same room as him. Ling Xiao did this in order to comprehend the third stage of the soul-controlling art as quickly as possible. Although Xiao Ling was willing to listen to him, Ling Xiao always felt that he was very despicable. He actually used such a pure girl and he felt very apologetic in his heart. After comprehending all of the mnemonic chants, Ling Xiao couldn't help but confess to Xiao Ling, "Little sister Ling Er, don't you feel that brother Ling Xiao is very annoying? He only cares about pulling you to cultivate with me, and doesn't give you the freedom to play." Xiao Ling blinked her big watery eyes and said, "I'm very happy to be able to help brother Ling Xiao. How could I feel that you're annoying? Moreover, brother Ling Xiao is also doing this for my own good. Grandpa always said that only by becoming strong can I protect myself and the people around me. In the future I will protect brother Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao was very moved and he inwardly praised, "This girl's ambition is very great. And then Ling Er must work hard. With Ling Er's 10 bin, it's only a matter of time before you surpass brother Ling." Ling Xiao lightly scratched Xiao Ling's nose and affectionately said. Xiao Ling revealed a somewhat shy smile, and her heart felt very sweet. She thought to herself, "It's really good to be with brother Ling Xiao." More than half a month passed, and Ling Xiao once again came to the forging pavilion. His weapon had already been forged. "Young Master Xiao, your ice and fire sword has already been recast. I added all kinds of divine materials and preserved its original appearance. It can actually fuse with other materials quite perfectly, and has already reached the realm of a mid-grade divine tool. If it wants to advance further, it will have to rely on young Master Zhao's ability. If you can become one with its soul, your strength will increase and it will also increase." Zhang Meng took out the new ice and fire sword and set in front of Ling Xiao, his face overflowing with joy. This dual attribute divine tool was not easy to forge. If it wasn't for the fact that the ice and fire sword had already developed intelligence and could automatically assimilate divine materials, he was afraid that he would not have been able to recast it. Ling Xiao held the ice and fire sword in his hand, feeling the waves of joy coming from it. Ling Xiao's power gently circulated, and the power of ice and fire burst out. One blue and one red power continuously swirled around, appearing very dazzling. "Good, good. Thank you very much, Elder Zhang," Ling Xiao said gratefully. This is what I should do." Zhang Meng laughed and then said with an awkward expression, "Young Master Xiao, I'm afraid that your golden dragon spear will not be able to be recast in a short period of time." "Why is that?" Ling Xiao was somewhat puzzled. The golden dragon spear was the weapon he had always relied on the most. If he lost it, he would more or less not be able to adapt to it. After all, the power of the tyrant dragon spear art was extraordinary. Zhang Meng said solemnly, "Has your golden dragon spear been baptized in dragon blood?" Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes. If it hadn't been for the baptism in dragon blood, the golden dragon spear would not have reached the demigod level, and it would not have reached the realm of being one with the weapon. That's where the problem lies. The golden dragon spear has already produced a dragon soul. Although it's not a very powerful dragon soul, it contains limitless potential. Ordinary divine materials are unable to fuse with it," said Zhang Meng with a troubled expression. "So that's how it is. Then is there no other way?" Ling Xiao said with some disappointment. "There is a way, but..." Zhang Meng revealed a hesitant expression. "But what? If you have something to say, just say it. If I can do it, I'll do my best," Ling Xiao said. "If you want to recast it, you need a dragon bone and a dragon tendon. I'm talking about a true dragon, not a flood dragon," Zhang Meng said very solemnly. As members of the Dragon Gate, they naturally had a sense of worship for dragons. Moreover, the Kim people behind them had a great relationship with the dragons. What they needed now were dragon bones and dragon tendons, which was a great taboo. "Is that so? Then I'll think of a way. If I really can't get it, then forget it," Ling Xiao said. He also knew that dragon bones and dragon tendons were not easy to get. He couldn't really slay a dragon. Otherwise, he would be going against the teachings of the Kim people. This was because the dragons were friends of the Kim people. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.